A Treatise of Human Nature by David Hume. Book 3 of Morals. Part 1 of Virtue and Vice in General. Section 1. Moral distinctions not derived from reason. There is an inconvenience which attends all abstruse reasoning, that it may silence without convincing an antagonist, and requires the same intense study to make us sensible of its force, that was at first requisite for its invention. When we leave our closet and engage in the common affairs of life, its conclusions seem to vanish, like the phantoms of the night, on the appearance of the morning, and 'tis difficult for us to retain even that conviction which we had attained with difficulty. This is still more conspicuous in a long chain of reasoning, where we must preserve to the end the evidence of the first propositions, and where we often lose sight of all the most received maxims, either of philosophy or common life. I am not, however, without hopes that the present system of philosophy will acquire new force as it advances, and that our reasonings concerning morals will corroborate whatever has been said concerning the understanding and the passions. Morality is a subject that interests us above all others. We fancy the peace of society to be at stake in every decision concerning it, and 'tis evident that this concern must make our speculations appear more real and solid, than where the subject is, in a great measure, indifferent to us. What affects us, we conclude, can never be a chimera, and as our passion is engaged on the one side or the other, we naturally think that the question lies within human comprehension, which in other cases of this nature we are apt to entertain some doubt of. Without this advantage I never should have ventured upon a third volume of such abstruse philosophy in an age, wherein the greatest part of men seem agreed to convert reading into an amusement, and to reject everything that requires any considerable degree of attention to be comprehended. It has been observed that nothing is ever present to the mind but its perceptions, and that all the actions of seeing, hearing, judging, loving, hating, and thinking fall under this denomination. The mind can never exert itself in any action which we may not comprehend under the term of perception, and consequently that term is no less applicable to those judgments by which we distinguish moral good and evil, than to every other operation of the mind. To approve of one character, to condemn another, are only so many different perceptions. Now as perceptions resolve themselves into two kinds, impressions and ideas, this distinction gives rise to a question with which we shall open up our present inquiry concerning morals, whether 'tis by means of our ideas or impressions we distinguish betwixt vice and virtue, and pronounce an action blamable or praiseworthy. This will immediately cut off all those loose discourses and declamations, and reduce us to something precise and exact on the present subject. Those who affirm that virtue is nothing but a conformity to reason, that there are eternal fitnesses and unfitnesses of things which are the same to every rational being that considers them, that the immutable measures of right and wrong impose an obligation, not only on human creatures, but also on the Deity himself. All these systems concur in the opinion that morality, like truth, is discerned merely by ideas and by their juxtaposition and comparison. In order therefore to judge of these systems, we need only consider whether it be possible from reason alone to distinguish betwixt moral good and evil, or whether there must concur some other principles to enable us to make that distinction. If morality had naturally no influence on human passions and actions, 'twere in vain to take such pains to inculcate it, and nothing would be more fruitless than that multitude of rules and precepts with which all moralists abound. Philosophy is commonly divided into speculative and practical, and as morality is always comprehended under the latter division, 'tis supposed to influence our passions and actions, and to go beyond the calm and indolent judgments of the understanding, and this is confirmed by common experience, which informs us that men are often governed by their duties, and are deterred from some actions by the opinion of injustice, and impelled to others by that of obligation. Since morals therefore have an influence on the actions and affections, it follows that they cannot be derived from reason, and that because reason alone, as we have already proved, can never have any such influence. Morals excite passions, and produce or prevent actions. Reason of itself is utterly impotent in this particular. The rules of morality, therefore, are not conclusions of our reason. No one, I believe, will deny the justness of this inference, nor is there any other means of evading it, than by denying that principle on which it is founded. As long as it is allowed that reason has no influence on our passions and actions, 'tis in vain to pretend that morality is discovered only by a deduction of reason. An active principle can never be founded on an inactive, and if reason be inactive in itself, it must remain so in all its shapes and appearances, whether it exerts itself in natural or moral subjects, whether it considers the powers of external bodies or the actions of rational beings. It would be tedious to repeat all the arguments by which I have proved that reason is perfectly inert, and can never either prevent or produce any action or affection. 'Twill be easy to recollect what has been said upon that subject. I shall only recall on this occasion one of these arguments, which I shall endeavor to render still more conclusive and more applicable to the present subject. Reason is the discovery of truth or falsehood. Truth or falsehood consists in an agreement or disagreement either to the real relations of ideas or to real existence and matter of fact. Whatever therefore is not susceptible of this agreement or disagreement is incapable of being true or false, and can never be an object of our reason. Now 'tis evident our passions, volitions, and actions are not susceptible of any such agreement or disagreement, being original facts and realities complete in themselves, and implying no reference to other passions, volitions, and actions. 'Tis impossible, therefore, they can be pronounced either true or false, and be either contrary or conformable to reason. This argument is of double advantage to our present purpose, for it proves directly that actions do not derive their merit from a conformity to reason, nor their blame from a contrariety to it, and it proves the same truth more indirectly by showing us that as reason can never immediately prevent or produce any action by contradicting or approving of it, it cannot be the source of moral good and evil which are found to have that influence. Actions may be laudable or blamable, but they cannot be reasonable or unreasonable. Laudable or blamable, therefore, are not the same with reasonable or unreasonable. The merit and demerit of actions frequently contradict and sometimes control our natural propensities, but reason has no such influence. Moral distinctions, therefore, are not the offspring of reason. Reason is wholly inactive, and can never be the source of so active a principle as conscience or a sense of morals. But perhaps it may be said that though no will or action can be immediately contradictory to reason, yet we may find such a contradiction in some of the attendants of the action, that is, in its causes or effects. The action may cause a judgment or may be obliquely caused by one. When the judgment concurs with a passion, and by an abusive way of speaking, which philosophy will scarce allow of, the same contrariety may, upon that account, be ascribed to the action. How far this truth or falsehood may be the source of morals, 'twill now be proper to consider. It has been observed that reason, in a strict and philosophical sense, can have an influence on our conduct only after two ways: either when it excites a passion by informing us of the existence of something which is a proper object of it, or when it discovers the connection of causes and effects so as to afford us means of exerting any passion. These are the only kinds of judgment which can accompany our actions, or can be said to produce them in any manner, and it must be allowed that these judgments may often be false and erroneous. A person may be affected with passion by supposing a pain or pleasure to lie in an object which has no tendency to produce either of these sensations, or which produces the contrary to what is imagined. A person may also take false measures for the attaining his end, and may retard, by his foolish conduct, instead of forwarding the execution of any project. These false judgments may be thought to affect the passions and actions which are connected with them, and may be said to render them unreasonable in a figurative and improper way of speaking. But though this be acknowledged, 'tis easy to observe that these errors are so far from being the source of all immorality, that they are commonly very innocent, and draw no manner of guilt upon the person who is so unfortunate as to fall into them. They extend not beyond a mistake of fact, which moralists have not generally supposed criminal, as being perfectly involuntary. I am more to be lamented than blamed if I am mistaken with regard to the influence of objects in producing pain or pleasure, or if I know not the proper means of satisfying my desires. No one can ever regard such errors as a defect in my moral character. A fruit, for instance, that is really disagreeable appears to me at a distance, and through mistake I fancy it to be pleasant and delicious. Here is one error: I choose certain means of reaching this fruit, which are not proper for my end. Here is a second error, nor is there any third one which can ever possibly enter into our reasonings concerning actions. I ask, therefore, if a man in this situation, and guilty of these two errors, is to be regarded as vicious and criminal, however unavoidable they might have been, or if it be possible to imagine that such errors are the sources of all immorality. And here it may be proper to observe that if moral distinctions be derived from the truth or falsehood of those judgments, they must take place wherever we form the judgments, nor will there be any difference, whether the question be concerning an apple or a kingdom, or whether the error be avoidable or unavoidable. For as the very essence of morality is supposed to consist in an agreement or disagreement to reason, the other circumstances are entirely arbitrary, and can never either bestow on any action the character of virtuous or vicious, or deprive it of that character; to which we may add, that this agreement or disagreement not admitting of degrees, all virtues and vices would of course be equal. Should it be pretended that though a mistake of fact be not criminal, yet a mistake of right often is, and that this may be the source of immorality, I would answer that 'tis impossible such mistake can ever be the original source of immorality, since it supposes a real right and wrong, that is, a real distinction in morals independent of these judgments. A mistake therefore of right may become a species of immorality, but 'tis only a secondary one, and is founded on some other antecedent to it. As to those judgments which are the effects of our actions, and which when false give occasion to pronounce the actions contrary to truth and reason, we may observe that our actions never cause any judgment, either true or false, in ourselves, and that 'tis only on others they have such an influence. 'Tis certain that an action, on many occasions, may give rise to false conclusions in others, and that a person, who through a window sees any lewd behavior of mine with my neighbor's wife, may be so simple as to imagine she is certainly my own. In this respect my action resembles somewhat a lie or falsehood, only with this difference, which is material, that I performed not the action with any intention of giving rise to a false judgment in another, but merely to satisfy my lust and passion. It causes, however, a mistake and false judgment by accident, and the falsehood of its effects may be ascribed, by some odd figurative way of speaking, to the action itself, but still I can see no pretext of reason for asserting that the tendency to cause such an error is the first spring or original source of all immorality. Thus upon the whole 'tis impossible that the distinction betwixt moral good and evil can be made by reason, since that distinction has an influence upon our actions of which reason alone is incapable. Reason and judgment may, indeed, be the mediate cause of an action, by prompting or by directing a passion, but it is not pretended that a judgment of this kind, either in its truth or falsehood, is attended with virtue or vice, and as to the judgments which are caused by our judgments, they can still less bestow those moral qualities on the actions which are their causes. But to be more particular, and to show that those eternal immutable fitnesses and unfitnesses of things cannot be defended by sound philosophy, we may weigh the following considerations. If the thought and understanding were alone capable of fixing the boundaries of right and wrong, the character of virtuous and vicious either must lie in some relations of objects, or must be a matter of fact, which is discovered by our reasoning. This consequence is evident, as the operations of human understanding divide themselves into two kinds, the comparing of ideas, and the inferring of matter of fact. Were virtue discovered by the understanding, it must be an object of one of these operations, nor is there any third operation of the understanding which can discover it. There has been an opinion very industriously propagated by certain philosophers, that morality is susceptible of demonstrations, and though no one has ever been able to advance a single step in those demonstrations, yet 'tis taken for granted that this science may be brought to an equal certainty with geometry or algebra. Upon this supposition, vice and virtue must consist in some relations, since 'tis allowed on all hands that no matter of fact is capable of being demonstrated. Let us therefore begin with examining this hypothesis, and endeavor, if possible, to fix those moral qualities which have been so long the objects of our fruitless researches. Point out distinctly the relations which constitute morality or obligation, that we may know wherein they consist, and after what manner we must judge of them. If you assert that vice and virtue consist in relations susceptible of certainty and demonstration, you must confine yourself to those four relations, which alone admit of that degree of evidence, and in that case you run into absurdities from which you will never be able to extricate yourself. For as you make the very essence of morality to lie in the relations, and as there is no one of these relations but what is applicable, not only to an irrational, but also to an inanimate object, it follows that even such objects must be susceptible of merit or demerit, resemblance, contrariety, degrees in quality, and proportions in quantity and number. All these relations belong as properly to matter as to our actions, passions, and volitions. 'Tis unquestionable, therefore, that morality lies not in any of these relations, nor the sense of it in their discovery. Should it be asserted that the sense of morality consists in the discovery of some relation distinct from these, and that our enumeration was not complete, when we comprehended all demonstrable relations under four general heads, to this I know not what to reply, till some one be so good as to point out to me this new relation. 'Tis impossible to refute a system which has never yet been explained. In such a manner of fighting in the dark, a man loses his blows in the air, and often places them where the enemy is not present. I must therefore, on this occasion, rest contented with requiring the two following conditions of any one that would undertake to clear up this system. First, as moral good and evil belong only to the actions of the mind, and are derived from our situation with regard to external objects, the relations from which these moral distinctions arise must lie only betwixt internal actions and external objects, and must not be applicable either to internal actions compared among themselves, or to external objects when placed in opposition to other external objects. For as morality is supposed to attend certain relations, if these relations could belong to internal actions considered singly, it would follow that we might be guilty of crimes in ourselves and independent of our situation, with respect to the universe, and in like manner if these moral relations could be applied to external objects, it would follow that even inanimate beings would be susceptible of moral beauty and deformity. Now it seems difficult to imagine that any relation can be discovered betwixt our passions, volitions, and actions, compared to external objects, which relation might not belong either to these passions and volitions or to these external objects compared among themselves. But it will be still more difficult to fulfill the second condition, requisite to justify this system, according to the principles of those who maintain an abstract rational difference betwixt moral good and evil, and a natural fitness and unfitness of things. 'Tis not only supposed that these relations, being eternal and immutable, are the same, when considered by every rational creature, but their effects are also supposed to be necessarily the same, and 'tis concluded they have no less, or rather a greater influence in directing the will of the Deity, than in governing the rational and virtuous of our own species. These two particulars are evidently distinct. 'Tis one thing to know virtue, and another to conform the will to it. In order therefore to prove that measures of right and wrong are eternal laws, obligatory on every rational mind, 'tis not sufficient to show the relations upon which they are founded. We must also point out the connection betwixt the relation and the will, and must prove that this connection is so necessary that in every well-disposed mind it must take place and have its influence, though the difference betwixt these minds be in other respects immense and infinite. Now besides what I have already proved, that even in human nature no relation can ever alone produce any action. Besides this, I say, it has been shown in treating of the understanding that there is no connection of cause and effect, such as this is supposed to be, which is discoverable otherwise than by experience, and of which we can pretend to have any security by the simple consideration of the objects. All beings in the universe considered in themselves appear entirely loose and independent of each other. 'Tis only by experience we learn their influence and connection, and this influence we ought never to extend beyond experience. Thus it will be impossible to fulfill the first condition required to the system of eternal rational measures of right and wrong, because it is impossible to show those relations upon which such a distinction may be founded, and 'tis as impossible to fulfill the second condition, because we cannot prove a priori that these relations, if they really existed and were perceived, would be universally forcible and obligatory. But to make these general reflections more clear and convincing, we may illustrate them by some particular instances, wherein this character of moral good or evil is the most universally acknowledged. Of all crimes that human creatures are capable of committing, the most horrid and unnatural is ingratitude, especially when it is committed against parents, and appears in the more flagrant instances of wounds and death. This is acknowledged by all mankind, philosophers as well as the people. The question only arises among philosophers whether the guilt or moral deformity of this action be discovered by demonstrative reasoning, or be felt by an internal sense and by means of some sentiment, which the reflecting on such an action naturally occasions. This question will soon be decided against the former opinion, if we can show the same relations in the other objects, without the notion of any guilt or iniquity attending them. Reason or science is nothing but the comparing of ideas, and the discovery of their relations, and if the same relations have different characters, it must evidently follow that those characters are not discovered merely by reason. To put the affair, therefore, to this trial, let us choose any inanimate object, such as an oak or elm, and let us suppose that by the dropping of its seed it produces a sapling below it, which springs up by degrees, at last overtops and destroys the parent tree. I ask if in this instance there be wanting any relation which is discoverable in parricide, or ingratitude. Is not the one tree the cause of the other's existence, and the latter the cause of the destruction of the former? in the same manner as when a child murders his parent? 'Tis not sufficient to reply that a choice or will is wanting, for in the case of parricide, a will does not give rise to any different relations, but is only the cause from which the action is derived, and consequently produces the same relations, that in the oak or elm arise from some other principles. 'Tis a will or choice that determines a man to kill his parent, and they are the laws of matter and motion, that determine a sapling to destroy the oak from which it sprung. Here then the same relations have different causes, but still the relations are the same, and as their discovery is not in both cases attended with the notion of immorality, it follows that that notion does not arise from such a discovery. But to choose an instance still more resembling, I would fain ask any one why incest in the human species is criminal, and why the very same action and same relations in animals have not the smallest moral turpitude and deformity. If it be answered that this action is innocent in animals, because they have not reason sufficient to discover its turpitude, but that man being endowed with that faculty which ought to restrain him to his duty, the same action instantly becomes criminal for him. Should this be said, I would reply that this is evidently arguing in a circle, for before reason can perceive this turpitude, the turpitude must exist, and consequently is independent of the decisions of our reason, and is their object more properly than their effect. According to this system then, every animal that has sense and appetite and will, that is, every animal, must be susceptible of all the same virtues and vices for which we ascribe praise and blame to human creatures. All the difference is that our superior reason may serve to discover the vice or virtue, and by that means may augment the blame or praise. But still this discovery supposes a separate being in these moral distinctions, and a being which depends only on the will and appetite, and which, both in thought and reality, may be distinguished from the reason. Animals are susceptible of the same relations with respect to each other as the human species, and therefore would also be susceptible of the same morality, if the essence of morality consisted in these relations. Their want of a sufficient degree of reason may hinder them from perceiving their duties and obligations of morality, but can never hinder these duties from existing, since they must antecedently exist in order to their being perceived. Reason must find them, and can never produce them. This argument deserves to be weighed, as being, in my opinion, entirely decisive. Nor does this reasoning only prove that morality consists not in any relations that are the objects of science, but if examined will prove with equal certainty that it consists not in any matter of fact which can be discovered by the understanding. This is the second part of our argument, and if it can be made evident, we may conclude that morality is not an object of reason. But can there be any difficulty in proving that vice and virtue are not matters of fact, whose existence we can infer by reason? Take any action allowed to be vicious, wilful murder, for instance. Examine it in all lights and see if you can find that matter of fact or real existence which you call vice. In whichever way you take it, you find only certain passions, motives, volitions, and thoughts. There is no other matter of fact in the case. The vice entirely escapes you as long as you consider the object. You never can find it till you turn your reflection into your own breast, and find a sentiment of disapprobation which arises in you towards this action. Here is a matter of fact, but 'tis the object of feeling, not of reason. It lies in yourself, not in the object. So that when you pronounce any action or character to be vicious, you mean nothing, but that from the constitution of your nature you have a feeling or sentiment of blame from the contemplation of it. Vice and virtue, therefore, may be compared to sounds, colors, heat, and cold, which, according to modern philosophy, are not qualities in objects, but perceptions in the mind. And this discovery in morals, like that other in physics, is to be regarded as a considerable advancement of the speculative sciences, though like that too, it has little or no influence on practice. Nothing can be more real, or concern us more, than our own sentiments of pleasure and uneasiness, and if these be favorable to virtue and unfavorable to vice, no more can be requisite to the regulation of our conduct and behavior. I cannot forbear adding to these reasonings an observation, which may perhaps be found of some importance. In every system of morality which I have hitherto met with, I have always remarked that the author proceeds for some time in the ordinary way of reasoning, and establishes the being of a God, or makes observations concerning human affairs, when of a sudden I am surprised to find that instead of the usual copulations of propositions, is and is not, I meet with no propositions that is not connected with an ought or an ought not. This change is imperceptible, but is, however, of the last consequence, for as this ought or ought not expresses some new relation or affirmation, 'tis necessary that it should be observed and explained, and at the same time that a reason should be given for what seems altogether inconceivable. How this new relation can be a deduction from others, which are entirely different from it. But as authors do not commonly use this precaution, I shall presume to recommend it to the readers, and am persuaded that this small attention would subvert all the vulgar systems of morality, and let us see that the distinction of vice and virtue is not founded merely on the relations of objects, nor is perceived by reason. Section 2. Moral distinctions derived from a moral sense. Thus the course of the argument leads us to conclude that since vice and virtue are not discoverable merely by reason, or the comparison of ideas, it must be by means of some impression or sentiment they occasion, that we are able to mark the difference betwixt them. Our decisions concerning moral rectitude and depravity are evidently perceptions, and as all perceptions are either impressions or ideas, the exclusion of the one is a convincing argument for the other. Morality, therefore, is more properly felt than judged of, though this feeling or sentiment is commonly so soft and gentle that we are apt to confound it with an idea, according to our common custom of taking all things for the same, which have any near resemblance to each other. The question is, of what nature are these impressions, and after what manner do they operate upon us? Here we cannot remain long in suspense, but must pronounce the impression arising from virtue to be agreeable, and that proceeding from vice to be uneasy. Every moment's experience must convince us of this. There is no spectacle so fair and beautiful as a noble and generous action, nor any which gives us more abhorrence than one that is cruel and treacherous. No enjoyment equals the satisfaction we receive from the company of those we love and esteem, as the greatest of all punishments is to be obliged to pass our lives with those we hate or contemn. A very play or romance may afford us instances of this pleasure which virtue conveys to us, and pain which arises from vice. Now, since the distinguishing impressions by which moral good or evil is known are nothing but particular pains or pleasures, it follows that in all inquiries concerning these moral distinctions it will be sufficient to show these principles which make us feel a satisfaction or uneasiness from the survey of any character, in order to satisfy us why the character is laudable or blamable. An action or sentiment or character is virtuous or vicious. Why? Because its view causes a pleasure or uneasiness of a particular kind. In giving a reason, therefore, for the pleasure or uneasiness, we sufficiently explain the vice or virtue. To have the sense of virtue is nothing but to feel a satisfaction of a particular kind from the contemplation of a character. The very feeling constitutes our praise or admiration. We go no farther, nor do we inquire into the cause of the satisfaction. We do not infer a character to be virtuous because it pleases, but in feeling that it pleases after such a particular manner, we in effect feel that it is virtuous. The case is the same as in our judgments concerning all kinds of beauty and taste and sensations. Our approbation is implied in the immediate pleasure they convey to us. I have objected to the system which establishes eternal rational measures of right and wrong, that 'tis impossible to show in the actions of reasonable creatures any relations which are not found in external objects, and therefore if morality always attended these relations, 'twere possible for inanimate matter to become virtuous or vicious. Now it may, in like manner, be objected to the present system, that if virtue and vice be determined by pleasure and pain, these qualities must, in every case, arise from the sensations, and consequently any object, whether animate or inanimate, rational or irrational, might become morally good or evil, provided it can excite a satisfaction or uneasiness. But though this objection seems to be the very same, it has by no means the same force in the one case as in the other. For first, 'tis evident that under the term pleasure we comprehend sensations which are very different from each other, and which have only such a distant resemblance as is requisite to make them be expressed by the same abstract term. A good composition of music and a bottle of good wine equally produce pleasure, and what is more, their goodness is determined merely by the pleasure. But shall we say upon that account that the wine is harmonious, or the music is a good flavor? In like manner, any inanimate object and the character or sentiments of any person may, both of them, give satisfaction, but as the satisfaction is different, this keeps our sentiments concerning them from being confounded, and makes us ascribe virtue to the one and not to the other. Nor is every sentiment of pleasure or pain, which arises from characters and actions, of that peculiar kind which makes us praise or condemn. The good qualities of an enemy are hurtful to us, but may still command our esteem and respect. 'Tis only when a character is considered in general without reference to our particular interest that it causes such a feeling or sentiment as denominates it morally good or evil. 'Tis true those sentiments from interest and morals are apt to be confounded and naturally run into one another. It seldom happens that we do not think an enemy vicious and can distinguish betwixt his opposition to our interest and real villainy, or baseness. But this hinders not but that the sentiments are, in themselves, distinct, and a man of temper and judgment may preserve himself from these illusions. In like manner, though 'tis certain a musical voice is nothing but one that naturally gives a particular kind of pleasure, yet 'tis difficult for a man to be sensible that the voice of an enemy is agreeable, or to allow it to be musical. But a person of a fine ear, who has the command of himself, can separate these feelings and give praise to what deserves it. Secondly, we may call to remembrance the preceding system of the passions, in order to remark a still more considerable difference among our pains and pleasures. Pride and humility, love and hatred are excited when there is anything presented to us that both bears a relation to the object of the passion, and produces a separate sensation related to the sensation of the passion. Now virtue and vice are attended with these circumstances. They must necessarily be placed either in ourselves or others, and excite either pleasure or uneasiness, and therefore must give rise to one of these four passions, which clearly distinguishes them from the pleasure and pain arising from inanimate objects that often bear no relation to us, and this is, perhaps, the most considerable effect that virtue and vice have upon the human mind. It may now be asked in general concerning this pain or pleasure that distinguishes moral good and evil, from what principles is it derived, and whence does it arise in the human mind? To this I reply, first, that 'tis absurd to imagine that in every particular instance these sentiments are produced by an original quality and primary constitution, for as the number of our duties is, in a manner, infinite, 'tis impossible that our original instincts should extend to each of them, and from our very first infancy impress on the human mind all that multitude of precepts which are contained in the completest system of ethics. Such a method of proceeding is not conformable to the usual maxims by which nature is conducted, where a few principles produce all the variety we observe in the universe, and everything is carried on in the easiest and most simple manner. 'Tis necessary, therefore, to abridge these primary impulses and find some more general principles upon which all our notions and morals are founded. But in the second place, should it be asked whether we ought to search for these principles in nature, or whether we must look for them in some other origin, I would reply that our answer to this question depends upon the definition of the word nature, than which there is none more ambiguous and equivocal. If nature be opposed to miracles, not only the distinction betwixt vice and virtue is natural, but also every event which has ever happened in the world, excepting those miracles on which our religion is founded. In saying, then, that the sentiments of vice and virtue are natural in this sense, we make no very extraordinary discovery. But nature may also be opposed to rare and unusual, and in this sense of the word, which is the common one, there may often arise disputes concerning what is natural or unnatural, and one may in general affirm that we are not possessed of any very precise standard by which these disputes can be decided. Frequent and rare depend upon the number of examples we have observed, and as this number may gradually increase or diminish, 'twill be impossible to fix any exact boundaries betwixt them. We may only affirm on this head that if ever there was anything which could be called natural in the sense, the sentiments of morality certainly may, since there never was any nation of the world, nor any single person in any nation, who was utterly deprived of them, and who never in any instance showed the least approbation or dislike of manners. These sentiments are so rooted in our constitution and temper, that without entirely confounding the human mind by disease or madness, 'tis impossible to extirpate and destroy them. But nature may also be opposed to artifice, as well as to what is rare and unusual, and in this sense it may be disputed whether the notions of virtue be natural or not. We readily forget that the designs and projects and views of men are principles as necessary in their operation as heat and cold, moist and dry. But taking them to be free and entirely our own, 'tis usual for us to set them in opposition to the other principles of nature. Should it, therefore, be demanded whether the sense of virtue be natural or artificial, I am of opinion that 'tis impossible for me, at present, to give any precise answer to this question. Perhaps it will appear afterwards that our sense of some virtues is artificial, and that of others natural. The discussion of this question will be more proper when we enter upon an exact detail of each particular vice and virtue. Meanwhile it may not be amiss to observe, from these definitions of natural and unnatural, that nothing can be more unphilosophical than those systems which assert that virtue is the same with what is natural, and vice with what is unnatural. For in the first sense of the word, nature, as opposed to miracles, both vice and virtue are equally natural, and in the second sense, as opposed to what is unusual, perhaps virtue will be found to be the most unnatural. At least it must be owned that heroic virtue, being as unusual, is as little natural as the most brutal barbarity. As to the third sense of the word, 'tis certain that both vice and virtue are equally artificial and out of nature, for however it may be disputed whether the notion of a merit or demerit in certain actions be natural or artificial, 'tis evident that the actions themselves are artificial and are performed with a certain design and intention, otherwise they could never be ranked under any of these denominations. 'Tis impossible, therefore, that the character of natural and unnatural can ever, in any sense, mark the boundaries of vice and virtue. Thus we are still brought back to our first position, that virtue is distinguished by the pleasure, and vice by the pain, that any action, sentiment, or character gives us by the mere view and contemplation. This decision is very commodious because it reduces us to this simple question: why any action or sentiment, upon the general view or survey, gives a certain satisfaction or uneasiness, in order to show the origin of its moral rectitude or depravity, without looking for any incomprehensible relations and qualities, which never did exist in nature, nor even in our imagination, by any clear and distinct conception. I flatter myself I have executed a great part of my present design by a state of the question, which appears to me so free from ambiguity and obscurity. Part 2 of Justice and Injustice. Section 1. Justice, whether a natural or artificial virtue. I have already hinted that our sense of every kind of virtue is not natural, but that there are some virtues that produce pleasure and approbation by means of an artifice or contrivance, which arises from the circumstances and necessity of mankind. Of this kind I assert justice to be, and shall endeavor to defend this opinion by a short, and, I hope, convincing argument before I examine the nature of the artifice from which the sense of that virtue is derived. 'Tis evident that when we praise any actions we regard only the motives that produced them, and consider the actions as signs or indications of certain principles in the mind and temper. The external performance has no merit. We must look within to find the moral quality. This we cannot do directly, and therefore fix our attention on actions as on external signs. But these actions are still considered as signs, and the ultimate object of our praise and approbation is the motive that produced them. After the same manner, when we require any action or blame a person for not performing it, we always suppose that one in that situation should be influenced by the proper motive of that action, and we esteem it vicious in him to be regardless of it. If we find, upon inquiry, that the virtuous motive was still powerful over his breast, though checked in its operation by some circumstances unknown to us, we retract our blame, and have the same esteem for him, as if he had actually performed the action which we require of him. It appears, therefore, that all virtuous actions derive their merit only from virtuous motives, and are considered merely as signs of those motives. From this principle I conclude that the first virtuous motive which bestows a merit on any action can never be a regard to the virtue of that action, but must be some other natural motive or principle. To suppose that the mere regard to the virtue of the action may be the first motive which produced the action and rendered it virtuous is to reason in a circle. Before we can have such a regard, the action must be really virtuous, and this virtue must be derived from some virtuous motive, and consequently the virtuous motive must be different from the regard to the virtue of the action. A virtuous motive is requisite to render an action virtuous. An action must be virtuous before we can have a regard to its virtue. Some virtuous motive, therefore, must be antecedent to that regard. Nor is this merely a metaphysical subtlety, but enters into all our reasonings in common life, though perhaps we may not be able to place it in such distinct philosophical terms. We blame a father for neglecting his child. Why? Because it shows a want of natural affection, which is the duty of every parent. Were not natural affection a duty, the care of children could not be a duty, and 'twere impossible we could have the duty in our eye in the attention we give to our offspring. In this case, therefore, all men suppose a motive to the action distinct from a sense of duty. Here is a man that does many benevolent actions, relieves the distressed, comforts the afflicted, and extends his bounty even to the greatest strangers. No character can be more amiable and virtuous. We regard these actions as proofs of the greatest humanity. This humanity bestows a merit on the actions. A regard to this merit is, therefore, a secondary consideration, and derived from the antecedent principle of humanity, which is meritorious and laudable. In short, it may be established as an undoubted maxim that no action can be virtuous or morally good, unless there be in human nature some motive to produce it, distinct from the sense of its morality. But may not the sense of morality or duty produce an action, without any other motive? I answer, it may, but this is no objection to the present doctrine. When any virtuous motive or principle is common in human nature, a person who feels his heart devoid of that motive may hate himself upon that account, and may perform the action without the motive, from a certain sense of duty in order to acquire by practice that virtuous principle, or at least to disguise himself as much as possible his want of it. A man that really feels no gratitude in his temper is still pleased to perform grateful actions, and thinks he has by that means fulfilled his duty. Actions are at first only considered as signs of motives, but 'tis usual in this case, as in all others, to fix our attention on the signs, and neglect in some measure the thing signified. But though on some occasion a person may perform an action merely out of regard to its moral obligation, yet still this supposes in human nature some distinct principles which are capable of producing the action, and whose moral beauty renders the actions meritorious. Now to apply all this to the present case, I suppose a person to have lent me a sum of money, on condition that it be restored in a few days, and also suppose that after the expiration of the term agreed on, he demands the sum. I ask what reason or motive I have to restore the money. It will perhaps be said that my regard to justice and abhorrence of villainy and knavery are sufficient reasons for me, if I have the least grain of honesty or sense of duty and obligation. And this answer no doubt is just and satisfactory to man in his civilized state, and when trained upon according to a certain discipline and education. But in his rude and more natural condition, if you are pleased to call such a condition natural, this answer would be rejected as perfectly unintelligible and sophistical, for one in that situation would immediately ask you, wherein consists this honesty and justice, which you find in restoring a loan and abstaining from the property of others? It does not surely lie in the external action. It must, therefore, be placed in the motive, from which the external action is derived. This motive can never be a regard to the honesty of the action, for 'tis a plain fallacy to say that a virtuous motive is requisite to render an action honest, and at the same time that a regard to the honesty is the motive of the action. We can never have a regard to the virtue of an action, unless the action be antecedently virtuous. No action can be virtuous, but so far as it proceeds from a virtuous motive. A virtuous motive, therefore, must precede the regard of the virtue, and 'tis impossible that the virtuous motive and the regard to the virtue can be the same. 'Tis requisite, then, to find some motives to acts of justice and honesty distinct from our regard to the honesty, and in this lies the great difficulty. For should we say that a concern for our private interest or reputation is the legitimate motive to all honest actions, it would follow that wherever that concern ceases honesty can no longer have place. But 'tis certain that self-love, when it acts as its liberty, instead of engaging us to honest actions, is the source of all injustice and violence. Nor can a man ever correct those vices without correcting and restraining the natural movements of that appetite. But should it be affirmed that the reason or motive of such actions is the regard to public interest, to which nothing is more contrary than examples of injustice and dishonesty, should this be said, I would propose the three following considerations as worthy of our attention. First, public interest is not naturally attached to the observation of the rules of justice, but is only connected with it, after an artificial convention for the establishment of these rules, as shall be shown more at large hereafter. Secondly, if we suppose that the loan was secret, and that it is necessary for the interest of the person that the money be restored in the same manner as when the lender would conceal his riches. In that case the example ceases, and the public is no longer interested in the actions of the borrower, though I suppose there is no moralist who will affirm that the duty and obligation ceases. Thirdly, experience sufficiently proves that men, in the ordinary conduct of life, look not so far as the public interest, when they pay their creditors, perform their promises, and abstain from theft, and robbery, and injustice of every kind. That is a motive too remote and too sublime to affect the generality of mankind, and operate with any force in actions so contrary to private interest as are frequently those of justice and common honesty. In general, it may be affirmed that there is no such passion in human minds as the love of mankind, merely as such, independent of personal qualities, of services, or of relation to ourselves. 'Tis true there is no human, and indeed no sensible creature, whose happiness or misery does not, in some measure, affect us, when brought near to us and represented in lively colors. But this proceeds merely from sympathy, and is no proof of such a universal affection to mankind, since this concern extends itself beyond our own species. An affection betwixt the sexes is a passion evidently implanted in human nature, and this passion not only appears in its peculiar symptoms, but also in inflaming every other principle of affection, and raising a stronger love from beauty, wit, kindness, than what would otherwise flow from them. Were there a universal love among human creatures, it would appear after the same manner. Any degree of a good quality would cause a stronger affection than the same degree of a bad quality would cause hatred, contrary to what we find by experience. Men's tempers are different, and some have a propensity to the tender, and others to the rougher affections, but in the main we may affirm that man in general, or human nature, is nothing but the object both of love and hatred, and requires some other cause, which by a double relation of impressions and ideas may excite these passions. In vain would we endeavor to elude this hypothesis. There are no phenomena that point out any such kind of affection to men, independent of their merit and every other circumstance. We love company in general, but 'tis as we love any other amusement. An Englishman in Italy is a friend, a European in China, and perhaps a man would be beloved as much were we to meet him in the moon. But this proceeds only from the relation to ourselves, which in these cases gathers force by being confined to a few persons. If public benevolence, therefore, or a regard to the interest of mankind, cannot be the original motive to justice, much less can private benevolence, or a regard to the interests of the party concerned, be this motive. For what if he be my enemy, and has given me just cause to hate him? What if he be a vicious man, and deserves the hatred of all mankind? What if he be a miser, and can make no use of what I would deprive him of? What if he be a profligate debauchee, and would rather receive harm than benefit from large possessions? What if I be in necessity, and have urgent motives to acquire something to my family? In all these cases the original motive to justice would fail, and consequently the justice itself, and along with it all property, right, and obligation. A rich man lies under a moral obligation to communicate to those in necessity a share of his superfluities. Were private benevolence the original motive to justice, a man would not be obliged to leave others in the possession of more than he is obliged to give them. At least the difference would be very inconsiderable. Men generally fix their affections more on what they are possessed of, than on what they never enjoyed. For this reason it would be greater cruelty to dispossess a man of anything, than not to give it him. But who will assert that this is the only foundation of justice? Besides, we must consider that the chief reason why men attach themselves so much to their possessions is, that they consider them as their property, and as secured to them inviolably by the laws of society. But this is a secondary consideration and dependent on the preceding notions of justice and property. A man's property is supposed to be fenced against every mortal, in every possible case, but private benevolence is, and ought to be, weaker in some persons than in others, and in many, or indeed in most persons, must absolutely fail. Private benevolence, therefore, is not the original motive of justice. From all this it follows that we have no real or universal motive for observing the laws of equity, but the very equity and merit of that observance, and as no action can be equitable or meritorious, where it cannot arise from some separate motive, there is here an evident sophistry and reasoning in a circle. Unless therefore we will allow that nature has established a sophistry and rendered it necessary and unavoidable, we must allow that the sense of justice and injustice is not derived from nature, but arises artificially, though necessarily from education and human conventions. I shall add as a corollary to this reasoning that since no action can be laudable or blamable without some motives or impelling passions distinct from the sense of morals, these distinct passions must have a great influence on that sense. 'Tis according to their general force in human nature that we blame or praise. In judging of the beauty of animal bodies, we always carry in our eye the economy of a certain species, and where the limbs and features observe that proportion which is common to the species, we pronounce them handsome and beautiful. In like manner we always consider the natural and usual force of the passions, when we determine concerning vice and virtue, and if the passions depart very much from the common measures on either side, they are always disproved as vicious. A man naturally loves his children better than his nephews better than his cousins better than strangers, where everything else is equal. Hence arise our common measures of duty, in preferring the one to the other. Our sense of duty always follows the common and natural course of our passions. To avoid giving offence, I must here observe that when I deny justice to be a natural virtue, I make use of the word natural only as opposed to artificial, in another sense of the word, as no principle of the human mind is more natural than a sense of virtue, so no virtue is more natural than justice. Mankind is an inventive species, and where an invention is obvious and absolutely necessary, it may as properly be said to be natural as anything that proceeds immediately from original principles, without the intervention of thought or reflection. Though the rule of justice be artificial, they are not arbitrary, nor is the expression improper to call them laws of nature, if by natural we understand what is common to any species, or even if we confine it to mean what is inseparable from the species. Section 2. Of the origin of justice and property. We now proceed to examine two questions concerning the manner in which the rules of justice are established by the artifice of men, and concerning the reasons which determine us to attribute to the observance or neglect of these rules a moral beauty and deformity. These questions will appear afterwards to be distinct. We shall begin with the former. Of all the animals with which this globe is peopled, there is none towards whom nature seems, at first sight, to have exercised more cruelty than towards man, in the numberless wants and necessities with which she has loaded him, and in the slender means which she affords to the relieving these necessities. In other creatures these two particulars generally compensate each other. If we consider the lion as a voracious and carnivorous animal, we shall easily discover him to be very necessitous. But if we turn our eye to his make and temper, his agility, his courage, his arms, and his force, we shall find that his advantages hold proportion with his wants. The sheep and ox are deprived of all these advantages, but their appetites are moderate, and their food is of easy purchase. In man alone this unnatural conjunction of infirmity and of necessity may be observed in his greatest perfection. Not only the food which is required for his sustenance flies his search and approach, or at least requires his labor to be produced, but he must be possessed of clothes and lodging to defend himself against the injuries of the weather, though to consider him only in himself, he is provided neither with arms nor force, nor the natural abilities which are in any degree answerable to so many necessities. 'Tis by society alone he is able to supply his defects, and raise himself up to an equality with his fellow creatures, and even acquire a superiority above them. By society all his infirmities are compensated, and though in that situation his wants multiply every moment upon him, yet his abilities are still more augmented, and leave him in every respect more satisfied and happy than 'tis possible for him, in his savage and solitary condition, ever to be. When every individual person labors apart, and only for himself, his force is too small to execute any considerable work. His labor being employed in supplying all his different necessities, he never attains a perfection in any particular art, and as his force and success are not at all times equal, the least failure in either of these particulars must be attended with inevitable ruin and misery. Society provides a remedy for these three inconveniences. By the conjunction of forces our power is augmented, by the partition of employments our ability increases, and by mutual succor we are less exposed to fortune and accidents. 'Tis by this additional force, ability, and security that society becomes advantageous. But in order to form society, 'tis requisite not only that it be advantageous, but also that men be sensible to these advantages, and 'tis impossible, in their wild, uncultivated state, that by study and reflection alone they should ever be able to attain this knowledge. Most fortunately, therefore, there is conjoined to those necessities whose remedies are remote and obscure, another necessity which having a present and more obvious remedy may justly be regarded as the first and original principle of human society. This necessity is no more than that natural appetite betwixt the sexes which unites them together, and preserves their union, till a new tie takes place in their concern for their common offspring. This new concern becomes also a principle of union betwixt the parents and offspring, and forms a more numerous society, where the parents govern by the advantage of their superior strength and wisdom, and at the same time are restrained in the exercise of their authority by that natural affection which they bear their children. In a little time custom and habit, operating on the tender minds of the children, makes them sensible of the advantages which they may reap from society, as well as fashions them by degrees for it, by rubbing off those rough corners and untoward affections which prevent their coalition. For it must be confessed that however the circumstances of human nature may render a union necessary, and however those passions of lust and natural affection may seem to render it unavoidable, yet there are other particulars in our natural temper, and in our outward circumstances, which are very incommodious, and are even contrary to the requisite conjunction. Among the former we may justly esteem our selfishness to be the most considerable. I am sensible that, generally speaking, the representations of this quality have been carried much too far, and that the descriptions which certain philosophers delight so much to form of mankind in this particular are as wide of nature as any accounts of monsters, which we meet with in fables and romances, so far from thinking that men have no affection for anything beyond themselves. I am of opinion that though it be rare to meet with one who loves any single person better than himself, yet 'tis as rare to meet with one in whom all the kinds of affections, taken together, do not overbalance all the selfish. Consult common experience. Do you not see that though the whole expense of the family be generally under the direction of the master of it, yet there are few that do not bestow the largest part of their fortunes on the pleasures of their wives and the education of their children, reserving the smallest portion for their own proper use and entertainment. This is what we may observe concerning such as have those endearing ties and may presume that the case would be the same with others, were they placed in a like situation. But though this generosity must be acknowledged to the honor of human nature, we may at the same time remark that so noble an affection, instead of fitting men for large societies, is almost as contrary to them as the most narrow selfishness. For while each person loves himself better than any other single person, and in his love to others bears the greatest affection to his relations and acquaintance, this must necessarily produce an opposition of passions, and a consequent opposition of actions which cannot but be dangerous to the new established union. 'Tis however worth while to remark that this contrariety of passions would be attended with but small danger, did it not concur with a peculiarity in our outward circumstances, which affords it an opportunity of exerting itself. There are three different species of goods which we are possessed of: the internal satisfaction of our minds, the external advantages of our body, and the enjoyment of such possessions as we have acquired by our industry and good fortune. We are perfectly secure in the enjoyment of the first. The second may be ravished from us, but can be of no advantage to him who deprives us of them. The last only are both exposed to the violence of others, and may be transferred without suffering any loss or alteration, while at the same time there is not a sufficient quantity of them to supply every one's desires and necessities. As the improvement therefore of these goods is the chief advantage of society, so the instability of their possession, along with their scarcity, is the chief impediment. In vain should we expect to find in uncultivated nature a remedy to this inconvenience, or hope for any inartificial principle of the human mind, which might control those partial affections, and make us overcome the temptations arising from our circumstances. The idea of justice can never serve to this purpose, or be taken for a natural principle, capable of inspiring men with an equitable conduct towards each other. That virtue, as it is now understood, would never have been dreamed of among rude and savage men. For the notion of injury or injustice implies an immorality or vice committed against some other person, and as every immorality is derived from some defect or unsoundness of the passions, and as this defect must be judged of in a great measure from the ordinary course of nature in the constitution of the mind, 'twill be easy to know whether we be guilty of any immorality with regard to others, by considering the natural and usual force of those several affections which are directed towards them. Now it appears that in the original frame of our mind our strongest attention is confined to ourselves, our next is extended to our relations and acquaintance, and 'tis only the weakest which reaches to strangers and indifferent persons. This partiality, then, and unequal affection must not only have an influence on our behavior and conduct in society, but even on our ideas of vice and virtue, so as to make us regard any remarkable transgression of such a degree of partiality, either by too great an enlargement or contraction of the affections, as vicious and immoral. This we may observe in our common judgments concerning actions, where we blame a person who either centres all his affections in his family, or is so regardless of them as in any opposition of interest to give the preference to a stranger or mere chance acquaintance. From all which it follows that our natural uncultivated ideas of morality, instead of providing a remedy for the partiality of our affections, do rather conform themselves to that partiality, and give it an additional force and influence. The remedy then is not derived from nature, but from artifice, or more properly speaking, nature provides a remedy in the judgment and understanding for what is irregular and incommodious in the affections. For when men from their early education in society have become sensible to the infinite advantages that result from it, and have besides acquired a new affection to company and conversation, and when they have observed that the principal disturbance in society arises from those goods which we call external, and from their looseness and easy transition from one person to another, they must seek for a remedy by putting these goods as far as possible on the same footing with the fixed and constant advantages of the mind and body. This can be done after no other manner than by a convention entered into by all the members of the society to bestow stability on the possessions of those external goods, and leave every one in the peaceable enjoyment of what he may acquire by his fortune and industry. By this means every one knows what he may safely possess, and the passions are restrained in their partial and contradictory motions. Nor is such a restraint contrary to these passions, for if so it could never be entered into nor maintained, but it is only contrary to their heedless and impetuous movement. Instead of departing from our own interest, or from that of our nearest friends, by abstaining from the possessions of others, we cannot better consult both these interests than by such a convention, because it is by that means we maintain society, which is so necessary to their well-being and subsistence, as well as to our own. This convention is not of the nature of a promise, for even promises themselves, as we shall see afterwards, arise from human conventions. It is only a general sense of common interest, which sense all the members of the society express to one another, and which induces them to regulate their conduct by certain rules. I observe that it will be for my interest to leave another in the possession of his goods, provided he will act in the same manner with regard to me. He is sensible of a like interest in the regulation of his conduct, when this common sense of interest is mutually expressed and is known to both. It produces a suitable resolution and behavior, and this may properly enough be called a convention or agreement betwixt us, though without the interposition of a promise, since the actions of each of us have a reference to those of the other, and are performed upon the supposition that something is to be performed on the other part. Two men who pull the oars of a boat do it by an agreement or convention, though they have never given promises to each other. Nor is the rule concerning the stability of possession the less derived from human conventions, that it arises gradually and acquires force by a slow progression, and by our repeated experience of the inconveniences of transgressing it. On the contrary, this experience assures us still more that the sense of interest has become common to all our fellows, and gives us a confidence of the future regularity of their conduct. And 'tis only on the expectation of this that our moderation and abstinence are founded. In like manner are languages gradually established by human conventions without any promise. In like manner do gold and silver become the common measures of exchange, and are esteemed sufficient payment for what is of 100 times their value. After this convention concerning abstinence from the possessions of others is entered into, and every one has acquired a stability in his possessions, there immediately arise the ideas of justice and injustice, as also those of property, right, and obligation. The latter are altogether unintelligible without first understanding the former. Our property is nothing but those goods whose constant possession is established by the laws of society, that is, by the laws of justice. Those, therefore, who make use of the words property or right or obligation, before they have explained the origin of justice, or even make use of them in that explication, are guilty of a very gross fallacy, and can never reason upon any solid foundation. A man's property is some object related to him. This relation is not natural, but moral, and founded on justice. 'Tis very preposterous, therefore, to imagine that we can have any idea of property without fully comprehending the nature of justice, and showing its origin in the artifice and contrivance of men. The origin of justice explains that of property. The same artifice gives rise to both. As our first and most natural sentiment of morals is founded on the nature of our passions, and gives the preference to ourselves and friends above strangers, 'tis impossible there can be naturally any such thing as a fixed right or property, while the opposite passions of men impel them in contrary directions, and are not restrained by any convention or agreement. No one can doubt that the convention for the distinction of property, and for the stability of possession, is of all circumstances the most necessary to the establishment of human society, and that after the agreement for the fixing and observing of this rule, there remains little or nothing to be done towards settling a perfect harmony and concord. All the other passions beside this of interest are either easily restrained, or are not of such pernicious consequence when indulged. Vanity is rather to be esteemed a social passion, and a bond of union among men. Pity and love are to be considered in the same light. And as to envy and revenge, though pernicious, they operate only by intervals, and are directed against particular persons whom we consider as our superiors or enemies. This avidity alone, of acquiring goods and possessions for ourselves and our nearest friends, is insatiable, perpetual, universal, and directly destructive of society. There scarce is anyone who is not actuated by it, and there is no one who has not reason to fear from it, when it acts without any restraint, and gives way to its first and most natural movements. So that upon the whole we are to esteem the difficulties in the establishment of society to be greater or less, according to those we encounter in regulating and restraining this passion. 'Tis certain that no affection of the human mind has both a sufficient force and a proper direction to counterbalance the love of gain, and render men fit members of society by making them abstain from the possessions of others. Benevolence to strangers is too weak for this purpose, and as to the other passions, they rather inflame this avidity, when we observe that the larger our possessions are, the more ability we have of gratifying all our appetites. There is no passion, therefore, capable of controlling the interested affection, but the very affection itself, by an alteration of its direction. Now this alteration must necessarily take place upon the least reflection, since 'tis evident that the passion is much better satisfied by its restraint than by its liberty, and that in preserving society we make much greater advances in the acquiring possessions than in the solitary and forlorn condition which must follow upon violence and a universal license. The question, therefore, concerning the wickedness or goodness of human nature enters not in the least into that other question concerning the origin of society, nor is there anything to be considered but the degrees of men's sagacity or folly. For whether the passion of self-interest be esteemed vicious or virtuous, 'tis all a case, since itself alone restrains it. So that if it be virtuous, men become social by their virtue; if vicious, their vice has the same effect. Now, as 'tis by establishing the rule for the stability of possession, that this passion restrains itself, if that rule be very abstruse, and of difficult invention, society must be esteemed in a manner accidental, and the effect of many ages. But if it be found that nothing can be more simple and obvious than that rule, that every parent, in order to preserve peace among his children, must establish it, and that these first rudiments of justice must every day be improved as the society enlarges; if all this appear evident, as it certainly must, we may conclude that 'tis utterly impossible for men to remain any considerable time in that savage condition which precedes society, but that his very first state and situation may justly be esteemed social. This, however, hinders not but that philosophers may, if they please, extend their reasoning to the supposed state of nature, provided they allow it to be a mere philosophical fiction, which never had and never could have any reality. Human nature being composed of two principal parts which are requisite in all its actions, the affections and understandings, 'tis certain that the blind motions of the former, without the direction of the latter, incapacitate men for society, and it may be allowed to consider separately the effects that result from the separate operations of these two component parts of the mind. The same liberty may be permitted to moral which is allowed to natural philosophers, and 'tis very usual with the latter to consider any motion as compounded and consisting of two parts separate from each other, though at the same time they acknowledge it to be in itself uncompounded and inseparable. This state of nature, therefore, is to be regarded as a mere fiction, not unlike that of the Golden Age, which poets have invented, only with this difference, that the former is described as full of war, violence, and injustice, whereas the latter is painted out to us as the most charming and most peaceable condition that can possibly be imagined. The seasons in that first age of nature were so temperate, if we may believe the poets, that there was no necessity for men to provide themselves with clothes and houses as a security against the violence of heat and cold. The rivers flowed with wine and milk, the oaks yielded honey, and nature spontaneously produced her greatest delicacies. Nor were these the chief advantages of the happy age. The storms and tempests were not alone removed from nature, but those more furious tempests were unknown to human breasts, which now cause such uproar and engender such confusion. Avarice, ambition, cruelty, selfishness were never heard of. Cordial affection, compassion, sympathy, were the only movements with which the human mind was yet acquainted. Even the distinction of mine and thine was banished from that happy race of mortals, and carried with them the very notions of property and obligation, justice and injustice. This no doubt is to be regarded as an idle fiction, but yet deserves our attention because nothing can more evidently show the origin of those virtues, which are the subject of our present inquiry. I have already observed that justice takes its rise from human conventions, and that these are intended as a remedy to some inconveniences which proceed from the concurrence of certain qualities of the human mind with the situation of external objects. The qualities of the mind are selfishness and limited generosity, and the situation of external objects is their easy change joined to their scarcity in comparison of the wants and desires of men. But however philosophers may have been bewildered in those speculations, poets have been guided more infallibly by a certain taste or common instinct, which in most kinds of reasoning goes farther than any of that art and philosophy with which we have been yet acquainted. They easily perceived, if every man had a tender regard for another, or if nature supplied abundantly all our wants and desires, that the jealousy of interest which justice supposes could no longer have place, nor would there be any occasion for those distinctions and limits of property and possession which at present are in use among mankind. Increase to a sufficient degree the benevolence of men, or the bounty of nature, and you render justice useless by supplying its place with much nobler virtues and more valuable blessings. The selfishness of men is animated by the few possessions we have, in proportion to our wants, and 'tis to restrain this selfishness that men have been obliged to separate themselves from the community, and to distinguish betwixt their own goods and those of others. Nor need we have recourse to the fictions of poets to learn this, but beside the reason of the thing may discover the same truth by common experience and observation. 'Tis easy to remark that a cordial affection renders all things common among friends, and that married people in particular mutually lose their property, and are unacquainted with the mine and thine, which are so necessary and yet cause such disturbance in human society. The same effect arises from any alteration in the circumstances of mankind, as when there is such a plenty of anything as satisfies all the desires of men, in which case the distinction of property is entirely lost, and everything remains in common. This we may observe with regard to air and water, though the most valuable of all external objects, and may easily conclude that if men were supplied with everything in the same abundance, or if every one had the same affection and tender regard for every one as for himself, justice and injustice would be equally unknown among mankind. Here then is a proposition which I think may be regarded as certain, that 'tis only from selfishness and confined generosity of men, along with the scanty provision nature has made for his wants, that justice derives its origin. If we look backward, we shall find that this proposition bestows an additional force on some of those observations which we have already made on this subject. First, we may conclude from it that a regard to public interest or a strong extensive benevolence is not our first and original motive for the observation of the rules of justice, since 'tis allowed that if men were endowed with such a benevolence, these rules would never have been dreamt of. Secondly, we may conclude from the same principle that the sense of justice is not founded on reason, or on the discovery of certain connections and relations of ideas which are eternal, immutable, and universally obligatory. For since it is confessed that such an alteration as that above mentioned in the temper and circumstances of mankind would entirely alter our duties and obligations, 'tis necessary, upon the common system, that the sense of virtue is derived from reason, to show the change which this must produce in the relations and ideas. But 'tis evident that the only cause why extensive generosity of man, and the perfect abundance of everything would destroy the very idea of justice, is because they render it useless, and that on the other hand his confined benevolence and his necessitous condition give rise to that virtue only by making it requisite to the public interest, and to that of every individual. 'Twas therefore a concern of our own and the public interest which made us establish the laws of justice, and nothing can be more certain than that it is not any relation of ideas which gives us this concern, but our impressions and sentiments, without which everything in nature is perfectly indifferent to us, and can never in the least affect us. The sense of justice, therefore, is not founded on our ideas, but on our impressions. Thirdly, we may farther confirm the foregoing proposition that those impressions which give rise to this sense of justice are not natural to the mind of man, but arise from artifice and human conventions. For since any considerable alteration of temper and circumstances destroys equally justice and injustice, and since such an alteration has an effect only by changing our own and the public interest, it follows that the first establishment of the rules of justice depends on these different interests. But if men pursued the public interest naturally, and with a hearty affection, they would never have dreamed of restraining each other by these rules; and if they pursued their own interest without any precaution, they would run headlong into every kind of injustice and violence. These rules therefore are artificial, and seek their end in an oblique and indirect manner, nor is the interest which gives rise to them of a kind that could be pursued by the natural and inartificial passions of men. To make this more evident, consider that though the rules of justice are established merely by interest, their connection with interest is somewhat singular, and is different from what may be observed on other occasions. A single act of justice is frequently contrary to public interest, and were it to stand alone, without being followed by other acts, may, in itself, be very prejudicial to society. When a man of merit, of beneficent disposition, restores a great fortune to a miser, or a seditious bigot, he has acted justly and laudably, but the public is a real sufferer. Nor is every single act of justice considered apart more conducive to private interest than to public, and 'tis easily conceived how a man may impoverish himself by a single instance of integrity, and have reason to wish that with regard to that single act the laws of justice were for a moment suspended in the universe. But however single acts of justice may be contrary either to public or private interest, 'tis certain that the whole plan or scheme is highly conducive, or indeed absolutely requisite, both to the support of society and the well-being of every individual. 'Tis impossible to separate the good from the ill. Property must be stable, and must be fixed by general rules. Though in one instance the public be a sufferer, this momentary ill is amply compensated by the steady prosecution of the rule, and by the peace and order which it establishes in society. And even every individual person must find himself a gainer on balancing the account, since without justice society must immediately dissolve, and everyone must fall into that savage and solitary condition which is infinitely worse than the worst situation that can possibly be supposed in society. When therefore men have had experience enough to observe that whatever may be the consequence of any single act of justice performed by a single person, yet the whole system of actions concurred in by the whole society is infinitely advantageous to the whole, and to every part. It is not long before justice and property take place. Every member of society is sensible of this interest. Every one expresses this sense to his fellows along with the resolution he has taken of squaring his actions by it, on condition that others will do the same. No more is requisite to induce any one of them to perform an act of justice who has the first opportunity. This becomes an example to others, and thus justice establishes itself by a kind of convention or agreement, that is, by a sense of interest supposed to be common to all, and where every single act is performed in expectation that others are to perform the like. Without such a convention, no one would ever have dreamed that there was such a virtue as justice, or have been induced to conform his actions to it. Taking any single act, my justice may be pernicious in every respect, and 'tis only upon the supposition that others are to imitate my example, that I can be induced to embrace that virtue, since nothing but this combination can render justice advantageous, or afford me any motives to conform myself to its rules. We come now to the second question we proposed, why we annex the idea of virtue to justice and of vice to injustice. This question will not detain us long after the principles which we have already established. All we can say of it at present will be dispatched in a few words, and for farther satisfaction the reader must wait till we come to the third part of this book. The natural obligation to justice, interest, has been fully explained, but as to the moral obligation, or the sentiment of right and wrong, 'twill first be requisite to examine the natural virtues before we can give a full and satisfactory account of it. After men have found by experience that their selfishness and confined generosity, acting at their liberty, totally incapacitate them for society, and at the same time have observed that society is necessary to the satisfaction of those very passions, they are naturally induced to lay themselves under the restraint of such rules as may render their commerce more safe and commodious. To the imposition, then, and observance of these rules, both in general and in every particular instance, they are at first induced only by a regard to interest, and this motive on the first formation of society is sufficiently strong and forcible, but when society has become numerous and has increased to a tribe or nation, this interest is more remote, nor do men so readily perceive that disorder and confusion follow upon every breach of these rules, as in a more narrow and contracted society. But though in our own actions we may frequently lose sight of that interest which we have in maintaining order, and may follow a lesser and more present interest, we never fail to observe the prejudice we receive either mediately or immediately from the injustice of others, as not being in that case either blinded by passion or biased by any contrary temptation. Nay, when the injustice is so distant from us as no way to affect our interest, it still displeases us, because we consider it as prejudicial to human society, and pernicious to every one that approaches the person guilty of it. We partake of their uneasiness by sympathy, and as everything which gives uneasiness in human actions upon the general survey is called vice, and whatever produces satisfaction in the same manner is denominated virtue, this is the reason why the sense of moral good and evil follows upon justice and injustice, and though this sense in the present case be derived only from contemplating the actions of others, yet we fail not to extend it even to our own actions. The general rule reaches beyond those instances from which it arose, while at the same time we naturally sympathize with others in the sentiments they entertain of us. Thus self-interest is the original motive to the establishment of justice, but a sympathy with public interest is the source of the moral approbation which attends that virtue. Though this progress of the sentiments be natural and even necessary, 'tis certain that it is here forwarded by the artifice of politicians, who, in order to govern men more easily and preserve peace in human society, have endeavored to produce an esteem for justice and an abhorrence of injustice. This no doubt must have its effect, but nothing can be more evident than that the matter has been carried too far by certain writers on morals, who seem to have employed their utmost efforts to extirpate all sense of virtue from among mankind. Any artifice of politicians may assist nature in the producing of those sentiments which she suggests to us, and may even on some occasions produce alone an approbation or esteem for any particular action, but 'tis impossible it should be the sole cause of the distinction we make betwixt vice and virtue. For if nature did not aid us in this particular, 'twould be in vain for politicians to talk of honorable or dishonorable, praiseworthy or blamable. These words would be perfectly unintelligible, and would no more have any idea annexed to them, than if they were of a tongue perfectly unknown to us. The utmost politicians can perform is to extend the natural sentiments beyond their original bounds, but still nature must furnish the materials and give us some notion of moral distinctions. As public praise and blame increase our esteem for justice, so private education and instruction contribute to the same effect. For as parents easily observe that a man is more useful both to himself and others the greater degree of probity and honor he is endowed with, and that those principles have greater force when custom and education assist interest and reflection, for these reasons they are induced to inculcate on their children, from their earliest infancy, the principles of probity, and teach them to regard the observance of those rules by which society is maintained as worthy and honorable, and their violation as base and infamous. By this means the sentiments of honor may take root in their tender minds, and acquire such firmness and solidity that they may fall little short of those principles, which are the most essential to our natures, and the most deeply radicated in our internal constitution. What farther contributes to increase their solidity is the interest of our reputation after the opinion, that a merit or demerit attends justice or injustice, is once firmly established among mankind. There is nothing which touches us more nearly than our reputation, and nothing on which our reputation more depends than our conduct with relation to the property of others. For this reason every one who has any regard to his character, or who intends to live on good terms with mankind, must fix an inviolable law to himself, never by any temptation to be induced to violate those principles which are essential to a man of probity and honor. I shall make only one observation before I leave this subject, that though I assert that in the state of nature, or that imaginary state which preceded society, there be neither justice nor injustice, yet I assert not that it was allowable, in such a state, to violate the property of others. I only maintain that there was no such thing as property, and consequently could be no such thing as justice or injustice. I shall have occasion to make a similar reflection with regard to promises, when I come to treat of them, and I hope this reflection, when duly weighed, will suffice to remove all odium from the foregoing opinions with regard to justice and injustice. Section 3. Of the rules which determine property. Though the establishment of the rule concerning the stability of possession be not only useful, but even absolutely necessary to human society, it can never serve to any purpose. While it remains in such general terms, some method must be shown by which we may distinguish what particular goods are to be assigned to each particular person, while the rest of mankind are excluded from their possession and enjoyment. Our next business, then, must be to discover the reasons which modify this general rule, and fit it to the common use and practice of the world. 'Tis obvious that those reasons are not derived from any utility or advantage which either the particular person or the public may reap from his enjoyment of any particular goods, beyond what would result from the possession of them by any other person. 'Twere better, no doubt, that every one were possessed of what is most suitable to him and proper for his use, but besides that this relation of fitness may be common to several at once, 'tis liable to so many controversies, that men are so partial and passionate in judging of these controversies, that such a loose and uncertain rule would be absolutely incompatible with the peace of human society. The convention concerning the stability of possession is entered into, in order to cut off all occasions of discord and contention, and this end would never be attained were we allowed to apply this rule differently in every particular case, according to every particular utility which might be discovered in such an application. Justice in her decisions never regards the fitness or unfitness of objects to particular persons, but conducts herself by more extensive views. Whether a man be generous or a miser, he is equally well received by her, and obtains with the same facility a decision in his favor, even for what is entirely useless to him. It follows, therefore, that the general rule that possession must be stable is not applied by particular judgments, but by other general rules, which must extend to the whole society, and be inflexible either by spite or favor. To illustrate this I propose the following instance. I first consider men in their savage and solitary condition, and suppose that being sensible of the misery of that state, and foreseeing the advantages that would result from society, they seek each other's company, and make an offer of mutual protection and assistance. I also suppose that they are endowed with such sagacity as immediately to perceive that the chief impediment to this project of society and partnership lies in the avidity and selfishness of their natural temper, to remedy which they enter into a convention for the stability of possession, and for mutual restraint and forbearance. I am sensible that this method of proceeding is not altogether natural, but besides that I here only suppose the reflections to be formed at once, which in fact arise insensibly and by degrees. Besides this, I say, 'tis very possible that several persons, being by different accidents separated from the societies to which they formerly belonged, may be obliged to form a new society among themselves, in which case they are entirely in the situation above mentioned. 'Tis evident then that their first difficulty in this situation, after the general convention for the establishment of society, and for the constancy of possession, is how to separate their possessions and assign to each his particular portion, which he must for the future inalterably enjoy. This difficulty will not detain them long, but it must immediately occur to them as the most natural expedient, that every one continue to enjoy what he is at present master of, and that property or constant possession be conjoined to the immediate possession. Such is the effect of custom, that it not only reconciles us to anything we have long enjoyed, but even gives us an affection for it, and makes us prefer it to other objects, which may be more valuable but are less known to us. What has long lain under our eye, and has often been employed to our advantage, that we are always the most unwilling to part with, but can easily live without possessions, which we never have enjoyed and are not accustomed to. 'Tis evident, therefore, that men would easily acquiesce in this expedient, that every one continue to enjoy what he is at present possessed of, and this is the reason why they would so naturally agree in preferring it. But we may observe that though the rule of the assignment of property to the present possessor be natural, and by that means useful, yet its utility extends not beyond the first formation of society, nor would anything be more pernicious than the constant observance of it, by which restitution would be excluded, and every injustice would be authorized and rewarded. We must therefore seek for some other circumstance that may give rise to property after society is once established, and of this kind I find four most considerable: occupation, prescription, ascension, and succession. We shall briefly examine each of these, beginning with occupation. The possession of all external goods is changeable and uncertain, which is one of the most considerable impediments to the establishment of society, and is the reason why, by universal agreement, express or tacit, men restrain themselves by what we now call the rules of justice and equity. The misery of the condition which precedes this restraint is the cause why we submit to that remedy as quickly as possible, and this affords us an easy reason why we annex the idea of property to the first possession or to occupation. Men are unwilling to leave property in suspense, even for the shortest time, or open the least door to violence and disorder. To which we may add that the first possession always engages the attention most, and did we neglect it, there would be no color of reason for assigning property to any succeeding possession. There remains nothing but to determine exactly what is meant by possession, and this is not so easy as may at first sight be imagined. We are said to be in possession of anything, not only when we immediately touch it, but also when we are so situated with respect to it, as to have it in our power to use it, and may move, alter, or destroy it, according to our present pleasure or advantage. This relation, then, is a species of cause and effect, and as property is nothing but a stable possession, derived from the rules of justice, or the conventions of men, 'tis to be considered as the same species of relation. But here we may observe, that as the power of using any object becomes more or less certain, according as the interruptions we may meet with are more or less probable, and as this probability may increase by insensible degrees, 'tis in many cases impossible to determine when possession begins or ends, nor is there any certain standard by which we can decide such controversies. A wild boar that falls into our snares is deemed to be in our possession, if it be impossible for him to escape. But what do we mean by impossible? How do we separate this impossibility from an improbability? And how to distinguish that from a probability? Mark the precise limits of the one and the other, and show the standard by which we may decide all disputes that may arise, and as we find by experience frequently do arise upon this subject. But such disputes may not only arise concerning the real existence of property and possession, but also concerning their extent, and these disputes are often susceptible of no decision, or can be decided by no other faculty than the imagination. A person who lands on the shore of a small island that is desert and uncultivated is deemed its possessor from the very first moment, and acquires the property of the whole, because the object is there bounded and circumscribed in the fancy, and at the same time is proportioned to the new possessor. The same person landing on a desert island, as large as Great Britain, extends his property no farther than his immediate possession, though a numerous colony are esteemed the proprietors of the whole from the instant of their debarkment. But it often happens that the title of first possession becomes obscure through time, and that 'tis impossible to determine many controversies which may arise concerning it. In that case long possession or prescription naturally takes place, and gives a person a sufficient property in anything he enjoys. The nature of human society admits not of any great accuracy, nor can we always remounte to the first origin of things, in order to determine their present condition. Any considerable space of time sets objects at such a distance that they seem in a manner to lose their reality, and have as little influence on the mind as if they never had been in being. A man's title that is clear and certain at present will seem obscure and doubtful 50 years hence, even though the facts on which it is founded should be proved with the greatest evidence and certainty. The same facts have not the same influence after so long an interval of time, and this may be received as a convincing argument for our preceding doctrine with regard to property and justice. Possession during a long tract of time conveys a title to any object, but as 'tis certain that however everything be produced in time, there is nothing real that is produced by time, it follows that property being produced by time is not anything real in the objects, but is the offspring of the sentiments on which alone time is found to have any influence. We acquire the property of objects by ascension, when they are connected in an intimate manner with objects that are already our property, and at the same time are inferior to them. Thus the fruits of our garden, the offspring of our cattle, and the work of our slaves, are all of them esteemed our property, even before possession. Where objects are connected together in the imagination, they are apt to be put on the same footing, and are commonly supposed to be endowed with the same qualities. We readily pass from one to the other, and make no difference in our judgments concerning them. especially if the latter be inferior to the former. The right of succession is a very natural one, from the presumed consent of the parent or near relation, and from the general interest of mankind which requires that men's possession should pass to those who are dearest to them, in order to render them more industrious and frugal. Perhaps these causes are seconded by the influence of relation, or the association of ideas by which we are naturally directed to consider the son after the parent's decease, and ascribe to him a title to his father's possessions. Those goods must become the property of somebody, but of whom is the question. Here it is evident the person's children naturally present themselves to the mind, and being already connected to those possessions by means of their deceased parent, we are apt to connect them still farther by the relation of property. Of this there are many parallel instances. Section 4. Of the transference of property by consent. However useful or even necessary the stability of possession may be to human society, 'tis attended with very considerable inconveniences. The relation of fitness or suitableness ought never to enter into consideration in distributing the properties of mankind, but we must govern ourselves by rules which are more general in their application and more free from doubt and uncertainty. Of this kind is present possession upon the first establishment of society, and afterwards occupation, prescription, ascension, and succession. As these depend very much on chance, they must frequently prove contradictory both to men's wants and desires, and persons and possessions must often be very ill adjusted. This is a grand inconvenience which calls for a remedy. To apply one directly, and allow every man to seize by violence what he judges to be fit for him, would destroy society, and therefore the rules of justice seek some medium betwixt a rigid stability and this changeable and uncertain adjustment. But there is no medium better than that obvious one, that possession and property should always be stable, except when the proprietor consents to bestow them on some other person. This rule can have no ill consequence in occasioning wars and dissensions, since the proprietor's consent, who alone is concerned, is taken along in the alienation, and it may serve to many good purposes in adjusting property to persons. Different parts of the earth produce different commodities, and not only so, but different men both are by nature fitted for different employments, and attain to greater perfection in any one, when they confine themselves to it alone. All this requires a mutual exchange and commerce, for which reason the translation of property by consent is founded on a law of nature, as well as its stability without such a consent. So far is determined by a plain utility and interest, but perhaps 'tis from more trivial reasons that delivery or sensible transference of the object is commonly required by civil laws, and also by the laws of nature, according to most authors, as a requisite circumstance in the translation of property. The property of an object, when taken for something real without any reference to morality, or the sentiments of the mind, is a quality perfectly insensible and even inconceivable, nor can we form any distinct notion either of its stability or translation. This imperfection of our ideas is less sensibly felt with regard to its stability, as it engages less our attention, and is easily passed over by the mind, without any scrupulous examination. But as the translation of property from one person to another is a more remarkable event, the defect of our ideas becomes more sensible on that occasion, and obliges us to turn ourselves on every side in search of some remedy. Now as nothing more enlivens any idea than a present impression, and a relation betwixt that impression and the idea, 'tis natural for us to seek some false light from this quarter. In order to aid the imagination in conceiving the transference of property, we take the sensible object, and actually transfer its possession to the person on whom we would bestow the property. The supposed resemblance of the actions, and the presence of this sensible delivery, deceive the mind, and make it fancy that it conceives the mysterious transition of the property. And that this explication of the matter is just, appears hence that men have invented a symbolic delivery to satisfy the fancy, where the real one is impracticable. Thus the giving the keys of a granary is understood to be the delivery of the corn contained in it. The giving of stone and earth represents the delivery of a manor. This is a kind of superstitious practice in civil laws, and in the laws of nature, resembling the Roman Catholic superstitions in religion. As the Roman Catholics represent the inconceivable mysteries of the Christian religion, and render them more present to the mind by a taper, or habit, or grimace, which is supposed to resemble them, so lawyers and moralists have run into like inventions for the same reason, and have endeavored by those means to satisfy themselves concerning the transference of property by consent. Section 5. Of the obligation of promises. That the rule of morality which enjoins the performance of promises is not natural will sufficiently appear from these two propositions, which I proceed to prove: that a promise would not be intelligible before human conventions had established it, and that even if it were intelligible, it would not be attended with any moral obligation. I say first, that a promise is not intelligible naturally, nor antecedent to human conventions, and that a man unacquainted with society could never enter into any engagements with another, even though they could perceive each other's thoughts by intuition. If promises be natural and intelligible, there must be some act of the mind attending these words, I promise, and on this act of the mind must the obligation depend. Let us therefore run over all the faculties of the soul and see which of them is exerted in our promises. The act of the mind expressed by a promise is not a resolution to perform anything, for that alone never imposes any obligation, nor is it a desire of such a performance, for we may bind ourselves without such a desire, or even with an aversion, declared and avowed. Neither is it the willing of that action which we promise to perform, for a promise always regards some future time, and the will has an influence only on present actions. It follows, therefore, that since the act of the mind which enters into a promise and produces its obligation is neither the resolving, desiring, nor willing any particular performance, it must necessarily be the willing of that obligation which arises from the promise. Nor is this only a conclusion of philosophy, but is entirely conformable to our common ways of thinking and of expressing ourselves, when we say that we are bound by our own consent, and that the obligation arises from our mere will and pleasure. The only question, then, is whether there will be not a manifest absurdity in supposing this act of the mind, and such an absurdity as no man could fall into, whose ideas are not confounded with prejudice and that fallacious use of language. All morality depends upon our sentiments, and when any action or quality of the mind pleases us after a certain manner, we say it is virtuous, and when the neglect or non-performance of it displeases us after a like manner, we say that we lie under an obligation to perform it. A change of the obligation supposes a change of the sentiment, and a creation of a new obligation supposes some new sentiment to arise. But 'tis certain we can naturally no more change our own sentiments than the motions of the heavens, nor by a single act of our will, that is, by a promise, render any action agreeable or disagreeable, moral or immoral, which without that act would have produced contrary impressions, or would have been endowed with different qualities. It would be absurd, therefore, to will any new obligation, that is, any new sentiment of pain or pleasure, nor is it possible that men could naturally fall into so gross an absurdity. A promise, therefore, is naturally something altogether unintelligible, nor is there any act of the mind belonging to it. But secondly, if there was any act of the mind belonging to it, it could not naturally produce any obligation. This appears evidently from the foregoing reasoning. A promise creates a new obligation. A new obligation supposes new sentiments to arise. The will never creates new sentiments. There could not naturally, therefore, arise any obligation from a promise, even supposing the mind could fall into the absurdity of willing that obligation. The same truth may be proved still more evidently by that reasoning, which prove justice in general to be an artificial virtue. No action can be required of us as our duty, unless there be implanted in human nature some actuating passion or motive, capable of producing the action. This motive cannot be the sense of duty. A sense of duty supposes an antecedent obligation, and where an action is not required by any natural passion, it cannot be required by any natural obligation, since it may be omitted without proving any defect or imperfection in the mind and temper, and consequently without any vice. Now it is evident we have no motive leading us to the performance of promises, distinct from a sense of duty. If we thought that promises had no moral obligation, we never should feel any inclination to observe them. This is not the case with the natural virtues. Though there was no obligation to relieve the miserable, our humanity would lead us to it, and when we omit that duty, the immorality of the omission arises from its being a proof that we want the natural sentiments of humanity. A father knows it to be his duty to take care of his children, but he has also a natural inclination to it, and if no human creature had that inclination, no one could lie under any such obligation. But as there is naturally no inclination to observe promises distinct from a sense of their obligation, it follows that fidelity is no natural virtue, and that promises have no force antecedent to human conventions. If any one dissent from this, he must give a regular proof of these two propositions, that there is a peculiar act of the mind annexed to promises, and that consequent to this act of the mind there arises an inclination to perform, distinct from a sense of duty. I presume that it is impossible to prove either of these two points, and therefore I venture to conclude that promises are human inventions, founded on the necessities and interests of society. In order to discover these necessities and interests, we must consider the same qualities of human nature, which we have already found to give rise to the preceding laws of society. Men being naturally selfish, or endowed only with a confined generosity, they are not easily induced to perform any action for the interest of strangers, except with a view to some reciprocal advantage which they had no hope of obtaining but by such a performance. Now as it frequently happens that these mutual performances cannot be finished at the same instant, 'tis necessary that one party be contented to remain in uncertainty, and depend upon the gratitude of the other for a return of kindness. But so much corruption is there among men, that generally speaking, this becomes but a slender security, and as the benefactor is here supposed to bestow his favors with a view to self-interest, this both takes off from the obligation, and sets an example of selfishness, which is the true mother of ingratitude. Were we therefore to follow the natural course of our passions and inclinations, we should perform but few actions for the advantage of others, from disinterested views, because we are naturally very limited in our kindness and affection, and we should perform as few of that kind, out of regard to interest, because we cannot depend upon their gratitude. Here then is the mutual commerce of good offices in a manner lost among mankind, and every one reduced to his own skill and industry for his well-being and subsistence. The invention of the law of nature concerning the stability of possession has already rendered men tolerable to each other. That of the transference of property and possession by consent has begun to render them mutually advantageous, but still these laws of nature, however strictly observed, are not sufficient to render them so serviceable to each other, as by nature they are fitted to become. Though possession be stable, men may often reap but small advantage from it, while they are possessed of a greater quantity of any species of goods than they have occasion for, and at the same time suffer by the wants of others. The transference of property, which is the proper remedy for this inconvenience, cannot remedy it entirely, because it can only take place with regard to such objects as are present and individual, but not to such as are absent or general. One cannot transfer the property of a particular house 20 leagues distant because the consent cannot be attended with delivery, which is a requisite circumstance. Neither can one transfer the property of 10 bushels of corn, or 5 hogsheads of wine, by the mere expression and consent, because these are only general terms, and have no direct relation to any particular heap of corn, or barrels of wine. Besides, the commerce of mankind is not confined to the barter of commodities, but may extend to services and actions, which we may exchange to our mutual interest and advantage. Your corn is ripe today, mine will be so tomorrow. 'Tis profitable for us both that I should labor with you today, and that you should aid me tomorrow. I have no kindness for you, and know you have as little for me. I will not, therefore, take any pains upon your account, and should I labor with you upon my own account, in expectation of a return, I know I should be disappointed, and that I should in vain depend upon your gratitude. Here then I leave you to labor alone. You treat me in the same manner. The seasons change, and both of us lose our harvests for want of mutual confidence and security. All this is the effect of the natural and inherent principles and passions of human nature, and as these passions and principles are inalterable, it may be thought that our conduct which depends on them must be so too, and that would be in vain either for moralists or politicians to tamper with us, or attempt to change the usual course of our actions with a view to public interest. And indeed, did the success of their designs depend upon their success in correcting the selfishness and ingratitude of men, they would never make any progress unless aided by Omnipotence, which is alone able to new mold the human mind, and change its characters in such fundamental articles. All they can pretend to is to give a new direction to those natural passions, and teach us that we can better satisfy our appetites in an oblique and artificial manner, than by their headlong and impetuous motion. Hence I learn to do a service to another without bearing him any real kindness, because I foresee that he will return my service in expectation of another of the same kind, and in order to maintain the same correspondence of good offices with me or with others, and accordingly, after I have served him, and he is in possession of the advantage arising from my action, he is induced to perform his part, as foreseeing the consequences of his refusal. But though this self-interested commerce of men begins to take place, and to predominate in society, it has not entirely abolished the more generous and noble intercourse of friendship and good offices. I may still do services to such persons as I love, and am more particularly acquainted with, without any prospect of advantage, and they may make me a return in the same manner, without any view but that of recompensing my past services. In order therefore to distinguish those two different sorts of commerce, the interested and the disinterested, there is a certain form of words invented for the former, by which we bind ourselves to the performance of any action. This form of words constitutes what we may call a promise, which is the sanction of the interested commerce of mankind. When a man says he promises anything, he is in effect expressing a resolution of performing it, and along with that, by making use of this form of words, subjects himself to the penalty of never being trusted again in case of failure. A resolution is the natural act of the mind, which promises express, but were there no more than a resolution in the case, promises would only declare our former motives, and would not create any new motive or obligation. They are the conventions of men which create a new motive, when experience has taught us that human affairs would be conducted much more for mutual advantage were there certain symbols or signs instituted by which we might give each other security of our conduct in any particular incident. After these signs are instituted, whoever uses them is immediately bound by his interest to execute his engagements, and must never expect to be trusted any more, if he refuses to perform what he promised. Nor is that knowledge which is requisite to make mankind sensible of this interest in the institution and observance of promises to be esteemed superior to the capacity of human nature, however savage and uncultivated. There needs but a very little practice of the world to make us perceive all these consequences and advantages. The shortest experience of society discovers them to every mortal. And when each individual perceives the same sense of interest in all his fellows, he immediately performs his part of any contract, as being assured that they will not be wanting in theirs. All of them by concert enter into a scheme of actions calculated for common benefit, and agree to be true to their word. Nor is there anything requisite to form this concert or convention, but that every one have a sense of interest in the faithful fulfilling of engagements, and express that sense to other members of the society. This immediately causes that interest to operate upon them, and interest is the first obligation to the performance of promises. Afterwards a sentiment of morals concurs with interest and becomes a new obligation upon mankind. This sentiment of morality in the performance of promises arises from the same principles as that in the abstinence from the property of others. Public interest, education, and the artifices of politicians have the same effect in both cases. The difficulties that occur to us in supposing a moral obligation to attend promises we either surmount or elude. For instance, the expression of a resolution is not commonly supposed to be obligatory, and we cannot readily conceive how the making use of a certain form of words should be able to cause any material difference. Here therefore we feign a new act of the mind which we call the willing an obligation, and on this we suppose the morality to depend. But we have proved already that there is no such act of the mind, and consequently that promises impose no natural obligation. To confirm this we may subjoin some other reflections concerning that will, which is supposed to enter into a promise and to cause its obligation. 'Tis evident that the will alone is never supposed to cause the obligation, but must be expressed by words or signs, in order to impose a tie upon any man. The expression being once brought in as subservient to the will, soon becomes the principal part of the promise, nor will a man be less bound by his word, though he secretly give a different direction to his intention, and withhold himself both from a resolution and from willing an obligation. But though the expression makes on most occasions the whole of the promise, yet it does not always so, and one who should make use of any expression of which he knows not the meaning, and which he uses without any intention of binding himself, would not certainly be bound by it. Nay, though he knows its meaning, yet if he uses it in jest only, and with such signs as show evidently he has no serious intention of binding himself, he would not lie under any obligation of performance, but 'tis necessary that the words be a perfect expression of the will, without any contrary signs. Nay, even this we must not carry so far as to imagine that one, whom by our quickness of understanding we conjecture from certain signs to have an intention of deceiving us, is not bound by his expression or verbal promise, if we accept of it, but must limit this conclusion to those cases where the signs are of a different kind from those of deceit. All these contradictions are easily accounted for, if the obligation of promise be merely a human invention for the convenience of society, but will never be explained if it be something real and natural arising from any actions of the mind or body. I shall farther observe that since every new promise imposes a new obligation of morality on the person who promises, and since this new obligation arises from his will, 'tis one of the most mysterious and incomprehensible operations that can possibly be imagined, and may even be compared to transubstantiation or holy orders, where a certain form of words, along with a certain intention, changes entirely the nature of an external object, and even of a human creature. But though these mysteries be so far alike, 'tis very remarkable that they differ widely in other particulars, and that this difference may be regarded as a strong proof of the difference of their origins. As the obligation of promises is an invention for the interest of society, 'tis warped into as many different forms as that interest requires, and even runs into direct contradictions, rather than lose sight of its object. But as those other monstrous doctrines are merely priestly inventions and have no public interest in view, they are less disturbed in their progress by new obstacles, and it must be owned that, after the first absurdity, they follow more directly the current of reason and good sense. Theologians clearly perceived that the external form of words being mere sound require an intention to make them have any efficacy, and that this intention being once considered as a requisite circumstance, its absence must equally prevent the effect, whether avowed or concealed, whether sincere or deceitful. Accordingly they have calmly determined that the intention of the priest makes the sacrament, and that when he secretly withdraws his intention he is highly criminal in himself, but still destroys the baptism or communion, or holy orders. The terrible consequences of this doctrine were not able to hinder its taking place, as the inconvenience of a similar doctrine with regard to promises have prevented that doctrine from establishing itself. Men are always more concerned about the present life than the future, and are apt to think the smallest evil, which regards the former, more important than the greatest which regards the latter. We may draw the same conclusion concerning the origin of promises, from the force which is supposed to invalidate all contracts and to free us from their obligation. Such a principle is a proof that promises have no natural obligation, and are mere artificial contrivances for the convenience and advantage of society. If we consider aright of the matter, force is not essentially different from any other motive of hope or fear, which may induce us to engage our word and lay ourselves under any obligation. A man dangerously wounded who promises a competent sum to a surgeon to cure him would certainly be bound to performance, though the case be not so much different from that one who promises a sum to a robber as to produce so great a difference in our sentiments of morality, if these sentiments were not built entirely on public interest and convenience. Section 6. Some farther reflections concerning justice and injustice. We have now run over the three fundamental laws of nature, that of the stability of possession, of its transference by consent, and of the performance of promises. 'Tis on the strict observance of those three laws that the peace and security of human society entirely depend, nor is there any possibility of establishing a good correspondence among men, where these are neglected. Society is absolutely necessary for the well-being of men, and these are as necessary to the support of society. Whatever restraint they may impose on the passions of men, they are the real offspring of those passions, and are only a more artful and more refined way of satisfying them. Nothing is more vigilant and inventive than our passions, and nothing is more obvious than the convention for the observance of these rules. Nature has, therefore, trusted this affair entirely to the conduct of men, and has not placed in the mind any peculiar original principles to determine us to a set of actions into which the other principles of our frame and constitution were sufficient to lead us. And to convince us the more fully of this truth, we may here stop a moment, and from a review of the preceding reasonings may draw some new arguments to prove that those laws, however necessary, are entirely artificial, and of human invention, and consequently that justice is an artificial and not a natural virtue. 1. The first argument I shall make use of is derived from the vulgar definition of justice. Justice is commonly defined to be a constant and perpetual will of giving every one his due. In this definition 'tis supposed that there are such things as right and property, independent of justice and antecedent to it, and that they would have subsisted, though men have never dreamt of practising such a virtue. I have already observed in a cursory manner the fallacy of this opinion, and shall here continue to open up a little more distinctly my sentiments on that subject. I shall begin with observing that this quality, which we call property, is like many of the imaginary qualities of the peripatetic philosophy, and vanishes upon a more accurate inspection into the subject, when considered apart from our moral sentiments. 'Tis evident property does not consist in any of the sensible qualities of the object, for these may continue invariably the same, while the property changes. Property therefore must consist in some relation of the object, but 'tis not in its relation with regard to other external and inanimate objects. For these may also continue invariably the same, while the property changes. This quality therefore consists in the relations of objects to intelligent and rational beings, but 'tis not the external and corporeal relation which forms the essence of property, for that relation may be the same betwixt inanimate objects, or with regard to brute creatures, though in those cases it forms no property. 'Tis therefore in some internal relation that the property consists, that is, in some influence which the external relations of the object have on the mind and actions. Thus the external relation which we call occupation or first possession is not of itself imagined to be the property of the object, but only to cause its property. Now 'tis evident this external relation causes nothing in external objects, and has only an influence on the mind by giving us a sense of duty in abstaining from that object, and in restoring it to the first possessor. These actions are properly what we call justice, and consequently 'tis on that virtue that the nature of property depends, and not the virtue on the property. If any one therefore would assert that justice is a natural virtue, and injustice a natural vice, he must assert that abstracting from the notions of property, and right, and obligation, a certain conduct and train of actions in certain external relations of objects has naturally a moral beauty or deformity, and causes an original pleasure or uneasiness. Thus the restoring a man's goods to him is considered as virtuous, not because nature has annexed a certain sentiment of pleasure to such a conduct, with regard to the property of others, but because she has annexed that sentiment to such a conduct with regard to those external objects, of which others have had the first or long possession, or which they have received by the consent of those who have had the first or long possession. If nature has given us no such sentiment, there is not, naturally, nor antecedent to human conventions any such thing as property. Now though it seems sufficiently evident, in this dry and accurate consideration of the present subject, that nature has annexed no pleasure or sentiment of approbation to such a conduct, yet that I may leave as little room for doubt as possible, I shall subjoin a few more arguments to confirm my opinion. First, if nature had given us a pleasure of this kind, it would have been as evident and discernible as on every other occasion, nor should we have found any difficulty to perceive that the consideration of such actions in such a situation gives a certain pleasure and sentiment of approbation. We should not have been obliged to have recourse to notions of property in the definition of justice, and at the same time make use of the notions of justice in the definition of property. This deceitful method of reasoning is a plain proof that there are contained in the subject some obscurities and difficulties which we are not able to surmount, and which we desire to evade by this artifice. Secondly, those rules by which properties, rights, and obligations are determined have in them no marks of natural origin, but many of artifice and contrivance. They are too numerous to have proceeded from nature, they are changeable by human laws, and have all of them a direct and evident tendency to public good, and the support of civil society. This last circumstance is remarkable upon two accounts. First, because though the cause of the establishment of these laws had been a regard for the public good, as much as the public good is their natural tendency, they would still have been artificial, as being purposely contrived and directed to a certain end. Secondly, because if men had been endowed with such a strong regard for public good, they would never have restrained themselves by these rules, so that the laws of justice arise from natural principles in a manner still more oblique and artificial. 'Tis self-love which is their real origin, and as the self-love of one person is naturally contrary to that of another, these several interested passions are obliged to adjust themselves after such a manner as to concur in some system of conduct and behavior. This system therefore, comprehending the interest of each individual, is of course advantageous to the public, though it be not intended for that purpose by the inventors. 2. In the second place we may observe that all kinds of vice and virtue run insensibly into each other, and may approach by such imperceptible degrees as will make it very difficult, if not absolutely impossible, to determine when the one ends and the other begins, and from this observation we may derive a new argument for the foregoing principle. For whatever may be the case with regard to all kinds of vice and virtue, 'tis certain that rights and obligations and property admit of no such insensible gradation, but that a man either has a full and perfect property or none at all, and is either entirely obliged to perform any action, or lies under no manner of obligation, however civil laws may talk of a perfect dominion, and of an imperfect. 'Tis easy to observe that this arises from a fiction which has no foundation in reason, and can never enter into our notions of natural justice and equity. A man that hires a horse, though but for a day, has as full a right to make use of it for that time, as he whom we call its proprietor has to make use of it any other day, and 'tis evident that however the use may be bounded in time or degrees, the right itself is not susceptible of any such gradation, but is absolute and entire, so far as it extends. Accordingly we may observe that this right both arises and perishes in an instant, and that a man entirely acquires the property of any object by occupation, or the consent of the proprietor, and loses it by his own consent, without any of that insensible gradation, which is remarkable in other qualities and relations. Since therefore this is the case with regard to property, and rights and obligations, I ask how it stands with regard to justice and injustice. After whatever manner you answer this question, you run into inextricable difficulties. If you reply that justice and injustice admit of degree, and run insensibly into each other, you expressly contradict the foregoing position that obligation and property are not susceptible of such a gradation. These depend entirely upon justice and injustice, and follow them in all their variations. Where the justice is entire, the property is also entire. Where the justice is imperfect, the property must also be imperfect, and vice versa. If the property admit of no such variations, they must also be incompatible with justice. If you assent therefore to this last proposition, and assert that justice and injustice are not susceptible of degrees, you in effect assert that they are not naturally either vicious or virtuous, since vice and virtue, moral good and evil, and indeed all natural qualities, run insensibly into each other, and are on many occasions undistinguishable. And here it may be worth while to observe that though abstract reasoning, and the general maxims of philosophy and law establish this position, that property and right and obligation admit not of degrees, yet in our common and negligent way of thinking we find great difficulty to entertain that opinion, and do even secretly embrace the contrary principle. An object must either be in the possession of one person or another. An action must either be performed or not. The necessity there is of choosing one side in these dilemmas, and the impossibility there often is of finding any just medium, oblige us, when we reflect on the matter, to acknowledge that all property and obligations are entire. But on the other hand, when we consider the origin of property and obligation, and find that they depend on public utility, and sometimes on the propensities of the imagination, which are seldom entire on any side, we are naturally inclined to imagine that these moral relations admit of an insensible gradation. Hence it is that in references where the consent of the parties leave the referees entire masters on the subject, they commonly discover so much equity and justice on both sides, as induces them to strike a medium, and divide the difference betwixt the parties. Civil judges who have not this liberty, but are obliged to give a decisive sentence on some one side, are often at a loss how to determine, and are necessitated to proceed on the most frivolous reasons in the world. Half rights and obligations which seem so natural in common life are perfect absurdities in their tribunal, for which reason they are often obliged to take half arguments for whole ones, in order to terminate the affair one way or other. 3. The third argument of this kind I shall make use of may be explained thus. If we consider the ordinary course of human actions, we shall find that the mind restrains not itself by any general or universal rules, but acts on most occasions as it is determined by its present motives and inclination. As each action is a particular individual event, it must proceed from particular principles, and form our immediate situation within ourselves, and with respect to the rest of the universe. If on some occasions we extend our motives beyond those very circumstances which gave rise to them, and form something like general rules for our conduct, 'tis easy to observe that these rules are not perfectly inflexible, but allow of many exceptions. Since therefore this is the ordinary course of human actions, we may conclude that the laws of justice, being universal and perfectly inflexible, can never be derived from nature, nor be the immediate offspring of any natural motive or inclination. No action can be either morally good or evil, unless there be some natural passion or motive to impel us to it, or deter us from it, and 'tis evident that the morality must be susceptible of all the same variations which are natural to the passion. Here are two persons who dispute for an estate, of whom one is rich, a fool, and a bachelor; the other poor, a man of sense, and has a numerous family. The first is my enemy, the second my friend. Whether I be actuated in this affair by a view to public or private interest, by friendship or enmity, I must be induced to do my utmost to procure the estate to the latter. Nor would any consideration of the right and property of the persons be able to restrain me, were I actuated only by natural motives, without any combination or convention with others. For as all property depends on morality, and as all morality depends on the ordinary course of our passions and actions, and as these again are only directed by particular motives, 'tis evident such a partial conduct must be suitable to the strictest morality, and could never be a violation of property. Were men, therefore, to take the liberty of acting with regard to the laws of society, as they do in every other affair, they would conduct themselves, on most occasions, by particular judgments, and would take into consideration the characters and circumstances of the persons, as well as the general nature of the question. But 'tis easy to observe that this would produce an infinite confusion in human society, and that the avidity and partiality of men would quickly bring disorder into the world, if not restrained by some general and inflexible principles. 'Twas therefore with a view to this inconvenience that men have established those principles, and have agreed to restrain themselves by general rules, which are unchangeable by spite and favor, and by particular views of private or public interest. These rules then are artificially invented for a certain purpose, and are contrary to the common principles of human nature, which accommodate themselves to circumstances, and have no stated invariable method of operation. Nor do I perceive how I can easily be mistaken in this matter. I see evidently that when any man imposes on himself general inflexible rules in his conduct with others, he considers certain objects as their property, which he supposes to be sacred and inviolable. But no proposition can be more evident than that property is perfectly unintelligible without first supposing justice and injustice, and that these virtues and vices are as unintelligible, unless we have motives, independent of the morality, to impel us to just actions, and deter us from unjust ones. Let those motives, therefore, be what they will, they must accommodate themselves to circumstances, and must admit of all the variations which human affairs, in their incessant revolutions, are susceptible of. They are consequently a very improper foundation for such rigid inflexible rules as the laws of justice, and 'tis evident these laws can only be derived from human conventions when men have perceived the disorders that result from following their natural and variable principles. Upon the whole, then, we are to consider this distinction betwixt justice and injustice as having two different foundations, that of interest, when men observe that 'tis impossible to live in society without restraining themselves by certain rules, and that of morality, when this interest is once observed, and men receive a pleasure from the view of such actions as tend to the peace of society, and an uneasiness from such as are contrary to it. 'Tis the voluntary convention and artifice of men which makes the first interest take place, and therefore those laws of justice are so far to be considered as artificial. After that interest is once established and acknowledged, the sense of morality in the observance of these rules follows naturally and of itself, though 'tis certain that it is also augmented by a new artifice, and that the public instructions of politicians and the private education of parents contribute to the giving us a sense of honor and duty in the strict regulation of our actions with regard to the properties of others. Section 7. Of the Origin of Government. Nothing is more certain than that men are, in a great measure, governed by interest, and that even when they extend their concern beyond themselves, 'tis not to any great distance, nor is it usual for them in common life to look farther than their nearest friends and acquaintance. 'Tis no less certain that 'tis impossible for men to consult their interest in so effectual a manner, as by a universal and inflexible observance of the rules of justice, by which alone they can preserve society and keep themselves from falling into that wretched and savage condition which is commonly represented as the state of nature. And as this interest which all men have in the upholding of society and the observation of the rules of justice is great, so is it palpable and evident even to the most rude and uncultivated of human race, and 'tis almost impossible for any one who has had experience of society to be mistaken in this particular. Since, therefore, men are so sincerely attached to their interest, and their interest is so much concerned in the observance of justice, and this interest is so certain and avowed, it may be asked, how any disorder can ever arise in society, and what principle there is in human nature so powerful as to overcome so strong a passion, or so violent as to obscure so clear a knowledge. It has been observed in treating of the passions that men are mightily governed by the imagination, and proportion their affections more to the light under which any object appears to them, than to its real and intrinsic value. What strikes upon them with a strong and lively idea commonly prevails above what lies in a more obscure light, and it must be a great superiority of value that is able to compensate this advantage. Now as everything that is contiguous to us, either in space or time, strikes upon us with such an idea, it has a proportional effect on the will and passions, and commonly operates with more force than any object that lies in a more distant and obscure light. Though we may be fully convinced that the latter object excels the former, we are not able to regulate our actions by this judgment, but yield to the solicitations of our passions, which always plead in favor of whatever is near and contiguous. This is the reason why men so often act in contradiction to their known interest, and in particular why they prefer any trivial advantage that is present to the maintenance of order in society, which so much depends on the observance of justice. The consequence of every breach of equity seems to lie very remote, and are not able to counterbalance any immediate advantage that may be reaped from it. They are, however, nevertheless real for being remote, and as all men are in some degree subject to the same weakness, it necessarily happens that the violations of equity must become very frequent in society, and the commerce of men by that means be rendered very dangerous and uncertain. You have the same propension that I have, in favor of what is contiguous above what is remote. You are, therefore, naturally carried to commit acts of injustice as well as me. Your example both pushes me forward in this way by imitation, and also affords me a new reason for any breach of equity, by showing me that I should be the cully of my integrity, if I alone should impose on myself a severe restraint amidst the licentiousness of others. This quality therefore of human nature not only is very dangerous to society, but also seems on a cursory view to be incapable of any remedy. The remedy can only come from the consent of men, and of men being capable of themselves to prefer remote to contiguous, they will never consent to anything which would oblige them to such a choice, and contradict in so sensible a manner their natural principles and propensities. Whoever chooses the means chooses also the end, and if it be impossible for us to prefer what is remote, 'tis equally impossible for us to submit to any necessity, which would oblige us to such a method of acting. But here 'tis observable that this infirmity of human nature becomes a remedy to itself, and that we provide against our negligence about remote objects, merely because we are naturally inclined to that negligence. When we consider any objects at a distance, all their minute distinctions vanish, and we always give the preference to whatever is in itself preferable, without considering its situation and circumstances. This gives rise to what in an improper sense we call reason, which is a principle that is often contradictory to those propensities that display themselves upon the approach of the object. In reflecting on any action which I am to perform a 12-month hence, I always resolve to prefer the greater good, whether at that time it will be more contiguous or remote, nor does any difference in that particular make a difference in my present intentions and resolutions. My distance from the final determination makes all those minute differences vanish, nor am I affected by anything but the general and more discernible qualities of good and evil. But on my nearer approach those circumstances which I at first overlooked begin to appear, and I have an influence on my conduct and affections. A new inclination to the present good springs up, and makes it difficult for me to adhere inflexibly to my first purpose and resolution. This natural infirmity I may very much regret, and I may endeavor, by all possible means, to free myself from it. I may have recourse to study and reflection within myself, to the advice of friends, to frequent meditation and repeated resolution, and having experienced how ineffectual all these are, I may embrace with pleasure any other expedient, by which I may impose a restraint upon myself, and guard against this weakness. The only difficulty therefore is to find out this expedient, by which men cure their natural weakness, and delay themselves under the necessity of observing the laws of justice and equity, notwithstanding their violent propension to prefer contiguous to remote. 'Tis evident such a remedy can never be effectual without correcting this propensity, and as 'tis impossible to change or correct anything material in our nature, the utmost we can do is to change our circumstances and situation, and render the observance of the laws of justice our nearest interest, and their violation our most remote. But this being impracticable with respect to all mankind, can only take place with respect to a few, whom we thus immediately interest in the execution of justice. These are the persons whom we call civil magistrates, kings and their ministers, our governors and rulers, who being indifferent persons to the greatest part of the state, have no interest, or but a remote one, in any act of injustice, and being satisfied with their present condition, and with their part in society, have an immediate interest in every execution of justice, which is so necessary to the upholding of society. Here then is the origin of civil government and society. Men are not able radically to cure, either in themselves or others, that narrowness of soul which makes them prefer the present to the remote. They cannot change their natures, all they can do is to change their situation, and render the observance of justice the immediate interest of some particular persons, and its violation their more remote. These persons then are not only induced to observe those rules in their own conduct, but also to constrain others to a like regularity, and enforce the dictates of equity through the whole society. and if it be necessary they may also interest others more immediately in the execution of justice, and create a number of officers, civil and military, to assist them in their government. But this execution of justice, though the principal, is not the only advantage of government. As violent passion hinders men from seeing distinctly the interests they have in an equitable behavior towards others, so it hinders them from seeing that equity itself, and gives them a remarkable partiality in their own favors. This inconvenience is corrected in the same manner as that above mentioned. The same persons who execute the laws of justice will also decide all controversies concerning them, and being indifferent to the greatest part of the society, will decide them more equitably than every one would in his own case. By means of these two advantages in the execution and decision of justice, men acquire a security against each other's weakness and passion, as well as against their own, and under the shelter of their governors begin to taste at ease the sweets of society and mutual assistance. But government extends farther its beneficial influence, and not contented to protect men in those conventions they make for their mutual interest. It often obliges them to make such conventions and forces them to seek their own advantage by concurrence in some common end or purpose. There is no quality in human nature which causes more fatal errors in our conduct than that which leads us to prefer whatever is present to the distant and remote, and makes us desire objects more according to their situation than their intrinsic value. Two neighbors may agree to drain a meadow which they possess in common, because 'tis easy for them to know each other's mind, and each must perceive that the immediate consequence of his failing in his part is the abandoning the whole project. But 'tis very difficult, and indeed impossible, that 1,000 persons should agree in any such action, it being difficult for them to concert so complicated a design, and still more difficult for them to execute it, while each seeks a pretext to free himself of the trouble and expense, and would lay the whole burden on others. Political society easily remedies both these inconveniences. Magistrates find an immediate interest in the interest of any considerable part of their subjects. They need consult nobody but themselves to form any scheme for the promoting of that interest, and as the failure of any one piece in the execution is connected, though not immediately, with the failure of the whole, they prevent that failure, because they find no interest in it, either immediate or remote. Thus bridges are built, harbors opened, ramparts raised, canals formed, fleets equipped, and armies disciplined, everywhere, by the care of government, which, though composed of men subject to all human infirmities, becomes by one of the finest and most subtle inventions imaginable a composition which is in some measure exempted from all these infirmities. Section 8. Of the source of allegiance. Though government be an invention very advantageous, and even in some circumstances absolutely necessary to mankind, it is not necessary in all circumstances, nor is it impossible for men to preserve society for some time, without having recourse to such an invention. Men, 'tis true, are always much inclined to prefer present interest to distant and remote, nor is it easy for them to resist the temptation of any advantage that they may immediately enjoy in apprehension of an evil that lies at a distance from them. But still this weakness is less conspicuous where the possessions and the pleasures of life are few, and of little value, as they always are in the infancy of society. An Indian is but little tempted to dispossess another of his hut, or to steal his bow, as being already provided of the same advantages, and as to any superior fortune, which may attend one above another in hunting and fishing. 'Tis only casual and temporary, and will have but small tendency to disturb society. And so far am I from thinking with some philosophers that men are utterly incapable of society without government, that I assert the first rudiments of government to arise from quarrels, not among men of the same society, but among those of different societies. A less degree of riches will suffice to this latter effect than is requisite for the former. Men fear nothing from public war and violence, but the resistance they meet with, which, because they share it in common, seems less terrible, and because it comes from strangers, seems less pernicious in its consequences, than when they are exposed singly against one whose commerce is advantageous to them, and without whose society 'tis impossible they could subsist. Now foreign war to a society without government necessarily produces civil war. Throw any considerable goods among men, they instantly fall a quarrelling, while each strives to get possession of what pleases him, without regard to the consequences. In a foreign war, the most considerable of all goods, life and limbs, are at stake, and as every one shuns dangerous ports, seizes the best arms, seeks excuse for the slightest wounds, the laws which may be well enough observed while men were calm, can now no longer take place, when they are in such commotion. This we find verified in the American tribes, where men live in concord and amity among themselves without any established government, and never pay submission to any of their fellows, except in time of war, when their captain enjoys a shadow of authority, which he loses after their return from the field, and the establishment of peace with the neighboring tribes. This authority, however, instructs them in the advantages of government, and teaches them to have recourse to it, when either by the pillage of war, by commerce, or by any fortuitous inventions, their riches and possessions have become so considerable, as to make them forget, on every emergence, the interest they have in the preservation of peace and justice. Hence we may give a plausible reason among others, why all governments are at first monarchical, without any mixture and variety, and why republics arise only from the abuses of monarchy and despotic power. Camps are the true mothers of cities, and as war cannot be administered, by reason of the suddenness of every exigency, without some authority in a single person, the same kind of authority naturally takes place in that civil government, which succeeds the military, and this reason I take to be more natural than the common one derived from patriarchal government, or the authority of a father, which is said first to take place in one family, and to accustom the members of it to the government of a single person. The state of society without government is one of the most natural states of men, and must subsist with the conjunction of many families, and long after the first generation. Nothing but an increase of riches and possessions could oblige men to quit it, and so barbarous and uninstructed are all societies on their first formation, that many years must elapse before these can increase to such a degree as to disturb men in the enjoyment of peace and concord. But though it be possible for men to maintain a small, uncultivated society without government, 'tis impossible they should maintain a society of any kind without justice, and the observance of those three fundamental laws concerning the stability of possession, its translation by consent, and the performance of promises. These are therefore antecedent to government, and are supposed to impose an obligation before the duty of allegiance to civil magistrates has once been thought of. Nay, I shall go farther and assert that government, upon its first establishment, would naturally be supposed to derive its obligation from those laws of nature, and in particular from that concerning the performance of promises. When men have once perceived the necessity of government to maintain peace and execute justice, they would naturally assemble together, and choose magistrates, determine their power, and promise them obedience. As a promise is supposed to be a bond or security already in use, and attended with a moral obligation, 'tis to be considered as the original sanction of government, and as the source of the first obligation to obedience. This reasoning appears so natural, that it has become the foundation of our fashionable system of politics, and is in a manner the creed of a party amongst us, who pride themselves, with reason, on the soundness of their philosophy, and their liberty of thought. All men, say they, are born free and equal. Government and superiority can only be established by consent. The consent of men in establishing government imposes on them a new obligation. unknown to the laws of nature. Men therefore are bound to obey their magistrates, only because they promise it, and if they had not given their word, either expressly or tacitly, to preserve allegiance, it would never have become a part of their moral duty. This conclusion, however, when carried so far as to comprehend government in all its ages and situations, is entirely erroneous, and I maintain that though the duty of allegiance be at first grafted on the obligation of promises, and be for some time supported by that obligation, yet it quickly takes root of itself, and has an original obligation and authority independent of all contracts. This is a principle of moment, which we must examine with care and attention before we proceed any farther. 'Tis reasonable for those philosophers who assert justice to be a natural virtue and antecedent to human conventions to resolve all civil allegiance into the obligation of a promise, and assert that 'tis our own consent alone which binds us to any submission to magistracy. For as all government is plainly an invention of men, and the origin of most governments is known in history, 'tis necessary to mount higher in order to find the source of our political duties, if we would assert them to have any natural obligation of morality. These philosophers therefore quickly observe that society is as ancient as the human species, and those three fundamental laws of nature as ancient as society, so that taking advantage of the antiquity and obscure origin of these laws, they first deny them to be artificial and voluntary inventions of men, and then seek to engraft on them those other duties which are more plainly artificial. But being once undeceived in this particular, and having found that natural as well as civil justice derives its origin from human conventions, we shall quickly perceive how fruitless it is to resolve the one into the other, and seek in the laws of nature a stronger foundation for our political duties than interest and human conventions, while these laws themselves are built on the very same foundation. On whichever side we turn this subject, we shall find that these two kinds of duty are exactly on the same footing, and have the same source both for their first invention and moral obligation. They are contrived to remedy like inconveniences and acquire their moral sanction in the same manner, from their remedying those inconveniences. These are two points which we shall endeavor to prove as distinctly as possible. We have already shown that men invented the three fundamental laws of nature, when they observed the necessity of society to their mutual subsistence, and found that 'twas impossible to maintain any correspondence together without some restraint on their natural appetites. The same love, therefore, which renders men so incommodious to each other, taken in a new and more convenient direction, produces the rules of justice, and is the first motive of their observance. But when men have observed that though the rules of justice be sufficient to maintain any society, yet 'tis impossible for them, of themselves, to observe those rules in large and polished societies, they establish government as a new invention to attain their ends, and preserve the old, or procure new advantages by a more strict execution of justice. So far, therefore, our civil duties are connected with our natural, that the former are invented chiefly for the sake of the latter, and that the principal object of government is to constrain men to observe the laws of nature. In this respect, however, that law of nature concerning the performance of promises is only comprised along with the rest, and its exact observance is to be considered as an effect of the institution of government, and not the obedience to government as an effect of the obligation of a promise. Though the object of our civil duties be the enforcing of our natural, yet the first motive of the invention, as well as the performance of both, is nothing but self-interest, and since there is a separate interest in the obedience of government from that in the performance of promises, we must also allow of a separate obligation. To obey the civil magistrate is requisite to preserve order and concord in society. To perform promises is requisite to beget mutual trust and confidence in the common offices of life. The ends as well as the means are perfectly distinct, nor is the one subordinate to the other. To make this more evident, let us consider that men will often bind themselves by promises to the performance of what it would have been their interest to perform, independent of these promises, as when they would give others a fuller security by superadding a new obligation of interest to that which they formerly lay under. The interest of the performance of promises, besides its moral obligation, is general, avowed, and of the last consequence in life. Other interests may be more particular and doubtful, and we are apt to entertain a greater suspicion that men may indulge their humor or passion in acting contrary to them. Here therefore promises come naturally in play, and are often required for fuller satisfaction and security. But supposing those other interests to be as general and avowed as the interest in the performance of a promise, they will be regarded as on the same footing, and men will begin to repose the same confidence in them. Now this is exactly the case with regard to our civil duties, or obedience to the magistrate, without which no government could subsist, nor any peace or order be maintained in large societies, where there are so many possessions on the one hand, and so many wants, real or imaginary, on the other. Our civil duties, therefore, must soon detach themselves from our promises, and acquire a separate force and influence. The interest in both is of the very same kind. 'Tis general, avowed, and prevails in all times and places. There is then no pretext of reason for founding the one upon the other, while each of them has a foundation peculiar to itself. We might as well resolve the obligation to abstain from the possessions of others into the obligation of a promise, as that of allegiance. The interests are not more distinct in the one case than the other. A regard to property is not more necessary to natural society than obedience is to civil society or government, nor is the former society more necessary to the being of mankind than the latter to their well-being and happiness. In short, if the performance of promises be advantageous, so is obedience to government. If the former interest be general, so is the latter. If the one interest be obvious and avowed, so is the other. And as these two rules are founded on like obligations of interest, each of them must have a peculiar authority, independent of the other. But 'tis not only the natural obligations of interest which are distinct in promises and allegiance, but also the moral obligations of honor and conscience. Nor does the merit or demerit of the one depend in the least upon that of the other. And indeed, if we consider the close connection there is betwixt the natural and moral obligations, we shall find this conclusion to be entirely unavoidable. Our interest is always engaged on the side of obedience to magistracy, and there is nothing but a great present advantage that can lead us to rebellion, by making us overlook the remote interest which we have in the preserving of peace and order in society. But though a present interest may thus blind us with regard to our own actions, it takes not place with regard to those of others, nor hinders them from appearing in their true colors, as highly prejudicial to public interest, and to our own in particular. This naturally gives us an uneasiness in considering such seditious and disloyal actions, and makes us attach to them the idea of vice and moral deformity. 'Tis the same principle which causes us to disapprove of all kinds of private injustice, and in particular of the breach of promises. We blame all treachery and breach of faith, because we consider that the freedom and extent of human commerce depend entirely on a fidelity with regard to promises. We blame all disloyalty to magistrates, because we perceive that the execution of justice in the stability of possession, its translation by consent, and the performance of promises is impossible without submission to government. As there are here two interests entirely distinct from each other, they must give rise to two moral obligations equally separate and independent. Though there was no such thing as a promise in the world, a government would still be necessary in all large and civilized societies, and if promises had only their own proper obligation without the separate sanction of government, they would have but little efficacy in such societies. This separates the boundaries of our public and private duties, and shows that the latter are more dependent on the former than the former on the latter. Education and the artifice of politicians concur to bestow a farther morality on loyalty, and to brand all rebellion with a greater degree of guilt and infamy. Nor is it a wonder that politicians should be very industrious in inculcating such notions, where their interest is so particularly concerned. Lest those arguments should not appear entirely conclusive, as I think they are, I shall have recourse to authority, and shall prove from the universal consent of mankind that the obligation of submission to government is not derived from any promise of the subjects. Nor need anyone wonder that though I have all along endeavored to establish my system on pure reason, and have scarce ever cited the judgment even of philosophers or historians on any article, I should now appeal to popular authority, and oppose the sentiments of the rabble to any philosophical reasoning. For it may be observed that the opinions of men in this case carry with them a peculiar authority, and are, in a great measure, infallible. The distinction between moral good and evil is founded on the pleasure or pain which result from the view of any sentiment or character; and as the pleasure or pain cannot be unknown to the person who feels it, it follows that there is just so much vice or virtue in any character as every one places in it, and that 'tis impossible, in this particular, we can ever be mistaken. And though our judgments concerning the origin of any vice or virtue be not so certain as those concerning their degrees, yet since the question, in this case, regards not any philosophical origin of an obligation, but a plain matter of fact, 'tis not easily conceived how we can fall into an error. A man who acknowledges himself to be bound to another, for a certain sum, must certainly know whether it be by his own bond or that of his father; whether it be of his mere goodwill or for money lent him, and under what conditions, and for what purposes he has bound himself. In like manner it means certain that there is a moral obligation to submit to government, because every one thinks so. It must be as certain that this obligation arises not from a promise, since no one whose judgment has not been led astray by too strict adherence to a system of philosophy has ever yet dreamt of ascribing it to that origin. Neither magistrates nor subjects have formed this idea of our civil duties. We find that magistrates are so far from deriving their authority and the obligation to obedience in their subjects from the foundation of a promise or original contract, that they conceal as far as possible from their people, especially from the vulgar, that they have their origin from thence. Were this the sanction of government, our rulers would never receive it tacitly, which is the utmost that can be pretended, since what is given tacitly and insensibly can never have such influence on mankind as what is performed expressly and openly. A tacit promise is, where the will is signified by other more diffuse signs than those of speech; but a will there must certainly be in the case, and that can never escape the person's notice who exerted it, however silent or tacit. But were you to ask the far greatest part of the nation whether they had ever consented to the authority of their rulers, or promised to obey them, they would be inclined to think very strangely of you, and would certainly reply that the affair depended not on their consent, but that they were born to such an obedience. In consequence of this opinion, we frequently see them imagine such persons to be their natural rulers, as are at that time deprived of all power and authority, and whom no man, however foolish, would voluntarily choose, and this merely because they are in that line which ruled before, and in that degree of it which used to succeed, though perhaps in so distant a period, that scarce any man alive could ever have given any promise of obedience. Has a government then no authority over such as these, because they never consented to it, and would esteem the very attempt of such a free choice a piece of arrogance and impiety? We find by experience that it punishes them very freely for what it calls treason and rebellion, which, it seems, according to this system, reduces itself to common injustice. If you say that by dwelling in its dominions they in effect consented to the established government, I answer that this can only be where they think the affair depends on their choice with few or none, beside those philosophers have ever yet imagined. It never was pleaded as an excuse for a rebel, that the first act he performed after he came to years of discretion was to levy war against the sovereign of the state, and that while he was a child he could not bind himself by his own consent, and having become a man, showed plainly, by the first act he performed, that he had no design to impose on himself any obligation to obedience. We find on the contrary that civil laws punish this crime at the same age as any other, which is criminal of itself, without our consent. That is, when the person is come to the full use of reason, whereas this crime they ought, in justice, to allow some intermediate time, in which a tacit consent at least might be supposed. To which we may add, that a man living under an absolute government would owe it no allegiance, since by its very nature depends not on consent, but as that is as natural and common a government as any, it must certainly occasion some obligation, and 'tis plain from experience that men who are subjected to it do always think so. This is a clear proof that we do not commonly esteem our allegiance to be derived from our consent or promise. And a farther proof is, that when our promise is upon any account expressly engaged, we always distinguish exactly betwixt the two obligations, and believe the one to add more force to the other than in a repetition of the same promise. When no promise is given, a man looks not on his faith as broken in private matters, upon account of rebellion, but keeps those two duties of honor and allegiance perfectly distinct and separate, as the uniting of them was thought by these philosophers a very subtle invention. This is a convincing proof that 'tis not a true one, since no man can either give a promise, or be restrained by its sanction and obligation unknown to himself. Section 9 of the Measures of Allegiance. Those political writers who have had recourse to a promise or original contract as the source of our allegiance to government, intended to establish a principle which is perfectly just and reasonable, though the reasoning upon which they endeavor to establish it was fallacious and sophistical. They would prove that our submission to government admits of exceptions, and that an egregious tyranny in the rulers is sufficient to free the subjects from all ties of allegiance, since men enter into society, say they, and submit themselves to government by their free and voluntary consent, they must have in view certain advantages which they propose to reap from it, and for which they are contented to resign their native liberty. There is, therefore, something mutual engaged on the part of the magistrate, protection and security, and 'tis only by the hopes he affords of these advantages that he can ever persuade men to submit to them. But when instead of protection and security they meet with tyranny and oppression, they are freed from their promises, as happens in all conditional contracts, and return to that state of liberty which preceded the institution of government. Men would never be so foolish as to enter into such engagements as should turn entirely to the advantage of others, without any view of bettering their own condition. Whoever proposes to draw any profit from our submission must engage himself either expressly or tacitly to make us reap some advantage from his authority, nor ought he to expect that without the performance of his part we will ever continue in obedience. I repeat it, this conclusion is just, though the principles be erroneous, and I flatter myself that I can establish the same conclusion on more reasonable principles. I shall not take such a compass in establishing our political duties as to assert that men perceive the advantages of government, that they institute government with a view to those advantages, that this institution requires a promise of obedience, which imposes a moral obligation to a certain degree, but being conditional ceases to be binding whenever the other contracting party performs not his part of the engagement. I perceive that a promise itself arises entirely from human conventions, and is invented with a view to a certain interest. I seek therefore some much interest more immediately connected with government, and which may be at once the original motive to its institution, and the source of our obedience to it. This interest I find to consist in the security and protection which we enjoy in political society, and which we can never attain when perfectly free and independent. As interest, therefore, is the immediate sanction of government, the one can have no longer being than the other, and whenever the civil magistrate carries his oppression so far as to render his authority perfectly intolerable, we are no longer bound to submit to it. The cause ceases, the effect must cease also. So far the conclusion is immediate and direct concerning the natural obligation which we have to allegiance. As to the moral obligation we may observe that the maxim would here be false, that when the cause ceases, the effect must cease also. For there is a principle of human nature, which we have frequently taken notice of, that men are mightily addicted to general rules, and that we often carry our maxims beyond those reasons which first induced us to establish them. Where cases are similar in many circumstances, we are apt to put them on the same footing without considering that they differ in the most material circumstances, and that the resemblance is more apparent than real. It may therefore be thought that in the case of allegiance our moral obligation of duty will not cease, even though the natural obligation of interest, which is its cause, has ceased, and that men may be bound by conscience to submit to a tyrannical government against their own and the public interest. And indeed to the force of this argument I so far submit as to acknowledge that general rules commonly extend beyond the principles on which they are founded, and that we seldom make any exception to them, unless that exception have the qualities of a general rule, and be founded on very numerous and common instances. Now this I assert to be entirely the present case, when men submit to the authority of others, 'tis to procure themselves some security against the wickedness and injustice of men, who are perpetually carried by their unruly passions, and by their present and immediate interest, to the violation of all the laws of society. But as this imperfection is inherent in human nature, we know that it must attend men in all their states and conditions, and that those whom we choose for rulers do not immediately become of a superior nature to the rest of mankind, upon account of their superior power and authority. What we expect from them depends not on a change of their nature, but of their situation, when they acquire a more immediate interest in the preservation of order and the execution of justice. But besides that, this interest is only more immediate in the execution of justice among their subjects. Besides this, I say, we may often expect from the irregularity of human nature that they will neglect even this immediate interest, and be transported by their passions into all the excesses of cruelty and ambition. Our general knowledge of human nature, our observation of the past history of mankind, our experience of present times, all these causes must induce us to open the door to exceptions, and must make us conclude that we may resist the more violent effects of supreme power without any crime or injustice. Accordingly we may observe that this is both the general practice and principle of mankind, and that no nation that could find any remedy ever yet suffered the cruel ravages of a tyrant, or were blamed for their resistance. Those who took up arms against Dionysius or Nero or Philip II have the favor of every reader in the perusal of their history, and nothing but the most violent perversion of common sense can ever lead us to condemn them. 'Tis certain, therefore, that in all our notions of morals we never entertain such an absurdity as that of passive obedience, but make allowances for resistance in the more flagrant instances of tyranny and oppression. The general opinion of mankind has some authority in all cases, but in this of morals 'tis perfectly infallible, nor is it less infallible because men cannot distinctly explain the principles on which it is founded. Few persons can carry on this train of reasoning. Government is a mere human invention for the interest of society. Where the tyranny of the governor removes his interest, it also removes the natural obligation to obedience. The moral obligation is founded on the natural, and therefore must cease where that ceases, especially where the subject is such as makes us foresee very many occasions where the natural obligation may cease, and causes us to form a kind of general rule for the regulation of our conduct in such occurrences. But though this train of reasoning be too subtle for the vulgar, 'tis certain that all men have an implicit notion of it, and are sensible that they owe obedience to government merely on account of the public interest, and at the same time that human nature is so subject to frailties and passions as may easily pervert this institution, and change their governors into tyrants and public enemies. If the sense of common interest were not our original motive to obedience, I would fain ask, what other principle is there in human nature capable of subduing the natural ambition of men, and forcing them to such a submission? Imitation and custom are not sufficient, for the question still recurs, what motive first produces those instances of submission which we imitate, and that train of actions which produces the custom? There evidently is no other principle than common interest, and if interest first produces obedience to government, the obligation to obedience must cease. Whenever the interest ceases, in any great degree, and in a considerable number of instances. Section 10 of the Objects of Allegiance. But though on some occasions it may be justified, both in sound politics and morality, to resist supreme power, 'tis certain that in the ordinary course of human affairs nothing can be more pernicious and criminal, and that besides the convulsions which always attend revolutions, such a practice tends directly to the subversion of all government, and the causing a universal anarchy and confusion among mankind. As numerous and civilized societies cannot subsist without government, so government is entirely useless without an exact obedience. We ought always to weigh the advantages which we reap from authority against the disadvantages, and by this means we shall become more scrupulous of putting in practice the doctrine of resistance. The common rule requires submission, and 'tis only in cases of grievous tyranny and oppression that the exception can take place. Since then such a blind submission is commonly due to magistracy, the next question is to whom it is due, and whom we are to regard as our lawful magistrates. In order to answer this question let us recollect what we have already established concerning the origin of government and political society. When men have once experienced the impossibility of preserving any steady order in society, while everyone is his own master and violates or observes the laws of society according to his present interest or pleasure, they naturally run into the invention of government, and put it out of their own power, as far as possible, to transgress the laws of society. Government therefore arises from the voluntary convention of men, and 'tis evident that the same convention which establishes government will also determine the persons who are to govern, and will remove all doubt and ambiguity in this particular. And the voluntary consent of men must here have the greater efficacy, that the authority of the magistrate does at first stand upon the foundation of a promise of the subjects, by which they bind themselves to obedience, as in every other contract or engagement. The same promise then which binds them to obedience ties them down to a particular person, and makes him the object of their allegiance. But when government has been established on this footing for some considerable time, and the separate interest which we have in submission has produced a separate sentiment of morality, the case is entirely altered, and a promise is no longer able to determine the particular magistrate, since it is no longer considered as the foundation of government. We naturally suppose ourselves born to submission, and imagine that such particular persons have a right to command, as we on our part are bound to obey. These notions of right and obligation are derived from nothing but the advantage we reap from government, which gives us a repugnance to practice resistance ourselves, and makes us displeased with any instance of it in others. But here 'tis remarkable, that in this new state of affairs, the original sanction of government, which is interest, is not admitted to determine the persons whom we are to obey, as the original sanction did at first, when affairs were on the footing of a promise. A promise fixes and determines the persons, without any uncertainty. But 'tis evident that if men were to regulate their conduct, in this particular, by the view of a peculiar interest, either public or private, they would involve themselves in endless confusion, and would render all government, in a great measure, ineffectual. The private interest of every one is different, and though the public interest in itself be always one and the same, yet it becomes the source of as great dissensions, by reason of the different opinions of particular persons concerning it. The same interest, therefore, which causes us to submit to magistracy, makes us renounce itself in the choice of our magistrates, and binds us down to a certain form of government and to particular persons without allowing us to aspire to the utmost perfection in either. The case is here the same as in the law of nature concerning the stability of possession. 'Tis highly advantageous, and even absolutely necessary to society, that possession should be stable, and this leads us to the establishment of such a rule, but we find that were we to follow the same advantage in assigning particular possessions to particular persons, we should disappoint our end, and perpetuate the confusion which that rule is intended to prevent. We must therefore proceed by general rules, and regulate ourselves by general interests, in modifying the law of nature concerning the stability of possession. Nor need we fear that our attachment to this law will diminish upon account of the seeming frivolousness of those interests, by which it is determined. The impulse of the mind is derived from a very strong interest, and those other more minute interests serve only to direct the motion, without adding anything to it, or diminishing from it. 'Tis the same case with government. Nothing is more advantageous to society than such an invention, and this interest is sufficient to make us embrace it with ardor and alacrity, though we are obliged afterwards to regulate and direct our devotion to government by several considerations, which are not of the same importance, and to choose our magistrates without having in view any particular advantage from the choice. The first of those principles I shall take notice of, as a foundation of the right of magistracy, is that which gives authority to all the most established governments of the world without exception. I mean long possession in any one form of government or succession of princes. 'Tis certain that if we remount to the first origin of every nation, we shall find that there scarce is any race of kings, or form of commonwealth, that is not primarily founded on usurpation and rebellion, and whose title is not first worse than doubtful and uncertain. Time alone gives solidity to their right, and operating gradually on the minds of men, reconciles them to any authority, and makes it seem just and reasonable. Nothing causes any sentiment to have a greater influence upon us than custom, or turns our imagination more strongly to any object. When we have been long accustomed to obey any set of men, that general instinct or tendency, which we have to suppose a moral obligation attending loyalty, takes easily this direction, and chooses that set of men for its objects. 'Tis interest which gives the general instinct, but 'tis custom which gives the particular direction. And here 'tis observable that the same length of time has a different influence on our sentiments of morality, according to its different influence on the mind. We naturally judge of everything by comparison, and since in the considering the fate of kingdoms and republics we embrace a long extent of time, a small duration has not in this case a like influence on our sentiments, as when we consider any other object. One thinks he acquires a right to a horse or a suit of clothes in a very short time, but a century is scarce sufficient to establish any new government, or remove all scruples in the mind of the subjects concerning it. Add to this that a shorter period of time will suffice to give a prince a title to any additional power he may usurp, than will serve to fix his right where the whole is a usurpation. The kings of France have not been possessed of absolute power for about 2 reigns, and yet nothing will appear more extravagant to Frenchmen than to talk of their liberties. If we consider what has been said concerning ascension, we shall easily account for this phenomenon. When there is no form of government established by long possession, the present possession is sufficient to supply its place, and may be regarded as the second source of all public authority. Right to authority is nothing but the constant possession of authority maintained by the laws of society in the interests of mankind, and nothing can be more natural than to join this constant possession to the present one, according to the principles above mentioned. If the same principles did not take place with regard to the property of private persons, 'twas because these principles were counterbalanced by very strong considerations of interest. When we observe that all restitution would by that means be prevented, and every violence be authorized and protected, and though the same motives may seem to have force with regard to public authority, yet they are opposed by a contrary interest, which consists in the preservation of peace, and the avoiding of all changes, which, however they may be easily produced in private affairs, are unavoidably intended with bloodshed and confusion where the public is interested. Anyone who finding the impossibility of accounting for the right of the present possessor by any received system of ethics should resolve to deny absolutely that right and assert that it is not authorized by morality, would be justly thought to maintain a very extravagant paradox, and to shock the common sense and judgment of mankind. No maxim is more conformable both to prudence and morals than to submit quietly to the government which we find established in the country where we happen to live, without inquiring too curiously into its origin and first establishment. Few governments will bear being examined so rigorously. How many kingdoms are there at present in the world, and how many more do we find in history, whose governors have no better foundation for their authority than that of present possession? To confine ourselves to the Roman and Grecian Empire, is it not evident that the long succession of emperors, from the dissolution of the Roman liberty to the final extinction of that empire by the Turks, could not so much as pretend to any other title of the empire? The election of the Senate was a mere form, which always followed the choice of the legions, and these were almost always divided in the different provinces, and nothing but the sword was able to terminate the difference. 'Twas by the sword, therefore, that every emperor acquired as well as defended his right, and we must either say that all the known world for so many ages had no government, and owed no allegiance to any one, or must allow that the right of the stronger in public affairs is to be received as legitimate and authorized by morality, when not opposed by any other title. The right of conquest may be considered as a third source of the title of sovereigns. This right resembles very much that of present possession, but is rather a superior force, being seconded by the notions of glory and honor, which we ascribe to conquerors instead of the sentiments of hatred and detestation, which attend usurpers. Men naturally favor those they love, and therefore are more apt to ascribe a right to successful violence betwixt one sovereign and another, than to the successful rebellion of a subject against his sovereign. When neither long possession nor present possession nor conquest take place, as when the first sovereign who founded any monarchy dies, in that case the right of succession naturally prevails in their stead, and men are commonly induced to place the son of their late monarch on the throne and suppose him to inherit his father's authority. The presumed consent of the father, the imitation of the succession to private families, the interest which the state has in choosing the person who is most powerful and has the most numerous followers, all these reasons lead men to prefer the son of their late monarch than any other person. These reasons have some weight, but I am persuaded that to one who considers impartially of the matter, 'twill appear that there concur some principles of the imagination, along with those views of interest. The royal authority seems to be connected with the young prince even in his father's lifetime, by the natural transition of the thought, and still more after his death, so that nothing is more natural than to complete this union by a new relation and by putting him actually in possession of what seems so naturally to belong to him. To confirm this we may weigh the following phenomena, which are pretty curious in their kind. In elective monarchies, the right of succession has no place by the laws of settled custom, and yet its influence is so natural that 'tis impossible entirely to exclude it from the imagination, and render the subjects indifferent to the son of their deceased monarch. Hence in some governments of this kind the choice commonly falls on one or other of the royal family, and in some governments they are all excluded. Those contrary phenomena proceed from the same principle, where the royal family is excluded. 'Tis from a refinement in politics which makes people sensible of their propensity to choose a sovereign in that family, and gives them a jealousy of their liberty, lest their new monarch, aided by this propensity, should establish his family, and destroy the freedom of elections for the future. The history of Artaxerxes and the younger Cyrus may furnish us with some reflections to the same purpose. Cyrus pretended a right to the throne above his elder brother, because he was born after his father's accession. I do not pretend that this reason was valid, I would only infer from it that he would never have made use of such a pretext were it not for the qualities of the imagination above mentioned, by which we are naturally inclined to unite by a new relation whatever objects we find already united. Artaxerxes had an advantage above his brother, as being the eldest son, and the first in succession, but Cyrus was more closely related to the royal authority, as being begot after his father was invested with it. Should it here be pretended that the view of convenience may be the source of all the right of succession, and that men gladly take advantage of any rule, by which they can fix the successor of their late sovereign, and pretend that anarchy and confusion which attends all new elections, to this I would answer that I readily allow, that this motive may contribute something to the effect, but at the same time I assert that without another principle 'tis impossible such a motive should take place. The interest of a nation requires that the succession to the crown should be fixed one way or other, but 'tis the same thing to its interest in what way it be fixed, so that if the relation of blood had not an effect independent of public interest, it would never have been regarded without a positive law, and 'twould have been impossible that so many positive laws of different nations could ever have concurred precisely in the same views and intentions. This leads us to consider the fifth source of authority, positive laws, when the legislature establishes a certain form of government and succession of princes. At first sight it may be thought that this must resolve into some of the preceding titles of authority. The legislative power, whence the positive law is derived, must either be established by original contract, long possession, present possession, conquest, or succession, and consequently the positive law must derive its force from some of those principles. But here 'tis remarkable, that though a positive law can only derive its force from these principles, yet it acquires not all the force of the principle from whence it is derived, but loses considerably in the transition, as it is natural to imagine. For instance, a government is established for many centuries on a certain system of laws, forms, and methods of succession. The legislative power, established by this long succession, changes all on a sudden the whole system of government, and introduces a new constitution in its stead. I believe few of the subjects will think themselves bound to comply with this alteration, unless it have an evident tendency to the public good, but will think themselves still at liberty to return to the ancient government. Hence the notion of fundamental laws, which are supposed to be inalterable by the will of the sovereign, and of this nature the Salic law is understood to be in France. How far these fundamental laws extend is not determined in any government, nor is it possible it ever should. There is such an insensible gradation from the most material laws to the most trivial, and from the most ancient laws to the most modern, that 'twill be impossible to set bounds to the legislative power, and determine how far it may innovate in the principles of government. That is the work more of imagination and passion than of reason. Whoever considers the history of the several nations of the world, their revolutions, conquests, increase, and diminution, the manner in which the particular governments are established, and the successive right transmitted from one person to another, will soon learn to treat very lightly all disputes concerning the rights of princes, and will be convinced that a strict adherence to any general rules, and the rigid loyalty to particular persons and families, on which some people set so high a value, are virtues that hold less of reason than of bigotry and superstition. In this particular the study of history confirms the reasonings of true philosophy, which, showing us the original qualities of human nature, teaches us to regard the controversies in politics as incapable of any decision in most cases, and as entirely subordinate to the interests of peace and liberty, where the public good does not evidently demand a change. 'Tis certain that the concurrence of all those titles, original contract, long possession, present possession, succession, and positive laws, forms the strongest title to sovereignty, and is justly regarded as sacred and inviolable. But when these titles are mingled and opposed in different degrees, they often occasion perplexity, and are less capable of solution from the arguments of lawyers and philosophers than from the swords of the soldiery. Who shall tell me, for instance, whether Germanicus or Drusus ought to have succeeded Tiberius, had he died while they were both alive, without naming any of them for his successor? Ought the right of adoption to be received as equivalent to that of blood in a nation, where it had the same effect in private families, and had already, in 2 instances, taken place in the public? Ought Germanicus to be esteemed the eldest son, because he was born before Drusus, or the younger because he was adopted after the birth of his brother? Ought the right of the elder to be regarded in a nation where the eldest brother had no advantage in the succession of private families? Ought the Roman Empire at that time to be esteemed hereditary because of 2 examples, or ought it, even so early, to be regarded as belonging to the stronger, or the present possessor as being founded on so recent a usurpation? Upon whatever principles we may pretend to answer these and such like questions, I am afraid we shall never be able to satisfy an impartial inquirer who adopts no party in political controversies, and will be satisfied with nothing but sound reason and philosophy. But here an English reader will be apt to inquire concerning that famous revolution, which has had such a happy influence on our constitution, and has been attended with such mighty consequences. We have already remarked that in the case of enormous tyranny and oppression, 'tis lawful to take arms even against supreme power, and that as government is a mere human invention for mutual advantage and security, it no longer imposes any obligation, either natural or moral, when once it ceases to have that tendency. But though this general principle be authorized by common sense, and the practice of all ages, 'tis certainly impossible for the laws, or even for philosophy, to establish any particular rules, by which we may know when resistance is lawful, and decide all controversies which may arise on that subject. This may not only happen with regard to supreme power, but 'tis possible even in some constitutions where the legislative authority is not lodged in one person, that there may be a magistrate so eminent and powerful as to oblige the laws to keep silent in this particular. Nor would this silence be an effect only of their respect, but also of their prudence, since 'tis certain that in the vast variety of circumstances which occur in all governments, an exercise of power is so great, a magistrate may at one time be beneficial to the public, which at another time would be pernicious and tyrannical. But notwithstanding this silence of the laws in limited monarchies, 'tis certain that the people still retain the right of resistance, since 'tis impossible, even in the most despotic governments, to deprive them of it. The same necessity of self-preservation and the same motive of public good give them the same liberty in the one case as in the other, and we may farther observe that in such mixed governments the cases whether resistance is lawful must occur much oftener, and greater indulgence be given to the subjects to defend themselves by force of arms, than in arbitrary governments. Not only where the chief magistrate enters into measures in themselves extremely pernicious to the public, but even when he would encroach on the other parts of the Constitution and extend his power beyond the legal bounds. It is allowable to resist and dethrone him, though such resistance and violence may, in the general tenor of the laws, be deemed unlawful and rebellious. For besides that, nothing is more essential to public interest than the preservation of public liberty. 'Tis evident that if such a mixed government be once supposed to establish, every part or member of the Constitution must have a right of self-defense, and of maintaining its ancient bounds against the encroachment of every other authority, as matters would have been created in vain, were it deprived of a power of resistance, without which no part of it could preserve a distinct existence, and the whole might be crowded up into a single point. So 'tis a gross absurdity to suppose, in any government, a right without a remedy, or allow that the supreme power is shared with the people, without allowing that 'tis lawful for them to defend their share against every invader. Those, therefore, who would seem to respect our free government, and yet deny the right of resistance, have renounced all pretensions to common sense, and do not merit a serious answer. It does not belong to my present purpose to show that these general principles are applicable to the late Revolution, and that all the rights and privileges which ought to be sacred to a free nation were at that time threatened with the utmost danger. I am better pleased to leave this controverted subject, if it really admits of controversy, and to indulge myself in some philosophical reflections which naturally arise from that important event. First, we may observe that should the Lords and Commons in our Constitution, without any reason from public interest, either depose the King in being, or after his death exclude the Prince, who, by laws and settled custom, ought to succeed, no one would esteem their proceedings legal, or think themselves bound to comply with them. But should the King, by his unjust practices or his attempts for tyrannical and despotic power, justly forfeit his legal, it then not only becomes morally lawful and suitable to the nature of political society to dethrone him, but what is more, we are apt likewise to think that the remaining members of the Constitution acquire a right of excluding his next heir, and of choosing whom they please for his successor. This is founded on a very singular quality of our thought and imagination. When a king forfeits his authority, his heir ought naturally to remain in the same situation, as if the king were removed by death, unless by mixing himself in the tyranny he forfeited for himself. But though this may seem reasonable, we easily comply with the contrary opinion. The disposition of a king in such a government as ours is certainly an act beyond all common authority, and an illegal assuming a power for public good, which, in the ordinary course of government, can belong to no member of the Constitution. When the public good is so great and so evident as to justify the action, the commendable use of this license causes us naturally to attribute to the Parliament a right of using farther licenses, and the ancient bounds of the laws being once transgressed with approbation, we are not apt to be so strict in confining ourselves precisely within their limits. The mind naturally runs on with any train of action which it has begun, nor do we commonly make any scruple concerning our duty, after the first action of any kind which we perform. Thus at the Revolution no one who thought the deposition of the father justifiable esteemed themselves to be confined to his infant son, though had that unhappy monarch died innocent at that time, and had his son by any accident been conveyed beyond seas, there is no doubt but a regency would have been appointed till he should come to age, and could be restored to his dominions. As the slightest properties of the imagination have an effect on the judgments of the people, it shows the wisdom of the laws and of the Parliament to take advantage of such properties, and choose the magistrates either in or out of a line, according as the vulgar will most naturally attribute authority and right to them. Secondly, though the accession of the Prince of Orange to the throne might at first give occasion to many disputes, and his title be contested, it ought not now to appear doubtful, but must have acquired a sufficient authority from those three princes who have succeeded him upon the same title. Nothing is more usual, though nothing may at first sight appear more unreasonable than this way of thinking. Princes often seem to acquire a right from their successors, as well as from their ancestors. A king, who during his lifetime might justly be deemed a usurper, will be regarded by posterity as a lawful prince, because he has had the good fortune to settle his family on the throne and entirely change the ancient form of government. Julius Caesar is regarded as the first Roman emperor, while Sylla and Marius, whose titles were really the same as his, are treated as tyrants and usurpers. Time and custom give authority to all forms of government, and all successions of princes, and that power which at first was founded only on injustice and violence, becomes in time legal and obligatory. Nor does the mind rest there, but returning back upon its footsteps, transfers to their predecessors and ancestors that right which it naturally ascribes to the posterity, as being related together and united in the imagination. The present King of France makes Hugh Capet a more lawful prince than Cromwell, as the established liberty of the Dutch is no inconsiderable apology for their obstinate resistance to Philip II. Section 11 of the Laws of Nations. When civil government has been established over the greatest part of mankind, and different societies have been formed contiguous to each other, there arises a new set of duties among the neighboring states, suitable to the nature of that commerce which they carry on with each other. Political writers tell us that in every kind of intercourse a body politic is to be considered as one person, and indeed this assertion is so far just that different nations as well as private persons require mutual assistance, at the same time that their selfishness and ambition are perpetual sources of war and discord. But though nations in this particular resemble individuals, yet as they are very different in other respects, no wonder they regulate themselves by different maxims, and give rise to a new set of rules, which we call the laws of nations. Under this head we may comprise the sacredness of the persons of ambassadors, the declaration of war, the abstaining from poisoned arms, with other duties of that kind, which are evidently calculated for the commerce that is peculiar to different societies. But though these rules be superadded to the laws of nature, the former do not entirely abolish the latter, and one may safely affirm that the three fundamental rules of justice, the stability of possession, its transference by consent, and the performance of promises, are duties of princes as well as of subjects. The same interest produces the same effect in both cases. Where possession has no stability, there must be perpetual war. Where property is not transferred by consent, there can be no commerce. Where promises are not observed, there can be no leagues nor alliances. The advantages therefore of peace, commerce, and mutual succor make us extend to different kingdoms the same notions of justice which take place among individuals. There is a maxim very current in the world, which few politicians are willing to avow, but which has been authorized by the practice of all ages, that there is a system of morals calculated for princes much more free than that which ought to govern private persons. 'Tis evident this is not to be understood of the lesser extent of public duties and obligations, nor will any one be so extravagant as to assert that the most solemn treaties ought to have no force among princes. For as princes do actually form treaties among themselves, they must propose some advantage from the execution of them, and the prospect of such advantage for the future must engage them to perform their part, and must establish that law of nature. The meaning, therefore, of this political maxim is that though the morality of princes has the same extent, yet it has not the same force as that of private persons, and may lawfully be transgressed from a more trivial motive. However shocking such a proposition may appear to certain philosophers, 'twill be easy to defend it upon those principles, by which we have accounted for the origin of justice and equity. When men have found by experience that 'tis impossible to subsist without society, and that 'tis impossible to maintain society while they give free course to their appetites, so urgent an interest quickly restrains their actions, and imposes an obligation to observe those rules, which we call the laws of justice. This obligation of interest rests not here, but by the necessary course of the passions and sentiments, gives rise to the moral obligation of duty, while we approve of such actions as tend to the peace of society, and disapprove of such as tend to its disturbance. The same natural obligation of interest takes place among independent kingdoms, and gives rise to the same morality, so that no one of ever so corrupt morals will approve of a prince who voluntarily and of his own accord breaks his word, or violates any treaty. But here we may observe that though the intercourse of different states be advantageous, and even sometimes necessary, it is not so necessary nor advantageous as that among individuals, without which 'tis utterly impossible for human nature ever to subsist. Since therefore the natural obligation to justice among different states is not so strong as among individuals, the moral obligation which arises from it must partake of its weakness, and we must necessarily give a greater indulgence to a prince or minister who deceives another than to a private gentleman who breaks his word of honor. Should it be asked what proportion these two species of morality bear to each other, I would answer that this is a question to which we can never give any precise answer, nor is it possible to reduce to numbers the proportion which we ought to fix betwixt them. One may safely affirm that this proportion finds itself without any art or study of men, as we may observe on many other occasions. The practice of the world goes farther in teaching us the degrees of our duty than the most subtle philosophy which was ever yet invented, and this may serve as a convincing proof that all men have an implicit notion of the foundation of those moral rules concerning natural and civil justice, and are sensible that they arise merely from human conventions, and from the interest which we have in the preservation of peace and order, for otherwise the diminution of the interest would never produce a relaxation of the morality, and reconcile us more easily to any transgression of justice among princes and republics, than in the private commerce of one subject with another. Section 12. Of Chastity and Modesty. If any difficulty attend this system concerning the laws of nature and nations, 'twill be with regard to the universal approbation or blame which follows their observance or transgression, and which some may not think sufficiently explained from the general interest of society. To remove, as far as possible, all scruples of this kind, I shall here consider another set of duties, the modesty and chastity, which belong to the fair sex, and I doubt not but these virtues will be found to be still more conspicuous instances of the operation of those principles which I have insisted on. There are some philosophers who attack the female virtues with great vehemence, and fancy they have gone very far in detecting popular errors, when they can show that there is no foundation in nature for all that exterior modesty which we require in the expressions and dress and behavior of the fair sex. I believe I may spare myself the trouble of insisting on so obvious a subject, and may proceed without farther preparation to examine after what manner such notions arise from education, from the voluntary conventions of men, and from the interest of society. Whoever considers the length and feebleness of human infancy, with the concern which both sexes naturally have for their offspring, will easily perceive that there must be a union of male and female for the education of the young, and that this union must be of considerable duration. But in order to induce the men to impose on themselves this restraint, and undergo cheerfully all the fatigues and expenses to which it subjects them, they must believe that the children are their own, and that their natural instinct is not directed to a wrong object, when they give a loose to love and tenderness. Now if we examine the structure of the human body, we shall find that this security is very difficult to be attained on our part, and that since, in the copulation of the sexes, the principle of generation goes from the man to the woman, an error may easily take place on the side of the former, though it be utterly impossible with regard to the latter. From this trivial and anatomical observation is derived that vast difference betwixt the education and duties of the two sexes. Were a philosopher to examine the matter a priori, he would reason after the following manner: Men are induced to labor for the maintenance and education of their children. by the persuasion that they are really their own, and therefore 'tis reasonable and even necessary to give them some security in this particular. This security cannot consist entirely in the imposing of severe punishments on any transgressions of conjugal fidelity on the part of his wife, since these public punishments cannot be inflicted without legal proof, which 'tis difficult to meet with in this subject. What restraint, therefore, shall we impose on women, in order to counterbalance so strong a temptation as they have to infidelity? There seems to be no restraint possible but the punishment of bad fame or reputation, a punishment which has a mighty influence on the human mind, and at the same time is inflicted by the world upon surmises and conjectures and proofs that would never be received in any court of judicature. In order, therefore, to impose a due restraint on the female sex, we must attach a peculiar degree of shame to their infidelity, above what arises merely from its injustice, and must bestow proportionable praises on their chastity. But though this be a very strong motive to fidelity, our philosopher would quickly discover that it would not alone be sufficient to that purpose. All human creatures, especially the female sex, are apt to overlook remote motives in favor of any present temptation. The temptation is here the strongest imaginable. Its approaches are insensible and seducing, and a woman easily finds or flatters herself she shall find certain means of securing her reputation and preventing all the pernicious consequences of her pleasures. 'Tis necessary, therefore, that beside the infamy attending such licenses, there should be some preceding backwardness or dread, which may prevent their first approaches, and may give the female sex a repugnance to all expressions, and postures, and liberties, and have an immediate relation to that enjoyment. Such would be the reasonings of our speculative philosopher, but I am persuaded that if he had not a perfect knowledge of human nature, he would be apt to regard them as mere chimerical speculations, and would consider the infamy attending infidelity, and backwardness to all its approaches, as principles that were rather to be wished than hoped for in the world. For what means, would he say, of persuading mankind that the transgressions of conjugal duty are more infamous than any other kind of injustice, when 'tis evident that they are more excusable upon account of the greatness of the temptation? And what possibility of giving a backwardness to the approaches of a pleasure to which nature has aspired so strong a propensity, and a propensity that 'tis absolutely necessary in the end to comply with, for the support of the species? But speculative reasonings which cost so much pains to philosophers are often formed by the world naturally and without reflection, as difficulties which seem unsurmountable in theory are easily got over in practice. Those who have an interest in the fidelity of women naturally disapprove of their infidelity, and all the approaches to it. Those who have no interest are carried along with the stream. Education takes possession of the ductile minds of the fair sex in their infancy, and when a general rule of this kind is once established, men are apt to extend it beyond those principles from which it first arose. Thus bachelors, however debauched, cannot choose but be shocked with any instance of lewdness or impudence in women. And though all these maxims have a plain reference to generation, yet women past childbearing have no more privilege in this respect than those who are in the flower of their youth and beauty. Men have undoubtedly an implicit notion that all those ideas of modesty and decency have a regard to generation, since they impose not the same laws with the same force on the male sex, where that reason takes not place. The exception is there obvious and extensive, and founded on a remarkable difference, which produces a clear separation and disjunction of ideas. But as the case is not the same with regard to the different ages of women, for this reason, though men know that these notions are founded on the public interest, yet the general rule carries us beyond the original principle, and makes us extend the notions of modesty over the whole sex, from their earliest infancy to their extremest old age and infirmity. Courage, which is the point of honor among men, derives its merit, in a great measure, from artifice, as well as the chastity of women, though it has also some foundation in nature. as we shall see afterwards. As to the obligations which the male sex lie under, with regard to chastity, we may observe that according to the general notions of the world, they bear nearly the same proportion to the obligations of women, as the obligations of the laws of nations do to those of the law of nature. 'Tis contrary to the interest of civil society that men should have an entire liberty of indulging their appetites in a venereal enjoyment, but as this interest is weaker than in the case of the female sex, the moral obligation arising from it must be proportionably weaker, and to prove this we need only appeal to the practice and sentiments of all nations and ages. Part 3 of the other virtues and vices. Section 1 of the origin of the natural virtues and vices. We come now to the examination of such virtues and vices as are entirely natural, and have no dependence on the artifice and contrivance of men. The examination of these will conclude this system of morals. The chief spring or actuating principle of the human mind is pleasure or pain, and when these sensations are removed, both from our thought and feeling, we are in a great measure incapable of passion or action, of desire or volition. The most immediate effects of pleasure and pain are the most propense and averse motions of the mind, which are diversified into volition, into desire and aversion, grief and joy, hope and fear, according as the pleasure or pain changes its situation, and becomes probable or improbable, certain or uncertain, or is considered as out of our power for this present moment. But when along with this the objects that cause pleasure or pain acquire a relation to ourselves or others, they still continue to excite desire and aversion, grief and joy, but cause at the same time the indirect passions of pride or humility, love or hatred, which in this case have a double relation of impressions and ideas to the pain or pleasure. We have already observed that moral distinctions depend entirely on certain peculiar sentiments of pain and pleasure, and that whatever mental quality in ourselves or others gives us a satisfaction by the survey or reflection is of course virtuous, as everything of this nature that gives uneasiness is vicious. Now, since every quality in ourselves or others which gives pleasure always causes pride or love, as every one that produces uneasiness excites humility or hatred, it follows that these two particulars are to be considered as equivalent with regard to our mental qualities, virtue and the power of producing love or pride, vice and the power of producing humility or hatred. In every case therefore we must judge of the one by the other, and may pronounce any quality of the mind virtuous, which causes love or pride, and any one vicious, which causes hatred or humility. If any action be either virtuous or vicious, 'tis only as a sign of some quality or character. It must depend upon durable principles of the mind, which extend over the whole conduct, and enter into the personal character. Actions themselves, not proceeding from any constant principle, have no influence on love or hatred, pride or humility, and consequently are never considered in morality. This reflection is self-evident and deserves to be attended to, as being of the utmost importance in the present subject. We are never to consider any single action in our inquiries concerning the origin of morals, but only the quality or character from which that action proceeded. These alone are durable enough to affect our sentiments concerning the person. Actions are, indeed, better indications of a character than words, or even wishes and sentiments, but 'tis only so far as they are such indications that they are attended with love or hatred, praise or blame. To discover the true origin of morals, and of that love or hatred which arises from mental qualities, we must take the matter pretty deep, and compare some principles which have been already examined and explained. We may begin with considering anew the nature and force of sympathy. The minds of all men are similar in their feelings and operations, nor can any one be actuated by any affection, of which all others are not, in some degree, susceptible. As in strings equally wound up, the motion of one communicates itself to the rest, so all the affections readily pass from one person to another, and beget correspondent movements in every human creature. When I see the effect of passion in the voice and gesture of any person, my mind immediately passes from these effects to their causes, and forms such a lively idea in the passion, as is presently converted into the passion itself. In like manner, when I perceive the causes of any emotion, my mind is conveyed to the effects, and is actuated with a like emotion. Were I present at any of the more terrible operations of surgery, 'tis certain that even before begun, the preparation of the instruments, the laying of the bandages in order, the heating of the irons, with all the signs of anxiety and concern in the patients and assistants, would have a great effect upon my mind, and excite the strongest sentiments of pity and terror. No passion of another discovers itself immediately to the mind. We are only sensible of its causes or effects. From these we infer the passion, and consequently these give rise to our sympathy. Our sense of beauty depends very much on this principle, and where any object has a tendency to produce pleasure in its possessor, it is always regarded as beautiful, as every object that has a tendency to produce pain is disagreeable and deformed. Thus the conveniency of a house, the fertility of a field, the strength of a horse, the capacity, security, and swift sailing of a vessel, form the principal beauty of these several objects. Here the object which is denominated beautiful pleases only by its tendency to produce a certain effect. That effect is the pleasure or advantage of some other person. Now the pleasure of a stranger for whom we have no friendship pleases us only by sympathy. To this principle, therefore, is owing the beauty which we find in everything that is useful. How considerable a part this is of beauty will easily appear upon reflection. Wherever an object has a tendency to produce pleasure in the possessor, or in other words, is the proper cause of pleasure, it is sure to please the spectator, by a delicate sympathy with the possessor. Most of the works of art are esteemed beautiful, in proportion to their fitness for the use of man, and even many of the productions of nature derive their beauty from that source. Handsome and beautiful, on most occasions, is not an absolute but a relative quality, and pleases us by nothing but its tendency to produce an end that is agreeable. The same principle produces in many instances our sentiments of morals, as well as those of beauty. No virtue is more esteemed than justice, and no vice more detested than injustice. Nor are there any qualities which go farther to the fixing the character, either as amiable or odious. Now justice is a moral virtue merely because it has that tendency to the good of mankind, and indeed is nothing but an artificial invention to that purpose. The same may be said of allegiance, of the laws of nations, of modesty, and of good manners. All these are mere human contrivances for the interest of society, and since there is a very strong sentiment of morals, which in all nations and all ages has attended them, we must allow that the reflecting on the tendency of characters and mental qualities is sufficient to give us the sentiments of approbation and blame. Now as the means to an end can only be agreeable, where the end is agreeable, and as the good of society, where our own interest is not concerned, or that of our friends, pleases only by sympathy, it follows that sympathy is the source of the esteem which we pay to all the artificial virtues. Thus it appears that sympathy is a very powerful principle in human nature, that it has a great influence on our taste of beauty, and that it produces our sentiment of morals in all the artificial virtues. From thence we may presume that it also gives rise to many of the other virtues, and that qualities acquire our approbation because of their tendency to the good of mankind. This presumption must become a certainty when we find that most of those qualities which we naturally approve of have actually that tendency, and render a man a proper member of society, while the qualities which we naturally disapprove of have a contrary tendency, and render any intercourse with the person dangerous or disagreeable. For having found that such tendencies have force enough to produce the strongest sentiment of morals, we can never reasonably, in these cases, look for any other cause of approbation or blame. It being an inviolable maxim in philosophy, that where any particular cause is sufficient for an effect, we ought to rest satisfied with it, and ought not to multiply causes without necessity. We have happily attained experiments in the artificial virtues, where the tendency of qualities to the good of society is the sole cause of our approbation, without any suspicion of the concurrence of another principle. From thence we learn the force of that principle, and where that principle may take place, and the quality approved of it is really beneficial to society. A true philosopher will never require any other principle to account for the strongest approbation and esteem. That many of the natural virtues have this tendency to the good of society, no one can doubt of. Meekness, beneficence, charity, generosity, clemency, moderation, equity, bear the greatest figure among the moral qualities, and are commonly denominated the social virtues, to mark their tendency to the good of society. This goes so far that some philosophers have represented all moral distinctions as the effect of artifice and education, when skilful politicians endeavor to restrain the turbulent passions of men, and make them operate to the public good by the notions of honor and shame. This system, however, is not consistent with experience, for first there are other virtues and vices beside those which have this tendency to the public advantage and loss. Secondly, had not men a natural sentiment of approbation and blame, it could never be excited by politicians, nor would the words laudable and praiseworthy, blamable and odious, be any more intelligent than if they were a language perfectly unknown to us, as we have already observed. But though this system be erroneous, it may teach us that moral distinctions arise in a great measure from the tendency of qualities and characters to the interests of society, and that 'tis our concern for that interest which makes us approve or disapprove of them. Now we have no such extensive concern for society, but from sympathy, and consequently 'tis that principle which takes us so far out of ourselves, as to give us the same pleasure or uneasiness in the characters of others, as if they had a tendency to our own advantage or loss. The difference betwixt the natural virtues and justice lies in this, that the good which results from the former arises from every single act, and is the object of some natural passion, whereas a single act of justice, considered in itself, may often be contrary to the public good, and 'tis only the concurrence of mankind in a general scheme or system of action which is advantageous. When I relieve persons in distress, my natural humanity is my motive, and so far as my succor extends, so far have I promoted the happiness of my fellow creatures. But if we examine all the questions that come before any tribunal of justice, we shall find, that considering each case apart, it would as often be an instance of humanity to decide contrary to the laws of justice, as conformable to them. Judges take from a poor man and give to a rich. They bestow on the dissolute the labor of the industrious, and put into the hands of the vicious the means of harming both themselves and others. The whole scheme, however, of law and justice is advantageous to the society, and 'twas with a view to this advantage that men by their voluntary conventions established it. After it is once established by these conventions, it is naturally attended with a strong sentiment of morals, which can proceed from nothing but our sympathy with the interests of society. We need no other explication of that esteem which attends such of the natural virtues as have a tendency to the public good. I must farther add, that there are several circumstances which render this hypothesis much more probable with regard to the natural than the artificial virtues. 'Tis certain that the imagination is more affected by what is particular than by what is general, and that the sentiments are always moved with difficulty, where their objects are, in any degree, loose and undetermined. Now every particular act of justice is not beneficial to society, but the whole scheme or system, and it may not, perhaps, be any individual person, for whom we are concerned, who receives benefit from justice, but the whole society alike. On the contrary, every particular act of generosity or relief of the industrious and indigent is beneficial, and is beneficial to a particular person who is not undeserving of it. 'Tis more natural, therefore, to think that the tendencies of the latter virtue will affect our sentiments, and command our approbation, than those of the former. And therefore, since we find that the approbation of the former arises from their tendencies, we may ascribe with better reason the same cause to the approbation of the latter. In any number of similar effects, if a cause can be discovered for one, we ought to extend that cause to all the other effects which can be accounted for by it. But much more if these other effects be attended with peculiar circumstances which facilitate the operation of that cause. Before I proceed farther, I must observe two remarkable circumstances in this affair, which may seem objections to the present system. The first may be thus explained. When any quality or character has a tendency to the good of mankind, we are pleased with it and approve of it, because it represents the lively idea of pleasure, which idea affects us by sympathy, and is itself a kind of pleasure. But as this sympathy is very variable, it may be thought that our sentiments of morals must admit of all the same variations. We sympathize more with persons contiguous to us than with persons remote from us, with our acquaintance than with strangers, with our countrymen than with foreigners. But notwithstanding this variation of our sympathy, we give the same approbation to the same moral qualities in China as in England. They appear equally virtuous, and recommend themselves equally to the esteem of a judicious spectator. The sympathy varies without a variation in our esteem. Our esteem therefore proceeds not from sympathy. To this I answer, the approbation of moral qualities most certainly is not derived from reason or any comparison of ideas, but proceeds entirely from a moral taste, and from certain sentiments of pleasure or disgust, which arise upon the contemplation and view of particular qualities or characters. Now it is evident that those sentiments, whencever they are derived, must vary according to the distance or contiguity of the objects. Nor can I feel the same lively pleasure from the virtues of a person who lived in Greece 2000 years ago, that I feel from the virtues of a familiar friend and acquaintance. Yet I do not say that I esteem the one more than the other, and therefore if the variation of the sentiment, without a variation of the esteem, be an objection, it must have equal force against every other system, as against that of sympathy. But to consider the matter aright, it has no force at all, and 'tis the easiest matter in the world to account for it. Our situation with regard both to persons and things is in continual fluctuation, and a man that lies at a distance from us may in a little time become a familiar acquaintance. Besides, every particular man has a peculiar position with regard to others, and 'tis impossible we could ever converse together on any reasonable terms, were each of us to consider characters and persons only as they appear from his peculiar point of view. In order, therefore, to prevent those continual contradictions, and arrive at a more stable judgment of things, we fix on some steady and general points of view, and always in our thoughts place ourselves in them, whatever may be our present situation. In like manner external beauty is determined merely by pleasure, and 'tis evident a beautiful countenance cannot give so much pleasure when seen at the distance of 20 paces, as when it is brought nearer us. We say not, however, that it appears to us less beautiful, because we know what effect it will have in such a position, and by that reflection we correct its momentary appearance. In general, all sentiments of blame or praise are variable, according to our situation of nearness or remoteness, with regard to the person blamed or praised, and according to the present disposition of our mind. But these variations we regard not in our general decisions, but still apply the terms expressive of our liking or dislike, in the same manner as if we remained in one point of view. Experience soon teaches us this method of correcting our sentiments, or at least of correcting our language, where the sentiments are more stubborn and inalterable. Our servant, if diligent and faithful, may excite stronger sentiments of love and kindness than Marcus Brutus, as represented in history, but we say not upon that account that the former character is more laudable than the latter. We know that were we to approach equally near to that renowned patriot, he would command a much higher degree of affection and admiration. Such corrections are common with regard to all the senses, and indeed 'twere impossible we could ever make use of language, or communicate our sentiments to one another, did we not correct the momentary appearances of things and overlook our present situation. 'Tis therefore from the influence of characters and qualities upon those who have an intercourse with any person that we blame or praise him. We consider not whether the persons affected by the qualities be our acquaintance or strangers, countrymen or foreigners; nay, we overlook our own interest in those general judgments, and blame not a man for opposing us in any of our pretensions, when his own interest is particularly concerned. We make allowance for a certain degree of selfishness in men because we know it to be inseparable from human nature, and inherit our frame and constitution. By this reflection we correct those sentiments of blame which so naturally arise upon any opposition. But however the general principle of our blame or praise may be corrected by those other principles, 'tis certain they are not altogether efficacious, nor do our passions often correspond entirely to the present theory. 'Tis seldom men heartily love what lies at a distance from them, and what no way redounds to their particular benefit, as 'tis no less rare to meet with persons who can pardon another any opposition he makes to their interest, however justifiable that opposition may be by the general rules of morality. Here we are contented with saying that reason requires such an impartial conduct, but that 'tis seldom we can bring ourselves to it, and that our passions do not readily follow the determination of our judgment. This language will be easily understood if we consider what we formerly said concerning that reason, which is able to oppose our passion, and which we have found to be nothing but a general calm determination of the passions, founded on some distant view or reflection. When we form our judgments of persons, merely from the tendency of their characters to our own benefit, or to that of our friends, we find so many contradictions to our sentiments in society and conversation, and such an uncertainty from the incessant changes of our situation, that we seek some other standard of merit and demerit, which may not admit of so great variation. Being thus loosened from our first station, we cannot afterwards fix ourselves so commodiously by any means as by a sympathy with those who have any commerce with the person we consider. This is far from being as lively as when our own interest is concerned, or that of our particular friends, nor has it such an influence on our love and hatred, but being equally conformable to our calm and general principles, 'tis said to have an equal authority over our reason and to command our judgment and opinion. We blame equally a bad action which we read of in history, with one performed in our neighborhood to other day, the meaning of which is, that we know from reflection that the former action would excite as strong sentiments of disapprobation as the latter, were it placed in the same position. I now proceed to the second remarkable circumstance which I propose to take notice of. Where a person is possessed of a character that in its natural tendency is beneficial to society, we esteem him virtuous and are delighted with the view of his character, even though particular accidents prevent its operation, and incapacitate him from being serviceable to his friends and country. Virtue in rags is still virtue, and the love which it procures attends a man into a dungeon or desert, where the virtue can no longer be exerted in action, and is lost to all the world. Now this may be esteemed an objection to the present system. Sympathy interests us in the good of mankind, and if sympathy were the source of our esteem for virtue, that sentiment of approbation could only take place where the virtue actually attained its end, and was beneficial to mankind. Where it fails of its end, 'tis only an imperfect means, and therefore can never require any merit from that end. The goodness of an end can bestow a merit on such means alone as are complete, and actually produce the end. To this we may reply that where an object in all its parts is fitted to attain any agreeable end, it naturally gives us pleasure, and is esteemed beautiful, even though some external circumstances be wanting to render it altogether effectual. 'Tis sufficient if everything be complete in the object itself. A house that is contrived with great judgment for all the commodities of life, pleases us upon that account, though perhaps we are sensible that no one will ever dwell in it. A fertile soil and a happy climate delight us by a reflection on the happiness which they would afford the inhabitants, though at present the country be desert and uninhabited. A man whose limbs and shape promise strength and activity is esteemed handsome, though condemned to perpetual imprisonment. The imagination has a set of passions belonging to it, which upon our sentiments of beauty much depend. These passions are moved by degrees of liveliness and strength which are inferior to belief, and independent of the real existence of their objects. Where a character is, in every respect, fitted to be beneficial to society, the imagination passes easily from the cause to the effect, without considering that there are still some circumstances wanting to render the cause a complete one. General rules create a species of probability, which sometimes influences the judgment, and always the imagination. 'Tis true the cause is complete, and a good disposition is attended with good fortune, which renders it really beneficial to society. It gives a stronger pleasure to the spectator, and is attended with a more lively sympathy. We are more affected by it, and yet we do not say that it is more virtuous, or that we esteem it more. We know that an alteration of fortune may render the benevolent disposition entirely impotent, and therefore we separate as much as possible the fortune from the disposition. The case is the same as when we correct the different sentiments of virtue, which proceed from its different distances from ourselves. The passions do not always follow our corrections, but these corrections serve sufficiently to regulate our abstract notions, and are alone regarded when we pronounce in general concerning the degrees of vice and virtue. 'Tis observed by critics that all words or sentences which are difficult to the pronunciation are disagreeable to the ear. There is no difference whether a man hear them pronounced, or read them silently to himself. When I run over a book with my eye, I imagine I hear it all, and also by the force of imagination enter into the uneasiness which the delivery of it would give the speaker. The uneasiness is not real, but as such a composition of words has a natural tendency to produce it, this is sufficient to affect the mind with a painful sentiment, and render the discourse harsh and disagreeable. 'Tis a similar case where any real quality is, by accidental circumstances, rendered impotent, and is deprived of its natural influence on society. Upon these principles we may easily remove any contradiction which may appear to be betwixt the extensive sympathy on which our sentiments of virtue depend, and that limited generosity which I have frequently observed to be natural to men, and which justice and property suppose according to the precedent reasoning. My sympathy with another may give me the sentiment of pain and disapprobation, when any object is presented that has a tendency to give him uneasiness, though I may not be willing to sacrifice anything of my own interest, or cross any of my passions, for his satisfaction. A house may displease me by being ill contrived for the convenience of the owner, and yet I may refuse to give a shilling towards the rebuilding of it. Sentiments must touch the heart to make them control our passions, but they need not extend beyond the imagination to make them influence our taste. When a building seems clumsy and tottering to the eye, it is ugly and disagreeable, though we be fully assured of the solidity of the workmanship. 'Tis a kind of fear which causes this sentiment of disapprobation, but the passion is not the same with that which we feel. when obliged to stand under a wall that we really think tottering and insecure. The seeming tendencies of objects affect the mind, and the emotions they excite are of a like species with those which proceed from the real consequences of objects, but their feeling is different. Nay, these emotions are so different in their feeling that they may often be contrary without destroying each other, as when the fortifications of a city belonging to an enemy are esteemed beautiful upon account of their strength, though we could wish that they were entirely destroyed. The imagination adheres to the general views of things, and distinguishes the feelings they produce from those which arise from our particular and momentary situation. If we examine the panegyrics that are commonly made of great men, we shall find that most of the qualities which are attributed to them may be divided into two kinds, such as make them perform their part in society, and such as render them serviceable to themselves, and enable them to promote their own interest. Their prudence, temperance, frugality, industry, assiduity, enterprise, dexterity, are celebrated, as well as their generosity and humanity. If we ever give an indulgence to any quality that disables a man from making a figure in life, 'tis to that of indolence, which is not supposed to derive one of his parts and capacity, but only suspends their exercise, and that without any inconvenience to the person himself, since 'tis in some measure from his own choice. Yet indolence is always allowed to be a fault, and a very great one, if extreme, nor do a man's friends ever acknowledge him to be subject to it, but in order to save his character from more material articles. He could make a figure, say they, if he pleased to give application. His understanding is sound, his conception quick, and his memory tenacious, but he hates business, and is indifferent about his fortune. And this a man sometimes may make even a subject of vanity, though with the air of confessing a fault, because he may think that this incapacity for business implies much more noble qualities, such as a philosophical spirit, a fine taste, a delicate wit, or a relish for pleasure and society. But take any other case, suppose a quality that without being an indication of any other good qualities, incapacitates a man always for business, and is destructive to his interest, such as a blundering understanding, and a wrong judgment of everything in life, inconstancy and irresolution, or a want of address in the management of men and business. These are all allowed to be imperfections in a character, and many men would rather acknowledge the greatest crimes, than have it suspected that they are in any degree subject to them. 'Tis very happy in our philosophical researches when we find the same phenomenon diversified by a variety of circumstances, and by discovering what is common among them can better assure ourselves of the truth of any hypothesis we may make use of to explain it. Were nothing esteemed virtue but what were beneficial to society, I am persuaded that the foregoing explication of the moral sense ought still to be received, and that upon sufficient evidence. But this evidence must grow upon us when we find other kinds of virtue, which will not admit of any explication except from that hypothesis. Here is a man who is not remarkably defective in his social qualities, but what principally recommends him is his dexterity in business, by which he has extricated himself from the greatest difficulties and conducted the most delicate affairs with a singular address and prudence. I find an esteem for him immediately to arise in me. His company is a satisfaction to me, and before I have any farther acquaintance with him, I would rather do him a service than another, whose character is in every other respect equal, but is deficient in that particular. In this case the qualities that please me are all considered as useful to the person, and as having a tendency to promote his interest and satisfaction. They are only regarded as means to an end, and please me in proportion to their fitness for that end. The end therefore must be agreeable to me, but what makes the end agreeable? The person is a stranger, I am no way interested in him, nor lie under any obligation to him. His happiness concerns not me farther than the happiness of every human, and indeed every sensible creature. That is, it affects me only by sympathy. From that principle, whenever I discover his happiness and good, whether in its causes or effects, I enter so deeply into it, that it gives me a sensible emotion. The appearance of qualities that have a tendency to promote it have an agreeable effect upon my imagination, and command my love and esteem. This theory may serve to explain why the same qualities in all cases produce both pride and love, humility and hatred, and the same man is always virtuous or vicious, accomplished or despicable to others, who is so to himself. A person in whom we discover any passion or habit, which originally is only incommodious to himself, becomes always disagreeable to us, merely on its account, as on the other hand, one whose character is only dangerous and disagreeable to others can never be satisfied with himself, as long as he is sensible of that disadvantage. Nor is this observable only with regard to characters and manners, but may be remarked even in the most minute circumstances. A violent cough in another gives us uneasiness, though in itself it does not in the least affect us. A man will be mortified if you tell him he has a stinking breath, though 'tis evidently no annoyance to himself. Our fancy easily changes its situation, and either surveying ourselves as we appear to others, or considering others as they feel themselves, we enter by that means into sentiments which no way belong to us, and in which nothing but sympathy is able to interest us. And this sympathy we sometimes carry so far as even to be displeased with a quality commodious to us, merely because it displeases others and makes us disagreeable in their eyes, though perhaps we can never have any interest in rendering ourselves agreeable to them. There have been many systems of morality advanced by philosophers in all ages, but if they are strictly examined, they may be reduced to two, which alone merit our attention. Moral good and evil are certainly distinguished by our sentiments, not by reason, but these sentiments may arise either from their mere species or appearance of characters and passions, or from reflections on their tendency to the happiness of mankind, and of particular persons. My opinion is that both these causes are intermixed in our judgments of morals, after the same manner as they are in our decisions concerning most kinds of external beauty, though I am also of opinion that reflections on the tendencies of actions have by far the greatest influence and determine all the great lines of our duty. There are, however, instances in cases of less moment, wherein this immediate taste or sentiment produces our approbation. Wit and a certain easy and disengaged behavior are qualities immediately agreeable to others, and command their love and esteem. Some of these qualities produce satisfaction in others by particular original principles of human nature, which cannot be accounted for. Others may be resolved into principles which are more general. This will best appear upon a particular inquiry. As some qualities acquire their merit from their being immediately agreeable to others, without any tendency to public interest, so some are denominated virtuous from their being immediately agreeable to the person himself, who possesses them. Each of the passions and operations of the mind has a particular feeling, which must be either agreeable or disagreeable. The first is virtuous, the second vicious. This particular feeling constitutes the very nature of the passion, and therefore needs not be accounted for. But however directly the distinction of vice and virtue may seem to flow from the immediate pleasure or uneasiness which particular qualities cause to ourselves or others, 'tis easy to observe that it has also a considerable dependence on the principle of sympathy, so often insisted on. We approve of a person who is possessed of qualities immediately agreeable to those with whom he has any commerce, though perhaps we ourselves never reaped any pleasure from them. We also approve of one who is possessed of qualities that are immediately agreeable to himself, though they be of no service to any mortal. To account for this we must have recourse to the foregoing principles. Thus, to take a general review of the present hypothesis, every quality of the mind is denominated virtuous, which gives pleasure by the mere survey, as every quality which produces pain is called vicious. This pleasure and this pain may arise from 4 different sources. For we reap a pleasure from the view of a character which is naturally fitted to be useful to others, or to the person himself, or which is agreeable to others or to the person himself. One may perhaps be surprised that amidst all these interests and pleasures we should forget our own, which touch us so nearly on every other occasion. But we shall easily satisfy ourselves on this head when we consider that every particular person's pleasure and interest be different. 'Tis impossible men could ever agree in their sentiments and judgments, unless they chose some common point of view, from which they might survey their object, and which might cause it to appear the same to all of them. Now in judging of characters, the only interest or pleasure which appears the same to every spectator is that of the person himself, whose character is examined, or that of persons who have a connection with him. And though such interests and pleasures touch us more faintly than our own, yet being more constant and universal, they counterbalance the latter, even in practice, and are alone admitted in speculation as the standard of virtue and morality. They alone produce that particular feeling or sentiment on which moral distinctions depend. As to the good or ill desert of virtue or vice, 'tis an evident consequence of the sentiments of pleasures or uneasiness. These sentiments produce love or hatred, and love or hatred, by the original constitution of human passion, is attended with benevolence or anger, that is, with a desire of making happy the person we love, and miserable the person we hate. We have treated of this more fully on another occasion. Section 2. Of Greatness of Mind. It may now be proper to illustrate this general system of morals by applying it to particular instances of virtue and vice, and showing how their merit or demerit arises from the 4 sources here explained. We shall begin with examining the passions of pride and humility, and shall consider the vice or virtue that lies in their excesses, or just proportion. An excess pride or overweening conceit of ourselves is always esteemed vicious, and is universally hated, as modesty, or a just sense of our weakness, is esteemed virtuous, and procures the good will of every one. Of the 4 sources of moral distinctions, this is to be ascribed to the third, the immediate agreeableness and disagreeableness of a quality to others, without any reflections on the tendency of that quality. In order to prove this we must have recourse to 2 principles, which are very conspicuous in human nature. The first of these is the sympathy and communication of sentiments and passions above mentioned. So close and intimate is the correspondence of human souls, that no sooner any person approaches me than he diffuses on me all his opinions, and draws along my judgment in a greater or lesser degree, and though on many occasions my sympathy with him goes not so far as entirely to change my sentiments and way of thinking, yet it seldom is so weak as not to disturb the easy course of my thought, and give an authority to that opinion which is recommended to me by his assent and approbation. Nor is it any way material upon what subject he and I employ our thoughts. Whether we judge of an indifferent person, or of my own character, my sympathy gives equal force to his decision, and even his sentiments in his own merit make me consider him in the same light in which he regards himself. This principle of sympathy is of so powerful and insinuating a nature, that it enters into most of our sentiments and passions, and often takes place under the appearance of its contrary. For 'tis remarkable that when a person opposes me in anything which I am strongly bent upon, and ruses up my passion by contradiction, I have always a degree of sympathy with him, nor does my commotion proceed from any other origin. We may here observe an evident conflict or rencounter of opposite principles and passions. On the one side there is, that passion or sentiment which is natural to me, and 'tis observable that the stronger this passion is, the greater is the commotion. There must also be some passion or sentiment on the other side, and this passion can proceed from nothing but sympathy. The sentiments of others can never affect us, but by becoming, in some measure, our own, in which case they operate upon us, by opposing and increasing our passions, in the very same manner as if they had been originally derived from our own temper and disposition. While they remain concealed in the minds of others, they can never have any influence upon us, and even when they are known, if they went no farther than the imagination or conception, that faculty is so accustomed to objects in every different kind, that a mere idea, though contrary to our sentiments and inclinations, would never alone be able to affect us. The second principle I shall take notice of is that of comparison, or the variation of our judgments concerning objects, according to the proportion they bear to those which we compare them. We judge more of objects by comparison than by their intrinsic worth and value, and regard everything as mean, when set in opposition to what is superior of the same kind. But no comparison is more obvious than that with ourselves, and hence it is that on all occasions it takes place, and mixes with most of our passions. This kind of comparison is directly contrary to sympathy in its operation, as we have observed in treating of compassion and malice. In all kinds of comparison an object makes us always receive from another to which it is compared a sensation contrary to what arises from itself in its direct and immediate survey. The direct survey of another's pleasure naturally gives us pleasure, and therefore produces pain when compared with our own. His pain, considered in itself, is painful, but augments the idea of our own happiness and gives us pleasure. Since then those principles of sympathy and a comparison with ourselves are directly contrary, it may be worth while to consider what general rules can be formed, beside the particular temper of the person, for the prevalence of the one or the other. Suppose I am now in safety at land, and would willingly reap some pleasures from this consideration. I must think on the miserable condition of those who are at sea in a storm, and must endeavor to render this idea as strong and lively as possible, in order to make me more sensible of my own happiness. But whatever pains I may take, the comparison will never have an equal efficacy, as if I were really on the shore, and saw a ship at a distance, tossed by a tempest, and in danger every moment of perishing on a rock or sandbank. But suppose this idea to become still more lively, suppose the ship to be driven so near me, that I can perceive distinctly the horror painted on the countenance of the seamen and passengers, hear their lamentable cries, see the dearest friends give their last adieu, or embrace with a resolution to perish in each other's arms. No man has so savage a heart as to reap any pleasure from such a spectacle, or withstand the motions of the tenderest compassion and sympathy. 'Tis evident, therefore, there is a medium in this case, and that if the idea be too faint, it has no influence by comparison, and on the other hand, if it be too strong, it operates on us entirely by sympathy, which is the contrary to comparison. Sympathy, being the conversion of an idea into an impression, demands a greater force and vivacity in the idea than is requisite to comparison. All this is easily applied to the present subject. We sink very much in our own eyes, when in the presence of a great man, or one of a superior genius, and this humility makes a considerable ingredient in that respect, which we pay our superiors, according to our foregoing reasoning on that passion. Sometimes even envy and hatred arise from the comparison, but in the greatest part of men it rests at respect and esteem. As sympathy has such a powerful influence on the human mind, it causes pride to have, in some measure, the same effect as merit, and by making us enter into those elevated sentiments which the proud man entertains of himself, presents that comparison, which is so mortifying and disagreeable. Our judgment does not entirely accompany him in the flattering conceit in which he pleases himself, but still is so shaken as to perceive the idea it presents, and to give it an influence above the loose conceptions of the imagination. A man who, in an idle humor, would form a notion of a person of a merit very much superior to his own, would not be mortified by that fiction. But when a man whom we are really persuaded to be of inferior merit is presented to us, if we observe him in any extraordinary degree of pride and self-conceit, the firm persuasion he has on his own merit takes hold of the imagination, and diminishes us in our own eyes, in the same manner as if he were really possessed of all the good qualities which he so liberally attributes to himself. Our idea is here precisely in that medium which is requisite to make it operate on us by comparison. Were it accompanied with belief, and did the person appear to have the same merit which he assumes to himself, would have a contrary effect, and would operate on us by sympathy. The influence of that principle would then be superior to that of comparison, contrary to what happens where the person's merit seems below his pretensions. The necessary consequence of these principles is, that pride, or an overweening conceit of ourselves, must be vicious, since it causes uneasiness in all men, and presents them every moment with a disagreeable comparison. 'Tis a trite observation in philosophy and even in common life and conversation, that 'tis our own pride which makes us so displeased with the pride of other people, and that vanity becomes insupportable to us merely because we are vain. The gay naturally associate themselves with the gay, and the amorous with the amorous, but the proud never can endure the proud, and rather seek the company of those who are of an opposite disposition. As we are all of us proud in some degree, pride is universally blamed and condemned by all mankind, as having a natural tendency to cause uneasiness in others by means of comparison; and this effect must follow the more naturally, that those who have an ill-grounded conceit of themselves are for ever making those comparisons, nor have they any other method of supporting their vanity. A man of sense and merit is pleased with himself, independent of all foreign considerations; but a fool must always find some person that is more foolish, in order to keep himself in good humor with his own parts and understanding. But though an overweening conceit of our own merit be vicious and disagreeable, nothing can be more laudable than to have a value for ourselves, where we really have qualities that are valuable. The utility and advantage of any quality to ourselves is a source of virtue, as well as its agreeableness to others, and 'tis certain that nothing is more useful to us in the conduct of life than a due degree of pride, which makes us sensible of our own merit, and gives us a confidence and assurance in all our projects and enterprises. Whatever capacity any one may be endowed with, 'tis entirely useless to him, if he be not acquainted with it, and form not designs suitable to it. 'Tis requisite on all occasions to know our own force, and were it allowable to err on either side, 'twould be more advantageous to overrate our merit than to form ideas of it below its just standard. Fortune commonly favors the bold and enterprising, and nothing inspires us with more boldness than a good opinion of ourselves. Add to this that though pride or self-applause be sometimes disagreeable to others, 'tis always agreeable to ourselves; as, on the other hand, modesty, though it give pleasure to every one who observes it, produces often uneasiness in the person endowed with it. Now it has been observed that our own sensations determines the vice and virtue of any quality, as well as those sensations which it may excite in others. Thus self-satisfaction and vanity may not only be allowable, but requisite in a character. 'Tis however certain that good breeding and decency require that we should avoid all signs and expressions which tend directly to show a passion. We have all of us a wonderful partiality for ourselves, and were we always to give vent to our sentiments in this particular, we should mutually cause the greatest indignation in each other, not only by the immediate presence of so disagreeable a subject of comparison, but also by the contrariety of our judgments. In like manner, therefore, as we establish the laws of nature in order to secure property in society, and prevent the opposition of self-interest, we establish the rules of good breeding, in order to prevent the opposition of men's pride, and render conversation agreeable and inoffensive. Nothing is more disagreeable than a man's overweening conceit of himself. Everyone almost has a strong propensity to this vice. No one can well distinguish in himself betwixt the vice and virtue, or be certain that his esteem of his own merit is well founded. For these reasons all direct expressions of this passion are condemned, nor do we make any exception to this rule in favor of men of sense and merit. They are not allowed to do themselves justice openly, in words no more than other people, and even if they show a reserve and secret doubt in doing themselves justice in their own thoughts, they will be more applauded. That impertinent and almost universal propensity of men to overvalue themselves has given us such a prejudice against self-applause, that we are apt to condemn it by a general rule, wherever we meet with it, and 'tis with some difficulty we give a privilege to men of sense, even in their most secret thoughts. At least it must be owned that some disguise in this particular is absolutely requisite, and that if we harbor pride in our breasts, we must carry a fair outside, and have the appearance of modesty and mutual deference in all our conduct and behavior. We must on every occasion be ready to prefer others to ourselves, to treat them with a kind of deference, even though they be our equals, to seem always the lowest and least in the company, where we are not very much distinguished above them. And if we observe these rules in our conduct, men will have more indulgence for our secret sentiments, when we discover them in an oblique manner. I believe no one who has any practice of the world, and can penetrate into the inward sentiments of men, will assert that the humility which good breeding and decency require of us goes beyond the outside, or that a thorough sincerity in this particular is esteemed a real part of our duty. On the contrary, we may observe that a genuine and hearty pride, or self-esteem, if well concealed and well founded, is essential to the character of a man of honor, and that there is no quality of the mind which is more indispensably requisite to procure the esteem and approbation of mankind. There are certain deferences and mutual submissions which custom requires of the different ranks of men towards each other, and whoever exceeds in this particular, if through interest, is accused of meanness, if through ignorance, of simplicity. 'Tis necessary, therefore, to know our rank and station in the world, whether it be fixed by our birth, fortune, employments, talents, or reputation. 'Tis necessary to feel the sentiment and passion of pride in conformity to it, and to regulate our actions accordingly. And should it be said that prudence may suffice to regulate our actions in this particular, without any real pride, I would observe that here the object of prudence is to conform our actions to the general usage and custom, and that 'tis impossible those tacit airs of superiority should ever have been established and authorized by custom, unless men were generally proud, and unless that passion were generally approved, when well grounded. If we pass from common life and conversation to history, this reasoning acquires new force, when we observe that all those great actions and sentiments which have become the admiration of mankind are founded on nothing but pride and self-esteem. Go, says Alexander the Great to his soldiers, when they refused to follow him to the Indies, go tell your countrymen that you left Alexander completing the conquest of the world. This passage was always particularly admired by the Prince of Condé, as we learn from Saint Evremond. Alexander, said that prince, abandoned by his soldiers among barbarians, not yet fully subdued, felt in himself such a dignity and right of empire, that he could not believe it possible anyone could refuse to obey him. Whether in Europe or in Asia, among Greeks or Persians, all was indifferent to him. Wherever he found men, he fancied he had found subjects. In general we may observe that whatever we call heroic virtue, and admire under the character of greatness and elevation of mind, is either nothing but a steady and well-established pride and self-esteem, or partakes largely of that passion. Courage, intrepidity, ambition, love of glory, magnanimity, and all the other shining virtues of that kind have plainly a strong mixture of self-esteem in them, and derive a great part of their merit from that origin. Accordingly we find that many religious declaimers decry those virtues as purely pagan and natural, and represent to us the excellency of the Christian religion, which places humility in the ranks of virtues, and corrects the judgment of the world and even of philosophers, who so generally admire all the efforts of pride and ambition. Whether this virtue of humility has been rightly understood, I shall not pretend to determine. I am content with the concession that the world naturally esteems a well-regulated pride, which secretly animates our conduct without breaking out into such indecent expressions of vanity as may offend the vanity of others. The merit of pride or self-esteem is derived from two circumstances, its utility and its agreeableness to ourselves, by which it capacitates us for business, and at the same time gives us an immediate satisfaction. When it goes beyond its just bounds, it loses the first advantage, and becomes prejudicial, which is the reason why we condemn an extravagant pride and ambition, however regulated by the decorums of good breeding and politeness. But as such a passion is still agreeable, and conveys elevated a sublime sensation to the person who is actuated by it, the sympathy with that satisfaction diminishes considerably the blame, which naturally attends its dangerous influence on his conduct and behavior. Accordingly we may observe that an excessive courage and magnanimity, especially when it displays itself under the frowns of fortune, contributes in a great measure to the character of a hero, and will render a person the admiration of posterity, at the same time that it ruins his affairs and leads him into dangers and difficulties with which otherwise he would never have been acquainted. Heroism or military glory is much admired by the generality of mankind. They consider it as the most sublime kind of merit. Men of cool reflections are not so sanguine in their praises of it. The infinite confusions and disorder which it has caused in the world diminish much of its merit in their eyes. When they would oppose the popular notions on this head, they always paint out the evils which this supposed virtue has produced in human society, the subversion of empires, the devastation of provinces, the sack of cities. As long as these are present to us, we are more inclined to hate than admire the ambition of heroes, but when we fix our view on the person himself, who is the author of all the mischief, there is something so dazzling in his character, the mere contemplation of it so elevates the mind, that we cannot refuse it our admiration. The pain which we receive from its tendency to the prejudice of society is overpowered by a stronger and more immediate sympathy. Thus our explication of the merit or demerit which attends the degrees of pride or self-esteem may serve as a strong argument for the preceding hypothesis, by showing the effects of those principles above explained in all the variations of our judgments concerning the passion. Nor will this reasoning be advantageous to us only by showing that the distinction of vice and virtue arises from the four principles of the advantage and of the pleasure of the person himself and of others, but may also afford us a strong proof of some under parts of that hypothesis. No one who duly considers of this matter will make any scruple of allowing that any piece of ill breeding, or any expression of pride and haughtiness, is displeasing to us, merely because it shocks our own pride and leads us by sympathy into a comparison, which causes the disagreeable passion of humility. Now as an insolence of this kind is blamed even in a person who has always been civil to ourselves in particular, nay in one whose name is only known to us in history, it follows that our disapprobation proceeds from a sympathy with others, and from the reflection that such a character is highly displeasing, and odious to everyone who converses or has any intercourse with the person possessed of it. We sympathize that those people in their uneasiness, and as their uneasiness proceeds in part from a sympathy with the person who insults them, we may here observe a double rebound of the sympathy, which is a principle very similar to what we have observed on another occasion. Section 3. Of Goodness and Benevolence. Having thus explained the origin of that praise and approbation which attends everything we call great in human affections, we now proceed to give an account of their goodness, and show whence its merit is derived. When experience has once given us a complete knowledge of human affairs, and has taught us the proportion they bear to human passion, we perceive that the generosity of men is very limited, and that it seldom extends beyond their friends and family, or at most beyond their native country. Being thus acquainted with the nature of man, we expect not any impossibilities from him, but confine our view to that narrow circle in which any person moves, in order to form a judgment of his moral character. When the natural tendency of his passions leads him to be serviceable and useful within his sphere, we approve of his character and love his person by a sympathy within the sentiments of those who have a more particular connection with him. We are quickly obliged to forget our own interest in our judgments of this kind, by reason of the perpetual contradictions we meet with in society and conversation from persons that are not placed in the same situation, and have not the same interest with ourselves. The only point of view in which our sentiments concur with those of others is when we consider the tendency of any passion to the advantage or harm of those who have any immediate connection or intercourse with the person possessed of it. And though this advantage or harm be often very remote from ourselves, yet sometimes 'tis very near us, and interests us strongly by sympathy. This concern we readily extend to other cases that are resembling, and when these are very remote, our sympathy is proportionably weaker, and our praise or blame fainter and more doubtful. The case is here the same as in our judgments concerning external bodies. All objects seem to diminish by their distance, but though the appearance of objects to our senses be the original standard by which we judge of them, yet we do not say that they actually diminish by the distance, but correcting the appearance by reflection, arrive at a more constant and established judgment concerning them. In like manner, though sympathy be much fainter than our concern for ourselves, and a sympathy with persons remote from us much fainter than that with persons near and contiguous, yet we neglect all these differences in our calm judgments concerning the characters of men. Besides that we ourselves often change our situation in this particular, we every day meet with persons who are in a different situation from ourselves, and who could never converse with us on any reasonable terms, were we to remain constantly in that situation and point of view, which is peculiar to us. The intercourse of sentiments, therefore, in society and conversation, makes us form some general inalterable standard, by which we may approve or disapprove of characters and manners, and though the heart does not always take part with those general notions, or regulate its love and hatred by them, yet are they sufficient for discourse, and serve all our purposes in company, in the pulpit, on the theatre, and in the schools. From these principles we may easily account for that merit, which is commonly ascribed to generosity, humanity, compassion, gratitude, friendship, fidelity, zeal, disinterestedness, liberality, and all those other qualities which form the character of good and benevolent. A propensity to the tender passions makes a man agreeable and useful in all the parts of life, and gives a just direction to all his other qualities, which otherwise may become prejudicial to society. Courage and ambition, when not regulated by benevolence, are fit only to make a tyrant and public robber. 'Tis the same case with judgment and capacity, and all the qualities of that kind. They are indifferent in themselves to the interests of society, and have a tendency to the good or ill of mankind. according as they are directed by these other passions. As love is immediately agreeable to the person who is actuated by it, and hatred immediately disagreeable, this may also be a considerable reason why we praise all the passions that partake of the former, and blame all those that have any considerable share of the latter. 'Tis certain we are infinitely touched with a tender sentiment, as well as with a great one. The tears naturally start in our eyes at the conception of it, nor can we forbear giving a loose to the same tenderness towards the person who exerts it. All this seems to me a proof that our approbation has, in those cases, an origin different from the prospect of utility and advantage, either to ourselves or others, to which we may add that men naturally, without reflection, approve of that character which is most like their own. The man of a mild disposition and tender affections, in forming a notion of the most perfect virtue, mixes in it more of benevolence and humanity, than the man of courage and enterprise, who naturally looks upon a certain elevation of mind as the most accomplished character. This must evidently proceed from an immediate sympathy, which men have with characters similar to their own. They enter with more warmth into such sentiments, and feel more sensibly the pleasure which arises from them. 'Tis remarkable that nothing touches a man of humanity more than any instance of extraordinary delicacy in love or friendship, where a person is attentive to the smallest concern of his friend, and is willing to sacrifice to them the most considerable interest of his own. Such delicacies have little influence on society, because they make us regard the greatest trifles, but they are the more engaging, the more minute the concern is, and are a proof of the highest merit in anyone who is capable of them. The passions are so contagious that they pass with the greatest facility from one person to another, and produce correspondent movements in all human breasts. Where friendship appears in very single instances, my heart catches the same passion, and is warmed by those warm sentiments that display themselves before me. Such agreeable movements must give me an affection to every one that excites them. This is the case with everything that is agreeable in any person. The transition from pleasure to love is easy, but the transition must here be still more easy, since the agreeable sentiment which is excited by sympathy is love itself, and there is nothing required but to change the object. Hence the peculiar merit of benevolence in all its shapes and appearances. Hence even its weaknesses are virtuous and amiable, and a person whose grief upon the loss of a friend were excessive, would be esteemed upon that account. His tenderness bestows a merit, as it does a pleasure, on his melancholy. We are not, however, to imagine that all the angry passions are vicious, though they are disagreeable. There is a certain indulgence due to human nature in this respect. Anger and hatred are passions inherent in our very frame and constitution. The want of them on some occasions may even be a proof of weakness and imbecility. And where they appear only in a low degree, we not only excuse them because they are natural, but even bestow our applauses on them because they are inferior to what appears in the greatest part of mankind. Where these angry passions rise up to cruelty, they form the most detested of all vices. All the pity and concern which we have for the miserable sufferers by this vice turns against the person guilty of it, and produces a stronger hatred than we are sensible of on any other occasion. Even when the vice of inhumanity rises not to this extreme degree, our sentiments concerning it are very much influenced by reflections on the harm that results from it, and we may observe in general that if we can find any quality in a person which renders him incommodious to those who live and converse with them, we always allow it to be a fault or blemish, without any farther examination. On the other hand, when we enumerate the good qualities of any person, we always mention those parts of his character which render him a safe companion, an easy friend, a gentle master, an agreeable husband, or an indulgent father. We consider him with all his relations in society, and love or hate him, according as he affects those who have any immediate intercourse with him. And 'tis a most certain rule that if there be no relation of life in which I could not wish to stand to a particular person, his character must so far be allowed to be perfect. If he be as little wanting to himself as to others, his character is entirely perfect. This is the ultimate test of merit and virtue. Section 4. Of Natural Abilities. No distinction is more usual in all systems of ethics than that betwixt natural abilities and moral virtues, where the former are placed on the same footing with bodily endowments, and are supposed to have no merit or moral worth annexed to them. Whoever considers the matter accurately will find that a dispute upon this head would be merely a dispute of words, and that though these qualities are not altogether of the same kind, yet they agree in the most material circumstances. They are both of them equally mental qualities, and both of them equally produce pleasure, and have of course an equal tendency to procure the love and esteem of mankind. There are few who are not as jealous of their character with regard to sense and knowledge, as to honor and courage, and much more than with regard to temperance and sobriety. Men are even afraid of passing for good-natured, lest that should be taken for want of understanding, and often boast of more debauches than they have been really engaged in, to give themselves airs of fire and spirit. In short, the figure a man makes in the world, the reception he meets with in a company, the esteem paid him by his acquaintance, all these advantages depend almost as much upon his good sense and judgment as upon any other part of his character. Let a man have the best intentions in the world, and be the farthest from all injustice and violence, he will never be able to make himself be much regarded without a moderate share, at least, of parts and understanding. Since then natural abilities, though perhaps inferior, yet are on the same footing, both as to their causes and effects, with those qualities which we call moral virtues, why should we make any distinction betwixt them? Though we refuse to natural abilities the title of virtues, we must allow that they procure the love and esteem of mankind, that they give a new lustre to the other virtues, and that a man possessed of them is much more entitled to our good will and services than one entirely void of them. It may indeed be pretended that the sentiment of approbation which those qualities produce, besides its being inferior, is also somewhat different from that which attends the other virtues, but this in my opinion is not a sufficient reason for excluding them from the catalogue of virtues. Each of the virtues, even benevolence, justice, gratitude, integrity, excites a different sentiment or feeling in the spectator. The characters of Caesar and Cato, as drawn by Sallust, are both of them virtuous, in the strictest sense of the word, but in a different way, nor are the sentiments entirely the same, which arise from them. The one produces love, the other esteem. The one is amiable, the other awful. We could wish to meet with the one character in a friend, the other character we would be ambitious of in ourselves. In like manner the approbation which attends natural abilities may be somewhat different to the feeling from that which arises from the other virtues, without making them entirely of a different species. And indeed we may observe that the natural abilities, no more than the other virtues, produce not all of them the same kind of approbation. Good sense and genius beget esteem, wit and humour excite love. Those who represent the distinction betwixt natural abilities and moral virtues as very material may say that the former are entirely involuntary, and have therefore no merit attending them, as having no dependence on liberty and free will. But to this I answer, first, that many of those qualities which all moralists, especially the ancients, comprehend under the title of moral virtues, are equally involuntary and necessary with the qualities of the judgment and imagination. Of this nature are constancy, fortitude, magnanimity, and, in short, all the qualities which form the great man. I might say the same, in some degree, of the others, in being almost impossible for the mind to change its character in any considerable article, or cure itself of a passionate or splenetic temper, when they are natural to it. The greater degree there is of these blamable qualities, the more vicious they become, and yet they are the less voluntary. Secondly, I would have any one give me a reason why virtue and vice may not be involuntary, as well as beauty and deformity. These moral distinctions arise from the natural distinctions of pain and pleasure, and when we receive those feelings from the general consideration of any quality or character, we denominate it vicious or virtuous. Now I believe no one will assert that a quality can never produce pleasure or pain to the person who considers it, unless it be perfectly voluntary in the person who possesses it. Thirdly, as to free will, we have shown that it has no place with regard to the actions, no more than the qualities of men. It is not a just consequence that what is voluntary is free. Our actions are more voluntary than our judgments, but we have not more liberty in the one than in the other. But though this distinction betwixt voluntary and involuntary be not sufficient to justify the distinction betwixt natural abilities and moral virtues, yet the former distinction will afford us a plausible reason why moralists have invented the latter. Men have observed that though natural abilities and moral qualities be in the main on the same footing, there is, however, this difference betwixt them, that the former are almost invariable by any art or industry, while the latter, or at least the actions that proceed from them, may be changed by the motives of rewards and punishments, praise and blame. Hence legislators, and divines and moralists have principally applied themselves to the regulating these voluntary actions, and have endeavored to produce additional motives for being virtuous in that particular. They knew that to punish a man for folly or exhort him to be prudent and sagacious would have but little effect, though the same punishments and exhortations with regard to justice and injustice might have a considerable influence. But as men in common life and conversation do not carry those ends in view, but naturally praise or blame whatever pleases or displeases them, they do not seem much to regard this distinction, but consider prudence under the character of virtue, as well as benevolence and penetration, as well as justice. Nay, we find that all moralists whose judgment is not perverted by a strict adherence to a system, enter into the same way of thinking, and that the ancient moralists in particular made no scruple of placing prudence at the head of the cardinal virtues. There is a sentiment of esteem and approbation which may be excited in some degree by any faculty of the mind, in its perfect state and condition, and to account for this sentiment is the business of philosophers. It belongs to grammarians to examine what qualities are entitled to the denomination of virtue, nor will they find upon trial that this is so easy a task as at first sight they may be apt to imagine. The principal reason why natural abilities are esteemed is because of their tendency to be useful to the person who is possessed of them. 'Tis impossible to execute any design with success, where it is not conducted with prudence and discretion, nor will the goodness of our intentions alone suffice to procure us a happy issue to our enterprises. Men are superior to beasts principally by the superiority of their reason, and they are the degrees of the same faculty, which set such an infinite difference betwixt one man and another. All the advantages of art are owing to human reason, and where fortune is not very capricious, the most considerable part of these advantages must fall to the share of the prudent and sagacious. When it is asked whether a quick or slow apprehension be most valuable, whether one that at first view penetrates into a subject, but can perform nothing upon study, or a contrary character which must work out everything by dint of application, whether a clear head or a copious invention, whether a profound genius or a sure judgment, in short what character or peculiar understanding is more excellent than another, 'tis evident we can answer none of these questions without considering which of those qualities capacitates a man best for the world, and carries him farthest in any of his undertakings. There are many other qualities of the mind whose merit is derived from the same origin: industry, perseverance, patience, activity, vigilance, application, constancy, with other virtues of that kind, which 'twill be easy to recollect, are esteemed valuable upon no other account than their advantage in the conduct of life. 'Tis the same case with temperance, frugality, economy, resolution; as on the other hand prodigality, luxury, irresolution, uncertainty, are vicious merely because they draw ruin upon us, and incapacitate us for business and action. As wisdom and good sense are valued because they are useful to the person possessed of them, so wit and eloquence are valued because they are immediately agreeable to others. On the other hand, good humor is loved and esteemed because it is immediately agreeable to the person himself. 'Tis evident that the conversation of a man of wit is very satisfactory, as a cheerful, good-humored companion diffuses a joy over the whole company, from a sympathy with his gaiety. These qualities, therefore, being agreeable, they naturally beget love and esteem, and answer to all the characters of virtue. 'Tis difficult to tell, on many occasions, what it is that renders one man's conversation so agreeable and entertaining, and another's so insipid and distasteful. As conversation is a transcript of the mind as well as books, the same qualities which render the one valuable must give us an esteem for the other. This we shall consider afterwards. In the meantime it may be affirmed in general that all the merit a man may derive from his conversation, which no doubt may be very considerable, arises from nothing but the pleasure it conveys to those who are present. In this view cleanliness is also to be regarded as a virtue, since it naturally renders us agreeable to others, and is a very considerable source of love and affection. No one will deny that a negligence in this particular is a fault, and as faults are nothing but smaller vices, and this fault can have no other origin than the uneasy sensation which it excites in others, we may in this instance, seemingly so trivial, clearly discover the origin of the moral distinction of vice and virtue in other instances. Besides all those qualities which render a person lovely or valuable, there is also a certain je ne sais quoi of agreeable and handsome that concurs to the same effect. In this case, as well as in that of wit and eloquence, we must have recourse to a certain sense which acts without reflection, and regards not the tendencies of qualities and characters. Some moralists account for all the sentiments of virtue by this sense. Their hypothesis is very plausible. Nothing but a particular inquiry can give the preference to any other hypothesis. When we find that almost all the virtues have such particular tendencies, and also find that these tendencies are sufficient alone to give a strong sentiment of approbation, we cannot doubt, after this, that qualities are approved of, in proportion to the advantage which results from them. The decorum or indecorum of a quality, with regard to the age or character or station, contributes also to its praise or blame. This decorum depends, in a great measure, upon experience. 'Tis usual to see men lose their levity, as they advance in years. Such a degree of gravity, therefore, and such years are connected together in our thoughts. When we observe them separated in any person's character, this imposes a kind of violence on our imagination, and is disagreeable. That faculty of the soul which, of all others, is of the least consequence to the character, and has the least virtue or vice in its several degrees, at the same time that it admits of a great variety of degrees, is the memory, unless it rise up to that stupendous height as to surprise us, or sink so low as in some measure to affect the judgment, we commonly take no notice of its variations, nor ever mention them to the praise or dispraise of any person. 'Tis so far from being a virtue to have a good memory that men generally affect to complain of a bad one, and endeavoring to persuade the world that what they say is entirely of their own invention, sacrifice it to be the praises of genius and judgment. Yet to consider the matter abstractedly, 'twould be difficult to give a reason, why the faculty of recalling past ideas with truth and clearness should not have as much merit in it, as the faculty of placing our present ideas in such an order, as to form true propositions and opinions. The reason of the difference certainly must be, that the memory is exerted without any sensation of pleasure or pain, and in all its middling degrees serves almost equally well in business and affairs, but the least variations in the judgment are sensibly felt in their consequences, while at the same time that faculty is never exerted in any eminent degree, without an extraordinary delight and satisfaction. The sympathy with this utility and pleasure bestows a merit on the understanding, and the absence of it makes us consider the memory as a faculty very indifferent to blame or praise. Before I leave this subject of natural abilities, I must observe that perhaps one source of the esteem and affection which attends them is derived from the importance and weight which they bestow on the person possessed of them. He becomes of greater consequence in life. His resolutions and actions affect a greater number of his fellow creatures. Both his friendship and enmity are of moment, and 'tis easy to observe that whoever is elevated after this manner above the rest of mankind must excite in us the sentiments and esteem of approbation. Whatever is important engages our attention, fixes our thought, and is contemplated with satisfaction. The histories of kingdoms are more interesting than domestic stories, the histories of great empires more than those of small cities and principalities, and the histories of wars and revolutions more than those of peace and order. We sympathize with the persons that suffer in all the various sentiments which belong to their fortunes. The mind is occupied by the multitude of the objects, and by the strong passions that display themselves. And this occupation or agitation of the mind is commonly agreeable and amusing. The same theory accounts for the esteem and regard we pay to men of extraordinary parts and abilities. The good and ill of multitudes are connected with their actions. Whatever they undertake is important, and challenges our attention. Nothing is to be overlooked and despised that regards them, and where any person can excite these sentiments, he soon acquires our esteem, unless other circumstances of his character render him odious and disagreeable. Section 5. Some farther reflections concerning the natural virtues. It has been observed, in treating of the passions, that pride and humility, love and hatred, are excited by any advantages or disadvantages of the mind, body, or fortune, and that these advantages or disadvantages have that effect by producing a separate impression of pain or pleasure. The pain or pleasure which arises from the general survey or view of any action or quality of the mind constitutes its vice or virtue, and gives rise to our approbation or blame, which is nothing but a fainter and more imperceptible love or hatred. We have assigned 4 different sources of this pain and pleasure, and in order to justify more fully that hypothesis, it may here be proper to observe that the advantages or disadvantages of the body and of fortune produce a pain or pleasure from the very same principles. The tendency of any object to be useful to the persons possessed of it, or to others, to convey pleasure to him, or to others, all these circumstances convey an immediate pleasure to the person, who considers the object, and command his love and approbation. To begin with the advantages of the body, we may observe a phenomenon which might appear somewhat trivial and ludicrous. If anything could be trivial which fortified a conclusion of such importance, or ludicrous, which was employed in a philosophical reasoning, 'tis a general remark that those we call good women's men, who have either signalized themselves by their amorous exploits, or whose make of body promises any extraordinary vigor of that kind, are well received by the fair sex, and naturally engage the affections even of those whose virtue prevents any design of ever giving employment to those talents. Here 'tis evident that the ability of such a person to give enjoyment is the real source of that love and esteem he meets with among the females, at the same time that the women who love and esteem him have no prospect of receiving that enjoyment themselves, and can only be affected by means of their sympathy with one that has a commerce of love with him. This instance is singular, and merits our attention. Another source of the pleasure we receive from considering bodily advantages is their utility to the person himself who is possessed of them. 'Tis certain that a considerable part of the beauty of men, as well as of other animals, consists in such a conformation of members, as we find by experience to be attended with strength and agility, and to capacitate the creature for any action or exercise. Broad shoulders, a lank belly, firm joints, taper legs, all these are beautiful in our species, because they are signs of force and vigor, which being advantages we naturally sympathize with. They convey to the beholder a share of that satisfaction they produce in the possessor. So far as to the utility which may attend any quality of the body, as to the immediate pleasure, 'tis certain that an air of health, as well as of strength and agility, makes a considerable part of beauty, and that a sickly air in another is always disagreeable upon account of that idea of pain and uneasiness which it conveys to us. On the other hand, we are pleased with the regularity of our own features, though it be neither useful to ourselves nor others, and 'tis necessary for us, in some measure, to set ourselves at a distance to make it convey to us any satisfaction. We commonly consider ourselves as we appear in the eyes of others, and sympathize with the advantageous sentiments they entertain with regard to us. How far the advantages of fortune produce esteem and approbation from the same principles, we may satisfy ourselves by reflecting on our precedent reasoning on that subject. We have observed that our approbation of those who are possessed of the advantages of fortune may be ascribed to three different causes. First, to that immediate pleasure which a rich man gives us by the view of the beautiful clothes, equipage, gardens, or houses which he possesses. Secondly, to the advantage which we hope to reap from him by his generosity and liberality. Thirdly, to the pleasure and advantage which he himself reaps from his possessions, and which produce an agreeable sympathy in us. Whether we ascribe our esteem of the rich and great to one or all of these causes, we may clearly see the traces of those principles which give rise to the sense of vice and virtue. I believe most people, at first sight, will be inclined to ascribe our esteem of the rich to self-interest, and the prospect of advantage, but as 'tis certain that our esteem or deference extends beyond any prospect of advantage to ourselves, 'tis evident that the sentiment must proceed from a sympathy with those who are dependent on the person we esteem and respect, and who have an immediate connection with him. We consider him as a person capable of contributing to the happiness or enjoyment of his fellow creatures, whose sentiments with regard to him we naturally embrace, and this consideration will serve to justify my hypothesis in preferring the third principle to the other two, and ascribing our esteem of the rich to a sympathy with the pleasure and advantage which they themselves receive from their possessions. For as even the other two principles cannot operate to a due extent, or account for all the phenomena, without having recourse to a sympathy of one kind or other, 'tis much more natural to choose that sympathy which is immediate and direct than that which is remote and indirect. To which we may add, that where the riches or power are very great, and render the person considerable and important in the world, the esteem attending them may, in part, be ascribed to another source distinct from these three, their interesting the mind by a prospect of the multitude and importance of their consequences, though in order to account for the operation of this principle we must also have recourse to sympathy, as we have observed in the preceding section. It may not be amiss on this occasion to remark the flexibility of our sentiments, and the several changes they so readily receive from the objects with which they are conjoined. All the sentiments of approbation which attend any particular species of objects have a greater resemblance to each other, though derived from different sources, and on the other hand those sentiments when directed to different objects are different to the feeling, though derived from the same source. Thus the beauty of all visible objects causes a pleasure pretty much the same, though it be sometimes derived from the mere species and appearance of the objects, sometimes from sympathy and an idea of their utility. In like manner, whenever we survey the actions and characters of men without any particular interest in them, the pleasure or pain which arises from the survey, with some minute differences, is, in the main, of the same kind, though perhaps there be a great diversity in the causes from which it is derived. On the other hand, a convenient house and a virtuous character cause not the same feeling of approbation, even though the source of our approbation be the same, and flow from sympathy and an idea of their utility. There is something very inexplicable in this variation of our feelings, but 'tis what we have experience of with regard to all our passions and sentiments. Section 6. Conclusion of this book. Thus upon the whole I am hopeful that nothing is wanting to an accurate proof of this system of ethics. We are certain that sympathy is a very powerful principle in human nature. We are also certain that it has a great influence on our sense of beauty when we regard external objects, as well as when we judge of morals. We find that it has force sufficient to give us the strongest sentiments of approbation, when it operates alone, without the concurrence of any other principle. As in the case of justice, allegiance, chastity, and good manners, we may observe that all the circumstances requisite for its operation are found in most of the virtues, which have for the most part a tendency to the good of society, or to that of the persons possessed of them. If we compare all these circumstances, we shall not doubt that sympathy is the chief source of moral distinctions, especially when we reflect that no objection can be raised against this hypothesis in one case, which will not extend to all cases. Justice is certainly approved of for no other reason than because it has a tendency to the public good, and the public good is indifferent to us, except so far as sympathy interests us in it. We may presume the like with regard to all the other virtues, which have a like tendency to the public good. They must derive all their merit from our sympathy with those who reap any advantage from them. As the virtues which have a tendency to the good of the person possessed of them derive their merit from our sympathy with him, most people will readily allow that the useful qualities of the mind are virtuous because of their utility. This way of thinking is so natural, and occurs on so many occasions, that few will make any scruple of admitting it. Now this being once admitted, the force of sympathy must necessarily be acknowledged. Virtue is considered as means to an end. Means to an end are only valued so far as the end is valued. But the happiness of strangers affects us by sympathy alone. To that principle, therefore, we are to ascribe the sentiment of approbation, which arises from the survey of all those virtues that are useful to society, or to the person possessed of them. These form the most considerable part of morality. Were it proper in such a subject to bribe the reader's assent, or employ anything but solid argument, we are here abundantly supplied with topics to engage the affections. All lovers of virtue, and such we all are in speculation, however we may degenerate in practice, must certainly be pleased to see moral distinctions derived from so noble a source, which gives us a just notion both of the generosity and capacity of human nature. It requires but very little knowledge of human affairs to perceive that a sense of morals is a principle inherent in the soul, and one of the most powerful that enters into the composition. But this sense must certainly acquire new force when reflecting on itself. It approves of those principles from whence it is derived, and finds nothing but what is great and good in its rise and origin. Those who resolve the sense of morals into original instincts of the human mind may defend the cause of virtue with sufficient authority, but want the advantage which those possess who account for that sense by an extensive sympathy with mankind. According to their system, not only virtue must be approved of, but also the sense of virtue, and not only that sense but also the principles from whence it is derived. so that nothing is presented on any side, but what is laudable and good. This observation may be extended to justice and other virtues of that kind. Though justice be artificial, the sense of its morality is natural. 'Tis the combination of men, in a system of conduct which renders any act of justice beneficial to society. But when once it has that tendency, we naturally approve of it, and if we did not so, 'tis impossible any combination or convention could ever produce that sentiment. Most of the inventions of men are subject to change. They depend upon humor and caprice. They have a vogue for a time, and then sink into oblivion. It may perhaps be apprehended that if justice were allowed to be a human invention, it must be placed on the same footing, but the cases are widely different. The interest on which justice is founded is the greatest imaginable, and extends to all times and places. It cannot possibly be served by any other invention. It is obvious and discovers itself on the very first formation of society. All these causes render the rules of justice steadfast and immutable, at least as immutable as human nature, and if they were founded on original instincts, could they have any greater stability? The same system may help us to form a just notion of the happiness as well as that of dignity and virtue, and it may interest every principle of our nature in the embracing and cherishing that noble quality. Who indeed does not feel an accession of alacrity in his pursuits of knowledge and ability of every kind, when he considers that besides the advantage which immediately result from these acquisitions, they also give him a new lustre in the eyes of mankind, and are universally attended with esteem and approbation? And who can think any advantages of fortune a sufficient compensation for the least breach of the social virtues, when he considers that not only his character with regard to others, but also his peace and inward satisfaction entirely depend upon his strict observance of them, and that a mind will never be able to bear its own survey, that has been wanting in its part to mankind and society? But I forbear insisting on this subject. Such reflections require a work apart, very different from the genius of the present. The anatomist ought never to emulate the painter, nor in his accurate dissections and portraitures of the smaller parts of the human body pretend to give his figures any graceful and engaging attitude or expression. There is even something hideous, or at least minute, in the views of things, which he presents, and 'tis necessary the object should be set more at a distance, and be more covered up from sight, to make them engaging to the eye and imagination. An anatomist, however, is admirably fitted to give advice to a painter, and 'tis even impracticable to excel in the latter art without the assistance of the former. We must have an exact knowledge of the parts, their situation and connection, before we can design with any elegance or correctness, and thus the most abstract speculations concerning human nature, however cold and unentertaining, become subservient to practical morality, and may render this latter science more correct in its precepts, and more persuasive in its exhortations.